أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Welcome to the second day of the Triennial Conference. Can I request everyone to sit down? We are going to start verses from the Holy Quran. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Quran is being recited, so please, if everyone can take your seats now, please. Thank you. Alhamdulillah, this is the year of Quran and the year of Thaqalain, where we put emphasis on good recitation. You will see through multiple departmental reports where Quran is emphasized, the tadabbur, the translation, but recitation as well. And we have, alhamdulillah, great Quran on each and every session. And today we have actually a person who has recited international level as well as on national level, being judge as well as a teacher of the Holy Quran. We welcome Brother Hasnain Juma with Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سبحان الذي أسرى بعبده ليلا من المسجد الحرام إلى المسجد الأقصى الذي باركنا حوله.
الله 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 أحسنتم.
باركنا حوله لنريه من آياتنا إنه بصير. وآتينا موسى الكتاب وجعلناه هدى لبني إسرائيل في الكتاب لتفسدن في الأرض مرتين.
أحسنتم جل جلال ربه.
وآتينا موسى الكتاب وجعلناه هدى لبني إسرائيل ألا تتخذوا من دوني وكيلا ذرية من حملنا مع نوح إنه كان عبدا شكورا وقضينا إلى بني إسرائيل في الكتاب لتفسدن في الأرض مرتين ولتعلن علوا كبيرا فإذا جاء وعد أولاهما بعثنا عليكم عبادا لنا أولي بأس شديد فجاسوا خلال الديار وكان وعدا مفعولا ثم رددنا لكم الكرة عليهم وأمددناكم بأموال وبنين وجعلناكم أكثر نفيرا إن أحسنتم أحسنتم لأنفسكم وإن أسأتم فلها فإذا جاء وعد الآخرة ليسوء وجوهكم وليدخلوا المسجد كما دخلوه أول مرة
الله الله
وليدخلوا المسجد كما دخلوه أول مرة وليتبروا ما علوا تتبيرا عسى ربكم أن يرحمكم وإن عدتم وجعلنا جهنم للكافرين حصيرا. صدق الله العلي العظيم. اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار. على رسول الله وآله الأطهار.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Dear Qari Hasnain, Tayyib Allahu Anfasikum. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala send the blessings and the thawab to your parents, and may Allah elevate their status, inshallah. Yes, we have some requests that can we share the Qur'an for different participations around the world when you have programs. Of course we can. World Federation is a capacity building, so please reach out to the different Qaris and in your programs engage them, especially there are many international programs. So when it comes to Quran, let's have the best of reciters, and we have the best of reciters within our community. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. I just want to say that if I ask the technical team to actually be ready with a slide which is regarding the census and how the tables are going to be allocated. Yes, it's workshop time, but to give a preamble of today and to be able to set the scene and what the expectations are, please welcome Chairman Safdar Bhai Jafar with Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Allahumma salli ala.
Point of order. Can I just say something? Yesterday, we saw the Secretary General presenting his report. His allocated time was 1 hour and 15 minutes, and I think he exceeded more than that, and nobody said anything to him. So we have to be fair for everybody.
Thank you very much. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mu'mineen, Mu'minat, delegates, Salamun Alaikum, Jamian wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh. આ બીજા દિવસના સભામાં અમે બધાને ખુશ આમદેદ કહે છે. વેલકમ ટુ ધ સેકન્ડ ડે. ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ચીજ છે ને હું ગુજરાતીમાં બોલું છું, વાંધો નથી ને, કારણ કે ફોર ધી બ્રધર્સ આઈ વિલ ટ્રાય એન્ડ મિક્સ ધ ટુ, બટ આઈ વિલ, બિકોઝ વી ઓલ્સો પીપલ ઇન ગુજરાત એન્ડ અધર પ્લેસ. આજનું સભા અને કાલેનું થોડુંક મને પ્રિએમ્બલ આપવું છે કે અમે કોશિશ કરીએ કે આ હાઉસમાં બધા પાર્ટિસિપેટ કરે. એના માટે જે અમારી જિમ્મેદારી છે, તમે અહીંયા ખુરશીમાં બેઠા છો, તમારી કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનના મુતાબિક શું જિમ્મેદારી છે એ મને થોડું 2 મિનિટ સમજાવવું છે, તો તમને ખબર પડે. કારણ કે એવું નથી કે ખાલી 1 કે 2 જણા બોલે. અહીંયા જેટલા જણા સભામાં છે બધાની ઇક્વલ જિમ્મેદારી છે. જેમ આપણે કે લા નુફર્રિકુ બૈના અહદિન, કોઈ ડિફરન્સ નથી. હું ભલે પ્રેસિડન્ટ હોઉં, આરિફભાઈ જેક્સન એક્ઝામ્પલ નો તો મારા માટે ઇઝી પડે, કે બીજા હોય, કોન્ફરન્સમાં બધા ઇક્વલ છે, બરાબર છે. એ એની પ્રેસિડન્ટના હૈસિયતમાં પ્રોટોકોલના પ્રમાણે, રિસ્પેક્ટના પ્રમાણે, કોઓર્ડિનેશન પ્રમાણે બધા મેમ્બર્સ છે, રિજનલ ફેડરેશન્સ મેમ્બર છે, તમે છો. એટલે બધાની જિમ્મેદારી થાય છે કે જો તમને લાગે કે સારું છે તો એના ઉપર વધારો, તમને લાગે બરોબર નથી તો તમે રોકો. કોન્ફરન્સ ઇઝ ધ સુપ્રીમ બોડી. કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનના પ્રમાણે અમે જે બેઠા છીએ અહીંયા ટ્રસ્ટીઝ છે, ઓફિસ બેરર છે. અમારી ફરીજો એ છે કે અમે જે હાઉસનું સેન્ટિમેન્ટ છે, જે કોમના ખ્વાહિશાતો છે એને પૂરા કરવાની કોશિશ કરે, દીની ને દુનિયાવી. એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલ જેમાં 50 જણા છે, 54 જણા છે, એ લોકોની જિમ્મેદારી છે કે એ લોકો દર 6 મહિને વર્ષની અંદર ચેક કરે કે અમે સરખી રીતે કામ કરે છે, એકાઉન્ટ સરખા છે, આ છે તે છે, અને થતું રહે છે. 3 વર્ષમાં આજે અમારી પાસે 6 એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલ મિટિંગ થઈ ગઈ છે. કોન્ફરન્સ 3 વર્ષમાં એકવાર મળે, કોન્ફરન્સની જિમ્મેદારી છે, સ્ટ્રેટેજિક બોડી છે. તમે એક ખોજા પાર્લામેન્ટ કહી શકો છો, જ્યાં બધાનું હક છે કે કોઈ પણ જે ચીજું આ 3 વર્ષમાં થયું છે એના ઉપર તમે ઇનપુટ આપી શકો. માટે મારી ખ્વાહિશ છે કે આજે બધા ટેબલથી ઇનપુટ મળે. મને ખાલી બધા ટેબલ તરફ ઇશારો કરું છે તો તમને ખબર પડે કે કેવી કેલિબરના માણસો બેઠા છે જે એક શબ્દો નથી બોલ્યા આજે સુધી. અને મારી દિલની તમન્ના છે કે એ લોકો કાંઈ ને કાંઈ બોલે આજે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ અને ભાગ લે આ સભામાં. તો તમને રેલેવન્સ બતાવો કે તમારું રોલ શું છે આજે. આપના ટેબલ આપના સ્ટાફના અલાવા જેનું ઇન્ટ્રોડક્શન આરિફભાઈ કરી નાખ્યું છે, ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશનના 2 ટેબલની અંદર આપના પાસે પ્રખ્યાત બુઝુર્ગો છે. સજાદભાઈ વર્તેજી આજે more than 30 years has been working with the World Federation through the Zainabia Child Sponsorship Scheme. ગુજરાતની એજ્યુકેશનના હેડ પણ છે ને સાથે સાથે અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશન રિપ્રેઝેન્ટ કરે છે. મોહસિનભાઈ ધરમસિંહને તે આપને ઓળખે છે. બીજા ભાઈઓ છે, બધાના નામ નથી લેતો તો લેટ થઈ જશે. આપના પ્રેસિડેન્ટ ઇલેક્ટ છે, એના પાસેથી પણ ઉમ્મીદ છે આપને કાંઈક ને કાંઈક મળશે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. તો ધીસ ઇઝ ધ ટેબલ. અહીંયા જે આપનું સામે ટેબલ દેખાય છે, ટોરોન્ટો જમાતના પ્રમુખ રિઝવાનભાઈ કે જે સિનિયર પોઝિશનમાં છે ગવર્નન્સમાં, કે આપણે ગવર્નન્સની વાત હોય, ટ્રાન્સપેરન્સી, એકાઉન્ટેબિલિટી, અમે ઉમ્મીદ રાખે છે એક શબ્દ બોલે, અમને સુધી કાંઈ બોલ્યા નથી. એટલે મને લાગે છે દૂરથી અને મહેનત કરીને કીધું તમે આવજો, માન રાખ્યા, પણ પછી એટલા હજારો માઇલથી આવે તો જરૂર બોલવાની મને કહી છે. ન્યૂયોર્કના પ્રેસિડેન્ટ પસનીનભાઈ છે, ઇન્શાલ્લાહ જરૂર જ્યારે એનું કેપિટલ પ્રોજેક્ટ પેશ કરશે તો તમારા ખિદમતમાં હશે. ટ્રેઝરર છે, બીજા પણ મોમિનીન છે, આપના નસીમકોના જે ખાસ એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ છે એ અહીંયા છે. નસીમકોને તો બધા ઓળખે છે, ગઈકાલે તમારું સારું કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન હતું. સૈયદ કાદીર, તમારો અવાજ આઈ હેવ નોટ હર્ડ યુ યેટ, બટ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ વી વિલ હિયર યુ ઇન ડ્યુ કોર્સ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. દુબઈ જમાતથી આપના પાસે અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ એસોસિએટ મેમ્બર છે, પણ મેમ્બર છે આ કોન્ફરન્સના. એ કાંઈ નથી બોલ્યા હજી સુધી, તો ઉમ્મીદ રાખું છું. ડૉક્ટર સાહેબ તો અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ બોલી નાખ્યા, સુકેરભાઈ બોલી નાખ્યા. આ ટેબલમાં અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ કાફી પાર્ટિસિપેશન છે. હૈદરભાઈ તમારી ઉમ્મીદ હતી, પણ હાઉસિંગના જ્યારે વાત થતી તો તમે ન હતા અહીંયા, તો એ વાતે પણ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ ઉમ્મીદ છે. અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ કોઈ જરાક આજે આજકાલ વધારે ઠંડી દેખાય છે, જરાક તમે કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુટમાં જરા વધારો કરો તો અમને ખુશ થાય. અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ રસૂલભાઈ તો હંમેશા ને મુર્તઝાભાઈ તો છે. અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ આપના પાસે આજે સાઉથ પેરિસના પ્રમુખ છે, નોર્થ પેરિસના પ્રમુખ છે, જવાનો છે, યંગસ્ટર્સ છે કે જે બેતાબ છે કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન દેવામાં. કાંઈ નથી સાંભળ્યું મેં, ઇન્શાલ્લાહ ઉમ્મીદ રાખું છું. અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ આ ટેબલમાં તમે મુસલસલ બધું સાંભળી ચૂક્યા છો અને સાંભળતા રહેશો ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. હવે મોહબ્બત રાખે છે, એક્સપિરિયન્સવાળા છે અને અમને હંમેશા હિદાયત કરતા રહેશે. પણ આ પછવાડેનું જે ટેબલ છે જ્યાં મદાગાસ્કરના બુઝુર્ગો ટ્રેમેન્ડસ કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન. શેખ હનીફ આજે એટ ધી હાઈએસ્ટ લેવલ ઓફ તબલીગમાં જે બેસ્ટ દુનિયામાં મને દેખાય છે એ બેઠા છે. રિયુનિયનના સેન્ડાનીના પ્રમુખ બેઠા છે. આપણે બીજા બુઝુર્ગો છે, ફરીદભાઈ હેડ ઓફ ટેરિટોરિયલ કાઉન્સિલ છે, વઝીરભાઈ છે. આ બધા બુઝુર્ગો બેઠા છે. તો હું ઉમ્મીદ રાખું છું ઇન્શાલ્લાહ ક્યાંય ને ક્યાંયથી આજે સદાઓ બધી તરફથી આવશે અને કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન. એટલા માટે કે આજનું સેશન ને કાલનું ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે અને એનું હું ફાઉન્ડેશન લે કરું છું. પહેલાં તો સેન્સસનું હમણાં જે ચર્ચા થશે એના બારામાં વેરી શોર્ટલી આઈ વિલ ટોક અબાઉટ. ઇટ બી ડિફરન્ટ ફોર્મેટ, કારણ કે બહુ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ પ્રોજેક્ટ છે. બીજું અમારું ફ્લેગશિપ પ્રોજેક્ટ જે છે ઇસ્લામિક સેન્ટર ઓફ એડવાન્સ ઇસ્લામિક રિસર્ચ. આજે ગઈકાલે બધી વાત થઈ, યુથ ભટકાઈ ગયા છે, ઓલ્ટરનેટિવ થિંકિંગ છે. અમે તો ખ્વાહિશ રાખીએ છીએ કે આ જ સેન્ટરની અંદર ઓલ્ટરનેટિવ થિંકર્સ આવે ને અમે એ લોકો સાથે ડિબેટ કરે. અમે તૈયાર છે, નથી તૈયાર. એવું નથી કે ઇલ્મ નથી, ઇલ્મ તો છે, ખજાનો છે, ઓલામાં બેઠા છે. તરીકો, સ્ટાઇલ, એપ્રોચ. એ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટના બારામાં આજે મોટી ચર્ચા થશે. આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ ઉપર વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશને કામ કર્યું છે, કમાલ કામ છે. તમે સાંભળશો, શેખ એલેક્ઝાન્ડર પ્રેઝન્ટ કરશે સ્ટેટ ઓફ આર્ટ વે ઓફ ડુઈંગ ઇસ્લામિક રિસર્ચ. એના ઉપર છે, તમારે કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન દેજો. ઇસ્લામિક એજ્યુકેશનમાં ડિવોર્સિસ થઈ રહ્યા છે કોમમાં. આપની અંદર કોમમાં જ્યારે કોન્ફ્લિક્ટ્સ થાય તો રેઝોલ્યુશન કેવી રીતે કરે એનું મિકેનિઝમ ઉપર ચર્ચા થશે આજે. યુથ કોન્ફરન્સ, યુથની બધી વાત કરે. હવે યુથ પોતે શું ચાહે છે? આવ્યા છે 6 યુથ્સ, એ લોકો અમને કહેશે અમને શું કરવું છે. અમે એ લોકોને સોંપી દીધા કે તમે આવીને કોન્ફરન્સને કહેજો, આ સુપ્રીમ બોડી છે, જે આ બોડી નક્કી કરશે અમે કરશું. તો એ લોકો 6 બેતાબ બેઠા છે, દે વોન્ટ ટુ ટોક અબાઉટ. અને ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટલી WF8 ને સુપર ચાર્જિંગ, કે આજે સવાલ છે કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન રિજનમાં ના આવે કે આવે તો કેવી રીતે આવે, જોઈએ શું છે, તમે લોકો ફેસલો કરજો, આપણે પ્રેઝન્ટ કરશો. આ બધા ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ સબ્જેક્ટ્સ છે. તો ટૂંકમાં મારી એક જ ખ્વાહિશ છે ભાઈઓ, મને પ્લીઝ મદદ કરજો આજે કે આપની અદાલતથી કામ કરે. મારા માટે બહુ ડિફિકલ્ટ છે ટુ રન અ કોન્ફરન્સ કે કોઈ 10 મિનિટ લે ને કોઈ 2 મિનિટ લે. તો મેં સેક્રેટરી જનરલને આજે પૂરી ઓથોરિટી આપી છે કે એ અદાલતથી કામ કરે. બધાનું ટાઈમર હોય અને એ ટાઈમરના મુજબ શાર્પ, શોર્ટ એન્ડ ક્રિસ્પી. મારી મોહબ્બત, નહીં તો આપણે કોન્ફરન્સ નહીં પતાવી શકે, મને એ ડર છે. બીજું કે coming to the census, which is what we are going to start now. ભાઈઓ સેન્સસની ઘણી વાત થઈ અને મને ખુશી થાય કે one of the early federations that embarked upon census was Africa Federation. They came up with a head count with a good precision of certainty. એવી જ રીતે બીજી જમાતો યુરોપમાં have done census. Pakistan many years ago did the census. અને આ સેન્સસ ટીમ આજે છેલ્લા 2 વર્ષથી આ કામ કરી રહ્યા છે શિરાઝભાઈ દાતુના હેડમાં, under his guidance. Shirazbhai Walji, my apologies. Shirazbhai Walji, under his guide. Shirazbhai Datu તો મુનીભાઈના બ્રધર છે. એ બાજુમાં બેઠા છે તો દાતુ નીકળી ગયો. શિરાઝભાઈ વાલજીએ મહેનત કરી છે. Now, for the census, ઇમ્પોર્ટન્સ શું છે? ડેટા. ડેટા વગર અમે આગળ નથી વધી શકતા. કોઈ જમાત કે અમે 50,000 છે, કોઈ જમાત કે અમે 1,000 છે. વેલિડિટી શું છે? મેમ્બરશિપ ટુ ડેટા છે? સેન્સસ થયું છે, નથી થયું, કેટલા પોવર્ટીમાં છે, કેટલા નથી. આપના પાસે એઝ અ સ્મોલ કોમ્યુનિટી એ ડેટા નથી. પણ આ મહેનતથી ફર્સ્ટ ફ્લેજ ડેટા મળ્યું છે ફોર ધ ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ, પણ કાફી નથી. હજી બીજા રિજનો એતરાસ કરે છે. અમે રિજનને કહે છે એતરાસ કરો, અમને વાંધો નથી, પણ તમે દલીલ આપો. આપણા પાસે એકચ્યુરીઝ છે, સજાદ કરમસી પ્રોફેશનલ છે. દે વેલિડેટ ધ ડેટા, દે વિલ ચેલેન્જ ધ ડેટા. તમારું ઓનર્સ છે, તમે પ્રૂફ કરો. પ્રૂફ ખાલી પેપર ઉપર નહીં, દલીલના સાથે. ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશને સારું કામ કર્યું છે. આઈડી કાર્ડ ઉપર એ લોકોનું પર્સ્પેક્ટિવ છે, બધાના પર્સ્પેક્ટિવ છે. તો without further ado, I will hand it over to the Secretary General to discuss the mechanism. This will be a workshop for 30 minutes or so, where there will be interaction. બધા મિક્સ થશે. અહીંયા જરાક ડિફરન્ટ છે, પણ અડધી કલાક અમારા સાથે બરદાશ્ત કરજો ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. સલાવત અલા મુહમ્મદ.
Okay. I hope everyone has had their breakfast. Yes? Inshallah. What you have seen around the tables are letters. A, B, C, D, E. This is... What does that mean? If I ask the... Thank you very much. So table A all the way to table G. This is not any way where you can negotiate to go to another place. No. Actually, if it says a certain letter with your name, you have to inshallah go there, inshallah. This is a way, opportunity to network as well. Sajjad Bhai Karamsi, if you can come here, please. We are going to be very effective. Please speak within your table and you will hear about what this is about. What do we want to achieve? Sajjad Bhai, if you say a few words, please.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So, best way, if you see your name on table A, which is on that side, please start moving there. As we do this, I'll walk you through the process. Can I request that we move within 90 seconds? So within 90 seconds, we're at the allocated table. Thank you for your support. I know it's something new, so please do help us out in this.
Letter A starts from your
Letter
right.
A is right on the right and over there on my right, and N is on the L-shaped table.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yeah, whilst people are moving, Akhil Bhai, continue.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to remind you, according to Charity Commission, approval of Zoom with the delegate, they have to be displayed here
So
in the screen.
So we have not finished. The screen will be on and they will have their own space which they are discussing as well. We will switch the mute button off so they will be on mute so they can have their own workshop. And then this is not where we are coming to discussion or sorry, a decision. What everyone will be participating. So online, we will be asking them to write up. Sajjad will be saying what the objectives are. And then they will write themselves. So they are also participating. Asante.
It's not a question of participating, displaying them, because we need to know who is online.
We can show there, and if you look at, we have that screen there with the Zoom always online. We just took this on so you can see. We can put a Zoom one on as well while you are in the workshop.
Okay.
So we have actually screens with the Zoom online. Thank you.
Another request. Please give them in sufficient time whenever they want to talk. Yesterday it was not fair.
Everyone can write up and each one will have 1.5 minutes each. Thank you.
Even we.
Each.
The table allocations are looping, so H to N is going to show up right now.
Whilst we are doing this, can I ask those in the crowd, Mullah Mujahid Sahab, Mohsin Bhai, Dr. Saab, everyone who wants to participate, come to a table. Come.
For the folks on Zoom, you're going to be table O. And the process is, as we ask different questions on Zoom, within your Zoom room, you will discuss. We'll mute you for the rest of the conference, so you'll have your own Zoom room where you can discuss and participate as part of this workshop as well, for the folks on Zoom. Can I request everyone to settle down within the next 30 seconds so we can start off, please? If anyone's struggling with knowing what table they're on, feel free to reach out to me and I'll point you in the right direction.
Ten seconds and we will be starting. Please sit down. Dr. Saab, choose any table you would like. Any table. Tamne maja avse ત્યાં. Next to Ibrahim, he will love it. Mohsin Bhai is there. Alhamdulillah, everyone is settled down. Sajad Bhai, Bismillah.
Can we have the slides, please, for the workshop? Thank you. AV team, can we jump to the next slides? No way. We've created these tables as cross-regional diverse groups. We've tried to mix across different ages, different professional backgrounds. It's a great opportunity to network, but with this diversity, we learn an incredible amount. Today, you're here to help us. Your contributions are extremely valuable. The wealth of knowledge that sits in this room helps this global census project immensely. So, number one, if you could appoint a scribe on your table, and a scribe for the Zoom group as well, because we'll need to capture some of those findings to work on them and take your feedback. On each table, you should have a set of flip charts as well as a pen. So please use that to scribe and write down all the information we'll be going through. So you have 10 seconds to pick a scribe on your table, please. What are we going to be doing today? We're going to be asking the questions, what data do we already have? What data should we collect going forward? And how should we collect this data? How should we store it? How should we refresh it? How should we keep it as living data? So let's start off with the first question, just to kickstart today's workshop. In 2 minutes, and the media room's going to, the AV team's going to put in a timer. In your tables, and you only have 2 minutes, what are the 3 biggest, scariest problems the Khoja Shia International community worldwide faces today? You have 2 minutes, top 3 problem, your time starts now. Please don't forget to write this down. Please don't forget to write these down. Do you need some more time? Should I add 30 seconds, please? 30 seconds on the clock extra, please. Okay, now comes the twist in the tale. You all wrote down the 3 big problems, but what data do you have to say that these are the biggest problems? What data or evidence do you have to support your claim that these are the biggest problems? So put in whatever data you have. You could say it's Dr. Mouladina's experience. That's a data source. Put in whatever data you have to support this. List down all the data you have to support your 3 biggest problems. You have a minute or so. If you don't have any supporting data, just write down anecdotal or personal experience. That's fine. Okay, thanks. I know this is an interesting discussion. We can come back to it, but let's move on. Let's get to the meat of today's discussion. So if I can get everybody's attention, this next section is 10 minutes long. Now let's talk about the actual data we have. Some of you in different regional federations might have a better idea. If you don't know, provide an estimate. Let's do this for all Khojas. So for example, what percentage of Khojas worldwide are below the age of 18? Provide an estimate. If you have the time, say perhaps India is this percentage, Africa is this percentage, and Simcoe is this percentage. Split by region if you have the time, but focus on doing it at a global level. So you have 10 minutes. Provide your best estimate and provide how confident you are in this estimate. Let's work on percentage of Khojas under 10 years, over 65. What's the most spoken language at home? How many students in madrasa? What percentage own their own homes? What percentage have a bachelor's degree or higher? And what's the marital status over 25 years? You have 10 minutes. We're going to be walking around the room. Please feel free to document this. It's a great learning opportunity for all of us. Your time starts now. ladies and gentlemen, Khawateen o Hazrat, what's important is not just the number, it's to show how confident you are in the number. So you can say medium confidence, you can say 20% confident, but put in your confidence level in that number. It's not enough to just have a number these days, you have to know how confident you are in that number. Want to do a time check. We have 2 minutes, so please try and wrap up. If you can, wherever you can, put in a regional estimate as well. Maybe Akil uncle knows how much for AFID. So put in AFID, 20% confidence level medium, for example. Ladies and gentlemen, this is fantastic. I'm loving the energy. We need to move on a bit faster. Sure, we can go back a slide. We'll give you one more minute, but we need to move on. One more minute then. Gents, we can fill these gaps in a bit later. We need to move on to the next question. So if I can get just a bit of I can get your ears for 10 seconds. We've done this previous slide. Now I want you to answer the question within your groups. What data do we actually have? How frequently do we collect detailed data in our communities? How do we store it? Do we store it in a chopri still? Maybe we do. What's the percentage coverage of the data? So do we collect data for 10% of our community, 90% of our community? And how accurate is the data we collect? And I want you especially to focus on the last bullet point on the screen. What data protection regulations do we consider when we collect data? And what are the best practices? Some regions have very good practice, so we want to learn from each other. What data protection laws do we have? And what do you want to share with the rest of the group? So you have 5 minutes, please. Let's work on that. Ladies and gentlemen, there's 1 minute remaining. In that 1 minute, if you haven't looked at data protection, please drop everything else and just look at data protection. It's extremely, critically important. So for the next 1 minute, please, I beseech you, focus on data protection. It's time to move on. We have 10 minutes for this next section. The question we are asking is, suppose you have all this detailed data. Let's say you have 80-90% coverage, live, high-quality data. What are you going to do with this data to improve our communities? How are you going to use this data to make improvements? What are you going to do? We're going to make it 7 minutes, but because of time constraints, but I want you to think of 3 areas where you can use data to improve our communities, and how would you use that data? Your time starts now. I'm getting the sense from the room that most people actually have a good understanding of this question. And because we're running short of time, let's go to the last question for today's workshop. This is perhaps the most important question. We're going to get 3 minutes to answer that. What data should we collect going forward? What channel should we use? Should we get people with, go house to house with a paper form, for example? And how frequently should we do this? That's part A. Part B, when we start collecting data, what are the 3 biggest challenges you think we'll face in this process? You have 3 minutes, please. Thank you, everyone. I think we're almost done with this. So 20 seconds just to write down your last thoughts. Focus on the challenges that you think we'll face. Thank you very much, everyone. This has been an extremely engaging exercise. We've all learned a lot from each other on the table. We have to move on for the rest of the conference for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. A bit of housekeeping. As you return to your tables, leave the flip charts on the table you are at. We will collect them. I know everyone's interested to see what everyone else has said. So at lunch and perhaps at dinner, we'll have a section where you can view these. Write your group table number on your flip chart, please. On every page. So whether it's a table M or a G, on every sheet, write your table name. We will obviously get everyone to view them at a later time today. Please do return to your tables. We have a minute to reset.
Nah, this must be yours. Mine is over there. Bro, I've got to say. Okay, can I have everyone back at their seats now, please? Thank you. For those who are online, thank you very much. Can I ask you to please send in your papers to the Secretariat? Sheikh Zuhair Jafar, the Secretary General of Africa Federation. If you collate the thoughts and send it to the Secretariat, thank you very much.
We'll do, inshallah.
Can everyone take a moment to sit back, please? Thank you very much. Please, if everyone can settle down, please. Thank you. Thank you. We will soon have time for recess, so please, if everyone can sit down. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to proceed now, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ahsantum. May I ask, please, my co-age brothers, sisters, Nasimco brothers, sisters, India Federation, everyone, brothers and sisters, please. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Now, to give some reflections and importance regarding this, Mr. Chairman, please.
Brothers and sisters, if we can please take our seats. I just want sentiments of the House for 2 minutes because we need to be strict with time. Question to the House really is that when the deliberations were going on in all the tables here, the Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, we sat together to just look at it from a bird's eye view in this room. And Ali Jawad Bhai said that this is WF at its best. Which means that every region mingled with the other. It created compassion, different perspectives, and you have come up with solutions which will be analyzed by Shiraz Bhai's team. Question to you is, for future, when it comes to sitting arrangements in conference or at excos, with just a raise of hands, how many would prefer such a format? Okay, so we have people from the east who are west. Okay. Perfect. Alhamdulillah. Mashallah. Majority. So inshallah ta'ala, From the next ESCO, we will do our best to get people mixed up, inshallah. Salawat ala Muhammad. Rotate, okay. This we can. Asan. I just wanted the sentiments. Thank you.
Very good. It seems like we actually now are one community, inshallah. Ahsanto. Very nice. Some of you don't even want to change tables. Even greater. Very good. Okay, what we are doing now is we're going to go into two reports which everyone is opinionated about. Everyone has an opinion about madrasa, our future, and then every person has a view on how you go about marketing stuff. So we will have both from the marketing department as well as MCE, Madrasa Center of Excellence. We will start off with MCE. May I ask that the video of MCE be shown? Thereafter, we're going to have a panel-style discussion, but anyone who wants to ask questions, it's going to be 1.5 minutes. So if you've got questions which are burning, which you already thought about, write them down so that you are concise, and we will have to be strict. And you're going to work with me, yes? I heard a yes. Thank you very much. Bismillah, let's show the video.
The Madrasa Center of Excellence, MCE, is a global structure that puts our children's Islamic education at the forefront of the community's global agenda. Through the Tarbiyah curriculum, we aim to nurture piety through the Quran and the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam. Over the last 3 years, we've seen exponential growth. In 2021, we had 45 madaris and 8,000 students. Today, with the grace of Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we have 107 madaris with more than 16,000 students worldwide that subscribe to the Tarbiyah curriculum. The Tarbiyah digital portal allows teachers to track students' progress, assess how frequently students log in, and enables parents to continue their children's learning at home to ensure that nurturing piety and faith in action extends beyond their classrooms. We are now working on the French portal for our 1,000 plus French-speaking students. The MCE is currently piloting the Tarbiyah Quran curriculum in 3 madaris. It teaches students to read from the Uthman Taha script and is a comprehensive recitation curriculum that takes students, teachers, and the whole family on a journey from learning the Arabic letters to the intricacies of Quranic tajweed. The MCE, in conjunction with Ja'fariya Academy, have created a relationships and self-education curriculum which aims to explain complex and sensitive RSE topics from a Shia Islamic perspective. We are piloting these lessons in select madaris around the world to collate feedback before a global rollout. Over the last 3 years, the band's A and B storybooks have added 19 new titles, bringing the grand total to 87 storybooks. A special standalone publication called Gifts for Grandad helps young readers to deal with the loss of a loved one. Over the last 3 years, the MCE, with the help of our regional partners, have trained 3,051 teachers around the world across our various training programs. We have a dedicated team working on updating the Tarbiyah curriculum to ensure the Islamic content and teaching resources are at the highest standard. This September, madaris around the world will have access to our Girls' Bulugh curriculum, which is designed to ensure students can enjoy learning pertinent concepts and rules gradually, enabling them to feel confident about fulfilling their religious obligations as they reach the age of bulugh. Through the Tarbiyah curriculum and its various initiatives, our goal is to engage, inspire, and enlighten the Islamic learning journeys of students, teachers, and families around the world, in preparation of the return of our beloved Imam Mahdi. May Allah hasten his return, inshallah.
Okay. You've seen the video, but I know that there are many questions. Wherever Pramukh Saab, myself, anywhere where we go, the questions about MCE, how we go, mostly 90% is extremely positive, and people want more and more. Sister Zulekha, you head the MCE department, and I directly want to go into numbers.
Yeah.
When we started this journey, or rather you joined about 2.5 years ago, how many madaris were we in the first exco around Ras Al Khaimah? I think December 2021, around that time, how many were we?
So, assalamu alaikum everyone. We were 45 madrasas then at that point.
And if I may just point on someone, may I ask, Rizwan bhai, what do you think? Which one should I? Okay. I think Rizwan bhai. What do you think? How many madaris around the world are using?
Thank you for asking me that. Next time I want to make eye contact with you. I'd say that I can only speak for our communities. It's a high percentage within North America, and Arif Bhai Jex can probably comment on it. The feedback on the curriculum from the students, teachers is amazing. I think we can invest a lot more collectively, because the curriculum has to keep up with the needs of how the challenges that the youths are facing. So I think the current program to effectively distribute a curriculum around identity is super important, especially in the West, but I'm assuming it's the same across the globe. So from my perspective, even at the last Nasimco, and Arif Bhai can comment on this, the support from the Toronto community to MC is incredible. We're right behind them, more to do.
We echo that. It's a big number. Zulekha bhai, can you elucidate how many?
So, alhamdulillah, we're now at 107 madaris around the world.
Wow. Allahumma. And it's easy to calculate. That means that we have doubled. No, we have more than doubled. How are you able to run such an operation? You heard about that there are different partners. You heard, for example, Rizwan by saying, we're here to help. How are you running such an operation globally?
So I think we stand on the shoulders of people like Noshad Uncle, who've really done the hard work in terms of creating the curriculum, introducing it, and it's quite a paradigm shift in the way that the Tarbiyah runs. But it's about networking. People come to us and they ask us about the Tarbiyah curriculum, its training, its conversations, its testimonials. Tarbiyah has been running for quite a while now, so people are seeing the effect and the benefits of it. So alhamdulillah, and to be honest, we have lots of regional partners who help us. We can't do this alone. So we're thankful for the entire community to help us carry Tarbiyah to where it is today.
Thank you very much. What about the digital angle?
Yeah.
Is that something which has evolved? Just tell us, basically.
Yeah, so in 2021, we had 17 madaris who are using the digital portal. Alhamdulillah, we now have over 47 madaris and 7,014 students plus using digital tarbiyah. It's an amazing system. It allows you to track learning. It allows children. We're so fortunate. I'm just going to give you an example of how this can be beneficial. We're lucky to travel around the world and to go to different madaris. It was namaz time. It was Dhuhr namaz time after a training. We had lunch, and I saw this lady who was doing wudu, but she was doing wudu over her clothes, and she didn't understand how. And we explained to her, and we met her a year after, and she explained to us that using the tarbiyah with her children, she was able to relearn Islam herself. So having access to something like digital tarbiyah really allows the whole family and essentially the whole community to go on a learning journey. Digital tarbiyah allows you to track students. It allows you to generate reports. You can see how many lessons are covered. You can learn at home. It's digitized. The storybooks are read to you. It's a very dynamic process. It's very easy to use, and it's evolving all the time. So we get feedback. Can we add this and can we make this a bit more user friendly? But it's a beautiful, beautiful program that's been very well received.
Thank you very much. Hasnain bhai, adult continuous education throughout life. This is a passion for you. When you hear this kind of progress, what are your thoughts?
So what I would share is that across the globe, if we see, wherever we have access to this particular Tarbiyah curriculum, we do not have. Every part of the world, there is some mechanism whereby children up to age of 16 are covered, mashallah, almost till 70-80%. It is after that when the student goes into university, into professional curriculum, is where they get disengaged. And whatever has been invested up to the age of 16 starts withering out. And which is where a very big white space and a need which needs to be built up. So I think Safdar Bhai was saying yesterday about the mechanism which is working. So these kind of mechanisms can be used across the world, and I think that will really help the community.
I wanted to push this part. Everything starts somewhere. MCE you have, and then you got a roadmap. Safdar Bhai yesterday said that this is one of the key things, that we don't stop there. It's a continuous life learning and a tarbiyah for every Muslim and Muslimah, yes? I'm going to go a bit further. There are some flagship projects. There is the feedback that we have not given importance for the Quran, and specifically not the teaching and learning, recitation and tadabbur of Quran. What is the flagship? Because many people don't know, Zulekha Bhai.
Yeah.
You give a short summary and then maybe just say what the milestones ahead are for the Quran curriculum. Thank you.
So the Tarbiyah Quran curriculum has now been completed, the recitation curriculum, and it's been piloted to 3 madrasas in Kowaj. So over 800 students and about just over 100 teachers are piloting this Tarbiyah Quran curriculum. We've had some very, very good feedback, some very critical feedback, some very constructive feedback. Most of the feedback that we've had is the curriculum is very easy to use. Just to give you a little bit of an understanding of the TQC, it is an Uthman Taha. It teaches students how to read from the Uthman Taha script. I think traditionally we have all learned from the Indo-Pak script. And so we've also created a transition curriculum that teaches adults and children who are already on the Big Quran, essentially, on the Indo-Pak script, to transition how to learn Uthman Taha. So that's the precursor that we had. We trained all of our teachers who are going to do the pilot. And this is also going to be available to any parents, any adults, any who want to learn Uthman Taha as well.
How do you assure quality? Because everyone is opinionated. Everyone knows what sounds good. But everyone has a khwahish. Anyone who is a parent, grandparent, they want their children to be the best reciters. Yes? But there's a gap. Everyone. How do we ensure that we have the right teachers?
So it's all about training. So we want to make sure that we train regional champions around the world to ensure that they can then cascade that training down into their own madaris. We're starting off now with 107 madrasas, so we obviously can't go to each and every madrasa to train. So we are going to train regional champions to then cascade that training down to their teachers, inshallah.
Thank you very much. And if we move on to another flagship, RSC.
Yeah.
Now, even I did a mistake in the abbreviation of that last time. We're not going to go into it. But if I did a mistake, how will everyone know what it is? Can you just summarize what is RSC, why is it so important, and what are the steps and what is the timeline? Everything in 2 minutes.
So RSE stands for Relationships and Self-Education. In the United Kingdom, it's called Relationships and Sex Education, but we wanted it to be about the child and the self, the relationship between the body and the soul. And it really talks about putting Allah first, and that Allah doesn't make mistakes. So whenever a child from a very, very young age needs to decide who's going to be my friend, where shall we go out, what choices am I making, we want them to know that Allah first. It tackles taboo subjects which are really spoken about right now, that people, the sensitive things like bullying, gender identity, things that young children are grappling with. Identity is a really big issue. The voices outside of them, who should they listen to? And so there are 333 lessons that are complete. About 56 of these are madrasa-centric lessons that we can use inside of a classroom. We are currently piloting, we have a few madrasas who are piloting. Nasimco Toronto is one of those madrasas, inshallah. We have a couple in Kowaj. And whoever is interested in RSC, please come and talk to us, and we can, and we understand as well that regional needs are going to be different. So different regions have different nuances that they have to grapple with. So we're very, very happy to make any adjustments that we need to be able to meet specific regional needs as well.
Thank you very much. Sister Shifa, sorry, putting you on the spot. This is ad hoc. Why do you think RAC is very important? And is it a problem of the West only?
So it's definitely not. I think it's a very specific issue that we're facing. So where we're located in Toronto, in Ontario, the province has launched a sex education curriculum that from the age of from the kindergarten class all the way up to grade 12, there's a progressive agenda, liberal agenda being placed, and there's some work that Nasimco did in even advocating against this at the provincial level. But there are actors at work that are working to influence our children, and unless we work to create, work with MCE, work with the World Federation at a regional level, and counteract these outside actors, we're going to face the issues and we won't be ready. And so we at Center of Islamic Learning have been working so closely with you all here at the World Federation in order to get it into our madrasas, pilot it in Toronto, and then push it across the madaris across North America. But we have, it's legislation that we're fighting against.
Perfect. Just to everyone, you heard some questions, you've seen some remarks. We're going to open up for the floor to ask questions. But what we're going to do is first now we're going to go into marketing. You heard that presentation, and we'll have a bit of panel discussion that way. And we'll open up for a Q&A, which is about 10 minutes long for both topics, inshallah. Okay? May I ask kindly, thank you so much, Zulekha Bhai, and we're going to come back with more questions from the floor. Can we go and show the video for the marketing and communication for this term? Bismillah.
The Marketing and Communications Department plays an instrumental role in managing the diverse marketing needs across the WF. From crafting engaging social media posts to producing impactful videos, all dedicated to amplifying the WF's message across multiple platforms. Our objectives range from raising awareness and fostering trust to generating donations and promoting events and courses. Since 2021, we've seen 162% growth on YouTube and 127% on Instagram. This is only possible through consistent content generation at standards that remain uncompromised. We've carried out extensive studies to find the need across the community and compared it with the industry, and implemented our findings into our outputs. This adds an extra layer of communication that ensures comprehensive coverage of our activities. We also display real-time updates and reporting on the array of work at the WF. To reach a broader audience, we've effectively translated newswires from English to French, Gujarati, and Urdu, ensuring accessibility across the board. In response to the growing need for privacy protection and the demand for innovative content creation, the Marketing and Communications Department has incorporated artificial intelligence into its operations. From graphic designs to writing tools, AI is fully utilized to create engaging creative content to fulfill various objectives. Over the course of the term, we've also revamped websites and introduced various apps, a few examples being the Donate.wf portal, the iSadaqah app, and WF Central. Marketing and communications is like the axis to the handmill. It's how we interact with our global audience, both donors and beneficiaries, how we communicate with the grassroots and the seasoned community membership. It will forever be at the heart of the WF.
Thank you. Sabira Bhai Juma heads marketing and communications. May I ask something? My questions nobody is ready for, so it's on the spot. You're not going to like this question, but what steps did you have to take in your first year, and what don't you need to do any longer?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Well, when we first joined, the marketing and communications team was very different. The way things were done were also different. What we don't need to do, it was very, things were not in the sense that we had to go and fetch information from all departments, but we had to also figure out what the demographics are looking for. So we had a very different demographic audience as to what we have now. The whole point was to involve and engage the Khoja community globally of different demographics, more females, because we didn't have that much engagement from the female community or from the youths. Sorry, your question was what do we do differently? And I've just digressed slightly, but I think it's important for everyone to understand that what we used to do was send out newswires that went out monthly that showed all the departments' achievements in one monthly newswire. At the moment, we don't do that. We have so much information that sometimes we are fighting with Secretariat and all the departments because we have 3 newswires per day sometimes. But it's about getting the right information out at the right time.
Can I ask Ali Akbar Bhai Shroff, do you have time to read 3 newswires and 3 Instagram shorts and 2 YouTubes and 5 Facebook posts in one day and only from World Federation?
Assalamu alaikum. That's too much to ask for, honestly. So, but yes, having said that, newswires regularly and posts from the World Federation keeps us connected globally. And I think this is a wonderful way in connecting the grassroots, where it's a direct connect between WF and grassroots. And in some time back, I had also received a message from Honorable President Sheikh Safdar Jafar to publicize this. And I think the subscriptions from India must have increased, considerably. And I have one more comment on MC, but then I will come back later.
We'll come back on that one as well. So, Sheikh Hanif છે અહીંયા? ત્યાં આસન. શેખના હવે અમારા જે ન્યૂઝ વાયર જે છે ગુજરાતીમાં પણ એ કાંઈ અસર છે કાંઈ આમાં શું તમે એક ખુલાસો આપો કે ગુજરાતીમાં આવે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન તરફથી? ઇઝ ઇટ સમથિંગ વિચ ઇઝ લાઈક તમને પસંદ છે, ફીડબેક છે આ બારામાં?
થેન્ક યુ. તમને ખબર છે કે હવે ગુજરાતી રીડિંગ આપણા જવાનોમાં એકદમ ઓછું થઈ ગયું છે, પણ જો તમે ફ્રેન્ચમાં રાખી શકો તો આપણો કોમ્યુનિકેશનમાં વધારો થશે.
સાબિરાબાઈ
જી,
આમાં ગુજરાતી અને ઇંગ્લિશમાં છે, but do we also have French or not?
French છે.
All our news wires come out also in French as well. This was one of the things which Pramukh Saab says, I want to have 3 languages, and he actually said, I also want Urdu as well. And at times, we actually have more than that as well, inshallah.
So if we look at stats, sorry if I can just intervene here, French is the 2nd most read language in our newswires. Gujarati is not read as much, so Sheikh Hanif is right, but French is read quite a bit.
Excellent. Now, I would like to just ask you about demographics. Who reads more? Let me just ask a poll on the spot here. Do you think that those who read our material and access our information, most of them are above the age of 50 or below the age? Everyone who thinks is above the age of 50, raise your hands. Pramukh Sahab, 50% thinks that? Yeah? How many of you think that the majority who access the World Federation information are above the age of 40 or under? So who thinks that it's above the age of 40? Oh, now we're going to 60-70%. Sabirabhai, you got all the answers. Come in.
only 6% of our readership is above the age of 50. Our main readership, we're talking about a very high percentage of between 35 and 40% are between the ages of 18 and 30.
Wow, I heard wow. You cannot believe that, ne? Ajab, ne? So does it mean that the marketing one is working? Yes. Some of you will say, oh, this is only the younger generation who access these things. No, we know that our parents and grandparents do access. The question is how they read. Sukaina Bhai Noor Muhammad, what was your reaction on that? What did you think? If you can use the mic.
Totally amazed with the answer before when I raised my hand up, thinking 50 plus, but it sounds that a lot of youths and the youngsters are engaged.
That means I'm going to make 3 conclusions. This is me, based on what, when I a data person, Sajad Bhai, Census team, Pramukh Sahab, we're all data people, yeah? First, it means that there is a void and somebody is trying to look for information and they see World Federation answering maybe something which they don't find somewhere else. Otherwise, why would you read and look? Number 2, I'm assuming that we've been able to make a trend change. So I'm going to ask, what was it before? And thirdly, I would say that people would not come back to material if it was not interesting. So actually, when you go home, into your homes, family regions, I would like you all to say that actually our younger generations are interested in community. Thank you. What was it before, Sabira Bhai, if you give me?
The demographics? So we had a readership, our younger audience, so 18 to 30, were only below 5%. So we have had a huge shift in that perspective.
Thank you very much. Now what we will do is, we will open up for questions from the floor.
Just before we do that, I just want to add here one important thing. The conference should also be critical as well. For example, the point of youths 18 to 30 has gone up significantly because of the great work Marcom has done with Facebook, social media, Instagram, and that's... But the question of lack of youth involvement, it's not manifesting. It's just an example. Likewise for MCE, whilst the impact of MCE is there and everybody has a wow factor, we need to have retrospection that are we seeing the tarbiyah change physically, in spiritual aspect? Are the teachers also engaged in that process? So the reason I'm raising this is we are showcasing the best, the way we see it, which is great. And now we want to hear perspectives where you feel there are deficiencies we need to fill in. But if we hear positive feedback, it just motivates us to continue. But if you feel there are areas we can improve, we will, inshallah, look into it. So on that spirit, if we can open the floor, that will be great.
Thank you very much. And on this point, it's 1.5 minutes maximum. And I'm going to ask Alijat Bhai if you can check how much we are in timing. If you can whisper in between, just check now. But we're going to stick to max 1.5 minutes. And I saw Muhammad Mahdi Kareem, and then I saw Amir Uncle as well. Bismillah, Muhammad Mahdi, Bismillah.
Thank you very much. Firstly, Sabir Aunty, thank you very much for your report. From a personal perspective, I love just visuals, and I think that the visual aesthetic of the WF Instagram page has really improved recently. Also, following-wise, we've gone up past 6,000, which is great. In terms of this point on youth engagement, I just wanted to dig a bit deeper. There may be an increase in followers, but what statistics do you have in terms of the actual engagement? Because I think the likes on Instagram, for example, vary between 14 at the lowest to maybe 100. So how can we increase that to match the follower ratio to engagement? What is the average read time? Because we spend maybe 3 seconds scrolling on each post on Instagram. So even though the number of youths reading it has increased, how long are they actually spending on this? And thirdly, a little bit more detail on how you've reached out to the youth to try and align the challenges we face with what content gets put out there. Thank you.
Sure.
Amir Merad.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a great pleasure to hear how MC has progressed, but I think at the same time it would be good to go back and how it started in February 2011, and it was under the leadership of Dr. Molidina at the retreat in Dubai, where there was a force which wanted to introduce syllabus from Qum, but then there was another conference or meeting in Dar es Salaam, and at that time it was difficult to get people to participate. So an arrangement was done. Otherwise, so thus Dar es Salaam was a success when all the participants came in and MCE took off. So you had to also appreciate how this seed was sown and that the tree was going to come up with the strong thing, with the trunk, and now you can see the branches of madaris and everything. So when you've been praising all the time that under this term we didn't done this, but you should not forget who started it. So we need to acknowledge, and this August House should be told what has happened in the past.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's very right. We can always give tribute, and we do to give tribute, and we do it continuously at every exco as well. We work only on the success, on the pathway and the foundation which our elders and amazing volunteers have done in past. Dr. Molina Sahab, you are here, so we acknowledge that, and we know that everyone who was there, even President Sahab was there in the very early parts of it. Okay, can I just go to Sister Shifa? We have a list we are just following. Sister Shifa, Bismillah.
So I just had a question about in conversion, and perhaps we'll get into it when we get into World Federation 8. But it'd be very interesting to know, of the youth that you said have increased over the work that you've done, how many of those interactions, especially on World Federation 8 posts, convert into donations? And then I know yesterday you had mentioned, you've been doing Know Your Donor and like trying to figure out the demographics of who's donating. And I think it would be a worthwhile venture, at least until for next year, to let us know how many of those people, how many clicks actively give you, a donation to Aliyasgar Water Appeal, give you, Gaza relief.
Thank you. We're collating the different questions and we'll come to answers as we go along. We have online Sister Fatima Rajwani. Bismillah, Sister Fatima.
Assalamu alaikum. Being a youth and representing a delegate of Pakistan Federation, as I'm TSP trained, and it's really effective and beneficial, alhamdulillah, mashallah. But however, there are a few points to consider as community awareness, because there's a need to raise awareness in the community in Pakistan. Secondly, the language of instruction. The majority of youth have learned Diniyat and Urdu over here. So there's this barrier over here. And thirdly, the MCE curriculum is primarily used in the areas where English madrasas are prevalent. So therefore, it's not into the reach of people who are over here living maybe in the lower middle class or the middle class, where there are mostly Urdu Diniyat available. So that's basically one of the main points. And thirdly, I would like to highlight that when usually youth is scroll down and they go through these posters because of the scrolling. So that's why they visualize more about that, and maybe the topics which are encouraging. So those topics maybe can be an awareness point for the youth, basically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hasnain Bhai Aziz, Bismillah.
Thank you very much. Sister Zuleika, I had a question for you. You mentioned about RSE. I'm very interested in knowing, from your perspective, in your experiences, what has been the most effective way in which we do the train the trainer, right? Because that's one of the things we battle with all the time. You hear different contrasting viewpoints, but very interested in knowing from you that runs a program. Thank you.
Thank you. Murtaza Bhai, Kanani.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm looking at the social media engagement that we have. We seem to have about 6,000 followers. It'd be interesting to know what the demographics are, from where the 6,000 followers are. Secondly, 6,000 followers in reality for what we do as an organization is not a number to be too excited about. It should be a lot higher than that. What are we doing to increase the engagement, number one, and how much are we spending at the moment to have got the traction that we have?
Thank you very much. Okay. I am going to be a bit forceful. We will have Ali Bhai Shroff, Ibrahim Bhai, Siddiqa Bhai, and Mahmoud Bhai Dala. And I'll have to just a moment here, and because otherwise we'll go over time. That's why. I will try to get other in later stage as well. Ali Akbar Bhai, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to congratulate World Federation, past leadership and current leadership under Sheikh Sabda Jafar to have done commendable work in MCE. I've been seeing this subject from last about a decade whenever I'm coming to these meetings. But yes, this is the day which we all wanted to see before quite some time. And I think considerable success has been achieved on this. So my accolades to the whole team at MC and at the head table as well. Now I have an, usually, you know, Moshid Uncle also said yesterday, India is very slow. But here India is very fast. And I'd like to make an offer to you. We already have a module which is well tried, tested, effective, and it's running from past about maybe 2 decades in India. And we have an able representative here in terms of my younger brother, Hussein Shroff, who is here. He's a chartered accountant by profession, and he has very keen interest in promoting this across the global community. So Sheikh Sabda Jafar is also well aware of this. We've had several close discussions with him. Arif Bahirji is also aware of this. This curriculum is basically in English. So the entire European community, the Nasimco and all will have a ready to eat sort of a concept on this, and it is approved by Aga Sistani Sahab. Okay, your biggest challenge that we are facing is youth not engaging into Islamic education after the age of 16, because that's when they get into universities, that's where they get into their careers, and they then get lost into the worldly affairs. And this is somewhere, like, our youths are lacking behind in this connect. So we can fill in this void. There is a successful module there. Brother Hussein is there. I would be there to assist him. Now Sohail Bhai is on board. Nihal Bhai is there. So we all can get together with this.
Thank
My
you,
time
sir.
is out?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Thank you.
We understood that.
Yeah.
And we'll answer on it as well, inshallah. And Ibrahim Bhai, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I think it's quite an accomplishment, I have to say, putting the entire curriculum for Madrasa on digital, because it allows us to update things on the fly and not have to worry about the paper all the time. I think one of the areas that I think we should focus on is teacher training. I think that we all appreciate that most of teachers that are madrasas are volunteers. They're not professional teachers. They don't know how to deliver sometimes. So I think it's important that we get down to training our teachers more. I know this is a focus for Nasimco, and I am sure it is for other federations. But I would like to know what World Federation is doing for this. And also, I think I'll just go back to my comment yesterday about the community affairs funds that were not being used. Maybe this is a focus that we can use some of the funds to channel down to provide training for teachers, because there's a lot of costs involved with the travel, accommodations, etc. And often the teachers don't get the training that they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Siddiqa Bhai? Siddiqa Bhai Hirji.
Assalamu alaikum. My question is for MCE. Does MCE have any specific curriculum, or rather, I think we need to look into a curriculum post-high school as a preparation for our individuals for a married life? We can see the fabric of a society, the marriage institution, have a lot of challenges at the moment. And we have seen that when they are back from universities and ready for marriage, the short seminars that we have may not be sufficient. So if there is a way we can cover that part, after the high school, some basic preparations of a family life that can be looked into, please?
Ahsan, thank you very much. And Mahmoud Baidala, Bismillah Mahmoud.
Hassan, thank you. On the MC front, first, Zulekha Bhai, thank you for your extremely well presented, punchy, and as always, professional presentation. On the rollout of the curriculum, Zulekha Bhai, Alhamdulillah, yes, I was there in Ras Al Khaimah to see 45 madaris then, and to see 107 evolved in a span of 2.5 years or so. Looking at the statistics provided to us over here, I can see that with 34 in Europe and 38 in Canada, USA, that's the lion's share of the 107. That brings it about to 67% just rolled out within Europe and Canada. What steps are we doing to increase the rollout, A, and B, what are the challenges you're facing? And lastly, as our Secretary General always puts out, what's the KPI that we meet in 2027? What will that figure be from 107 to what? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question from Dr. Molidina, and then we will go to answers, please.
Thank you very much, Sir. I think while we are praising here, we also have got to be conducting a critical analysis. The Tarbiyah program has been now being implemented for about 10 years. The preparation took 3-4 years. It took a long time, but now it's for about 10 years. And I'm glad now Shiraz Bhai Walji has started on the Census team. So in order to assess the impact of this Tarbiyah program, we really got to see now, are the vices in our communities, in our homes, are they diminishing? Are the number of divorces, are they on the downward trend or are they on the increasing trend? If we don't see that impact, means something still more has to be done. We don't have to have our faith just on our tongues. This faith has got to go into our minds and brains and descend down into our hearts. Then only our behavior at home, our behavior in the community will show the impact of this Tarbiyah program. Having said that, I really want to commend your communications team. I really want to ask one question to all of you here. How many of you have the app iSadqa on your phone? I find it so useful. Whenever there's a mayat, somebody has passed away, you want to send out a sadqa on the name of the marhumin, immediately you use it and it's delivered immediately. So I would really urge people to make use of the apps that the World Federation has developed and go over it. Final question, how many of us here are following the World Federation newswires on YouTube or on social media? You ask yourself, I don't need an answer, but if the majority are, we need to increase the numbers of those who are doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so what we'll do now is go to answers. May I ask Sister Sabira that you tackle the marketing as well as communication parts, pen as well, and then we'll go over to MC. Bismillah.
Sure, okay. Thank you all for your comments and questions. It was very helpful. So to start off with, Brother Muhammad Mahdi, you asked 3 questions per se. One was, what was the engagement level? So our engagement is not very high, I must say that. We need youths like yourself to bring in people. I'll just link it to your last question, was how have we reached out to the youth? So we have been collaborating with local youth bodies within Courage since we're based here. We have reached out to some in Nasimco, but it would be great, especially with the with the addition of the youth committee now that are come on board. I think it will be great if we can brainstorm and have ideas. Linking that to also Sister Fatima Rahmani on Zoom, where she gave us a comment saying that the posters and topics look very visually, nice, which is something you said as well. We would love for youths like yourself to DM us with ideas. We're open, whether it's a DM, whether it's an email. I know that's a bit outdated, but we are open to collaborations. And I think the few collaborations that we did with influencers, with people of good following, really helped us. And you asked the read time per post. So at the moment, most of our stuff on Instagram, I'm just confirming that you're talking about Instagram here and not YouTube. So most of our stuff on Instagram is actually real. So we've got view time, and it's an average of 30 to 60 seconds. We don't try and go above 60 seconds. And we have an 18-second average at the moment. So hopefully that answers your question. Do you have anything to add to that before I move on?
No, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Sister Shifa, I don't see her, but I can just answer her question. She asked how much of the aid posts actually convert into donations. So just to give everyone a little bit of a background, as a marketing and communications department, we have formal meetings with the aid department a minimum of twice a week. And this can go on to an average of 3 hours per week, which is a formal meeting. There is no out of this, even if it's conference week, post-conference week, this has to happen because we run the WF handle in parallel to the WF aid handle. So as we have all other departments doing their things, so for example, I've got Sheikh Nadir here, if we have something from external tabligh, we also have something going on in aid. Our current aid appeal is the Hajj Qurbani, which comes to an end in a couple of weeks, obviously with the month of Dhul Hijjah, and then we move on to our flagship Ali Asghar water appeal. So I think it's suffice to say that we can't actually tell you per post or per video, but we can see the immediate impact of the donations flowing in as soon as we send something out, and we have to time it region-wise. We have to look at what the best time, we always do, Laylatul Jum'ah post, because we know that places like Australia are ahead of us, India is ahead of us, Pakistan, then the UAE, then Tanzania, coming backwards all the way until we realize that Nasimco is behind us. So let's say this is Shahr Ramadan and it's the eve of Laylatul Qadr. We're always stuck if we're in a different date, so we have to time that really well. So I think it does work up to a certain, potential. Next question was, I think, from Murtaza Uncle Kanani, asking where the followers are from. So we've got the highest follower, 23.3% in the United Kingdom, followed by 16.1% in Tanzania, 12.4% Pakistan, 8% India, 7% Canada, North America. Those are the stats that I've just managed to pull up. If you need any further information, please come and see me. A comment that you made, thank you, which was critical as well as constructive, was 6,000 followers is not to be excited about. Well, I'd just like to correct you slightly. We were at 6,000 followers. We don't run one handle. We have bespoke handles for Hawza Online, for MCE Tarbiyah, for WF8. If we put it all together, we're currently on a 13,500 followers. Am I happy about that? Am I excited about that? No, I'm not. But from where we were, and we can see the 127% growth, I am. I've just, with the help of Brother Asad over here, also pulled out the current stats of the 6 regional federations who are sat in this room. So the 3 main federations who are active on Instagram are COIJ, Nasimco, and Africa Federation. Alhamdulillah, all of you have 2,000 followers each. So if you add the 3 up, that's the 6,000 that we were at 3 years ago. KCA doesn't have a page, but the Imam Hassan Center does. It has 171 followers. India Federation, non-existent on Instagram. It is existent on Facebook, but for the size of India Federation, it has 500 followers, and their last post was in 2021. And Pakistan Federation don't have a page, but I'm going to give them the goodwill of KPSIAJ, so Pirai Jamaat, 1,000 followers. So if, there's such large Jamaat, so we all have to, you have to help us here. That's all I can say. There's only that much that me and my team can do, but we're willing to work with each and every one of you in this room to try and, inshallah, by the next conference, double this number, inshallah.
Ahsan, thank you. Not only that, we have just heard that for every person who follows one region, they do follow at the same time WF. That means if they follow WF, we can also make them follow regions as well. Yes? Just a food for thought. Anyway, can we go over to MCE questions, please? Answering them.
Thank you. So thank you, Amir Uncle, for your comment. Absolutely, we acknowledge Dr. Maulidina. He flies the flag high for MCE. He's such a proponent for it. Thank you. Fatima Bai Rajwani, you talked about the language of instruction. Absolutely. At the moment, it is in French and English, and we are working with our regional partners, inshallah, to get more translation, inshallah, in due course. Hasnainba, you spoke about RSE and what's most effective. So I'm going to start off with our training programs, TTT. Training the teachers is essential for the continuation of tarbiyah. We now have, such a big so many madrasas are now part of RSE tarbiyah. Just wanted to let you know, when we retrained Nasimco in 2022, in that year alone, Nasimco then went on to train 250 more teachers. So Nasimco is absolutely brilliant at cascading down that training. STIL team is amazing. We have such a great relationship with them. What's most effective is actually getting those trainers to train madrasas, because it's really difficult for us to go around the world and do it. So it's working very, very well. We are working towards training all madrasas in the world to have their own trainers. And that allows us, and then obviously we will have the little, catch-ups with them and refreshers with them if anything changes. They feed back to us to say, oh, this is too much, this is too little. But train the trainer is very, very effective at the moment. RSE, let's talk about this, offline, because the needs that you have as a Nasimco are so completely different to the needs people have, in Africa, or the trends are the same, but the nuances are different. In America, there's red states and blue states. In Britain and Europe, there's all these compliance issues, and you have your own compliance issues as well. So essentially, the curriculum, the content is quite similar, but the way that it's rolled out, the way that things are talked about, I guess how much we can say about everything as well. So let's talk about it offline if that's okay with you. Thank you, Ali Akbar Bai Sharaf. The module, let's talk about that as well. We look forward to looking at your post-16 to 18 curriculum. And that also ties nicely into what Siddiqa Aunty had to say as well. You talked about having a curriculum that dealt with training people, for marriage and stuff. We are speaking into with Islamic education at the moment to see what we can do to work together. I just want to ask everybody a question here. As a percentage of time, how much time do you think children spend in madrasa? If there's 8,760 hours in a year, of that, what percentage of time do children spend in madrasa? Anybody want to venture a guess? 100 hours? How many percentage do you think that is? What's the percentage? 1.1% of time is how much time children spend in madrasa. 1.1%. And in that time, we want to teach them salah and som and Quran and. So it's really important that we now think about how we create an environment at home to be able to nurture these children before and after that they come to madrasa. So it's a really important conversation that we want to have with Islamic education, inshallah. And Siddiqa Aunty, that will probably help with creating and nurturing the seeds for post madrasa.
Can I please ask everyone to pay attention? These are questions which has come from yourselves. So when the answers are given, then we need to listen to each other. Please, thank you.
Ibrahim Bai from Nasimco asked about teacher training. You're absolutely right. Teacher training is really, really, really important. We offer lots of training. So we offer the TSP, we offer the CT training, we offer TTT, train the trainer, and we offer STP as well. And you're right. It really does take investment in these trainings. Please come to us for any questions, and if we can support you in any way, we are at your service. Mahmoud Dala Uncle asked about the rollout and the challenges. I guess the challenges are always going to be about what's the biggest challenge is what's the periphery around the classroom. We need to extend the learning outside of the classroom. It's very, very difficult in that 1.1% of time to give children everything that they need to be able to formulate their Islamic identity, understand the issues around RSE, know their ahkam, understand faith in action. There's so much to do. And we need to work as a community to be able to make sure that we are empowering young parents, teachers, and communities worldwide to ensure that these children are supported in and out of the classrooms. KPI for 2027, if you ask me personally, I think it's about preserving Islamic identity to make sure that our children are safeguarded from the outside noises that is infiltrating their thoughts and their minds. We want to safeguard their hearts from all these challenges that they ask a child now, whether it's about gender identity, whether it's about just Islamic outlook on what they think. So we really want to protect our children to make sure that they have an Islamic worldview. Dr. Maulidina, thank you so much for all of your wonderful comments. You're absolutely right. The impact of Tarbiyah curriculum, we want, again, this is the same thing that we're talking about. We want to make smaller focus groups, talk about the impact of Tarbiyah, how can we make it better. And inshallah, we can work together with all of our regional partners to make sure that it is an effective and impactful curriculum all round. Thank you.
Thank you for the answers. There's one item which was not fully answered. This one, between myself and President, we will answer. We are, because India is fast on this, and it has been pushed on us, we have already started what you would call an evaluation on how we could put it out globally, the phenomena which has been there over almost 2 decades now, 5 decades now, so tested in India with a big population, but we are saying how can you packet adult education so that it fits throughout the world in a way, because to have long lessons, how do you make them piecemeal and how do we make it relevant? So we have already appointed a scholar, and Safdar, maybe you will want to say a bit what the vision, because it ties to your manifesto as well, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman. The thanks will come later because profound work is done by our marketing team as well as MCE, but all the departments will park that to the end. I'll just summarize the discussion and the challenge. There is no doubt the question that Dr. Maulidina asked probably was the most important one in this context. What is the impact? The same question will come up in WF aid thing. We've been doing aid work for so many years. What is the return on social investment? How do you quantify that? How do you quantify taqwa? These are questions which is difficult to answer. However, a madrasa where you only spend 1.5 days a year, if you look at the 1.5, whatever calculations that was done, 3.5, 4 days, full 24 hours is nothing. You cannot expect tarbiyah to do tarbiyah of a child at the madrasa. It is a holistic view. The parents have to play a role. The environment plays a role. The schools kids go play a role. They are hardly playing a fraction. We as a community can only do the best. And every time we strive, other challenges come. The RSC comes up. The relationship and sex education, which we have changed to relationship and self-education, because kids at 8 are taught about same-gender interaction. These matters are serious. And then, compounded by that, 16 years finished. There is nothing beyond 16 years for the community. When they go to university to face the challenges of ideology as well as social, ethical challenges, we have nothing. This is what we want to focus at. The impact cannot come necessarily. It's a 10-year, it will take time, but hopefully the starting point, and then parent education is required. Are parents equipped to train their kids in today's environment? We heard Salim Bhai yesterday said he had to change his style of parenting, because if he followed his way, then there's a challenge. So there are many, many things that have been raised in this house. So the point that was just mentioned about lifelong learning, min al-mahdi ila al-lahad, is part of the manifesto. Hasnain Bhai Shroff has mentioned about a successful model that we have seen in India. We are studying that. Sheikh Safdar Radi is reviewing the entire curriculum on that effect, because something in India may not necessarily work everywhere, but the fundamentals are there. It has successfully produced people where there's continuous learning till you die. There's online Hawza report, and it's very timely because Islamic education report will come later. But to summarize, inshallah ta'ala, there's a lot of work to be done. And the most important thing is the schools, the Islamic schools, the schools that we own, the secular schools with both Deen and Dunya. So inshallah, we will continue to strive. Thank you very much for your comments. And let's keep talking, let's keep engaging, and let's keep working together on this front. And I would like to thank all the regions. Every region has been extremely supportive. Madagascar probably was the only place where MCE was not utilized, but in Amin Bhai's term, alhamdulillah ta'ala, now MCE is implemented in Madagascar as well, alhamdulillah. So that completes the equation of more than 16,000 kids across the world that are using Tarbiyah, thanks to this house that passed the MCE program during the time of Dr. Maulidina and others, inshallah. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali. Murtaza Bhai, you asked a question, how do we engage? And how can we become better? Sabira Bhai, you didn't answer And Zulekha Bhai, you didn't answer it fully. But you are going to answer it now because we're going to announce something which is spectacular. And Sabira Bhai, would you like that we should show the video now, or shall we give? I'll give an introduction first. This is the year of Thaqalain. Quran at the center. Whenever we come out, and this is the hunger of the community. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say mahjura, the word mahjura, that actually we forsake the Quran, inshallah, the Hawza community will not be that, inshallah. When we come out with an information that we're going to have a competition around Quran, everyone jumps at it. We have hundreds and hundreds of children and adults who want to participate. So if we can show a video, and Sabira, would you like to give an introduction, or Zulekha Bhai, before we go into the video? Because we're going to announce the winners of the competition very fast.
Just very briefly, like I think a question you asked yesterday, we've had 3 competitions in the last 15 months, starting in Ayyam Fatimiyya the year before, and we've had 900 participants. I just want to acknowledge that the youngest participant we've had is 2 years old, and the eldest we've had is over 70 years old. So it's not, we can see that the love language of the Quran is for all, and this has made us realize that parents are working really hard on their children, because we will show a very short clip now that will show you the quality of recitation. Now, this year's Shahr Ramadan competition was slightly more challenging. It wasn't only memorizing a surah of the Quran, it was also memorizing a hadith from our 12th Holy Imam, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad, to actually what he has said about that particular surah. So the children and the adults memorize the Arabic and the English of that hadith as well. So linking it to the year of Thaqalain. And we're just going to show you a very short snippet of how that came about.
Okay, please pay attention. The Quran is here. Bismillah.
إنما هو ذلك دين القائم عليه السلام. Imam al-Sadiq alayhi salam said about the verse, that is the upright religion. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. وَالنَّهَارِ إِذَا تَجَلَّى. This verse has a hadith mentioning it that is also related to Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. النهار هو القائم عليه السلام منا أهل البيت إذا قام غلب دولته الباطل والقرآن ضرب فيه الأمثال للناس وخاطب الله نبيه به ونحن فليس يعلمه غيرنا.
النعمة الظاهرة الإمام الظاهر والباطلة الإمام الغائب. فقلت له: ويكون في الأئمة من يغيب؟ قال: نعم، يغيب عن أبصار الناس شخص ولا يغيب عن قلوب المؤمنين ذكره، وهو 12 منا، يسهل الله له كل عسير.
Ahsantum. Thank you very much. What we saw here was that it was not only recitation, but can you quote the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam regarding the tafasir of the different ayah? What is specifically there? So embodiment of Thaqalain, that the Quran cannot be understood without the Ahlul Bayt. And this is our children who have not only memorized, showed that they understand. This is just an example. So we would like to now show that who the winners are, and if you can put up those, please. Sabira Bhai and Zulekha Bhai, if you can just comment about the winners, this is on the slides now.
Next slide, please, Shaidali. So those are the winners for the 7 and under in the Hifz category. If we can go to the next slide. That's the 8 to 11, and these are all from different regions. You can see the countries they've participated from as well. Next slide, please. 12 to 15 age category. Next slide. And I must say here that the 16 plus were all from Pakistan, the winners. So big salawat for them.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. This is our future. These are our children. And when we see that the global community in every region is participating, you saw Australia there, you saw Africa there, you saw North America there, Europe, And I have to say, Pakistan Zindabad. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Very good. Okay. That was not a political comment at all. You know I love each one of you, and you love me as well, yeah? Ahsantum. We are now going to go to, if you are not only excited already, I know you all are going to be like, wow now. This topic is something which is absolutely special, and my dear brother Ali Jawad Bhai Hansraj will give the introduction to this one, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Before I give the introduction, some of you who know me know how much I love poetry, English and Urdu, and also a bit of Gujarati. But at least I know one person on the co-ed desk who is a fan of Allama Iqbal. So Salim bhai, I'll give you a few minutes to think, and then if you would like to share something from him for the youth. But I'll just repeat what I repeated last time we met. Iqbal says, "Nahi hai na umeed, Iqbal apni kishte veeran se." Iqbal has not lost hope in this barren garden. Zara nam ho to ye mitti bahut zarkhez hai saki. All it needs is a bit of watering. This soil is very fertile. Our youth here are today going to present their progress since the last time we got together and their vision for how they want to have a structured body to move forward with the WF and the community. In the loudest of salawat, may I please ask you to welcome our 6 youth members. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Just to introduce them, we have Sister Zahra Habib from Africa Federation, Sister Insia Fatima from Pakistan Federation, Sister Nida Ajani from Khoja Communities Australia, Brother Talib from Nasimco, Brother Siptain from Koej, and Brother Mohammad Raza from India Federation. AV team, would you be able to play the video first, please, to set the scene, please?
The World Federation's Youth Task Force was founded at the 2023 Exco, which coincided with the first ever youth conference. Youth from across the world came together to meet and share ideas. It was at that point that the World Federation sought to establish a youth task force to address the challenges faced by today's youth. Recognizing the need for action, the participants elected this task force of passionate and hard-working individuals with one representative from each region to come together with a shared vision. This was endorsed by the Exco with hopes to make a positive impact. The task force has since embarked on a journey to understand the issues facing our youth from across the world. Elaborate surveys have since been carried out, allowing the task force a deeper understanding of our youth and the challenges they face. With the support of the World Federation and the regional federations, our efforts have gained momentum. As we delved deeper into the survey results, we uncovered a myriad of challenges spanning education, religion, mental health, and more. Armed with this knowledge and bolstered by the support of our community, we are now poised to effect meaningful change. Our mission extends beyond mere observation. We are now committed to taking tangible steps towards solutions. We aim to address these issues with events and publications that address these issues head-on. Plans are also in place to have a yearly youth conference where youth can meet from across the world, share ideas and solutions to the many challenges they face. Together, we aspire to create a brighter future for our youth. One where obstacles are met with opportunities and where every young person can thrive.
My dear fellow councillors and delegates, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today, I stand before all of you as the task force chair with my team, and I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce all of us. My name is Zahra Habib, and I'm the task force chair and the Africa Federation representative. This is Insia Azad from Pakistan, Nida Ajani from Australasia, Talib Hussein from Nasimco, Sibtain Fazal from Coage, and Muhammad Raza Nathani from India Federation. It gives me immense pride and joy that it was just a year ago that we were standing in this exact room. We stood before all of you, presented our ideas, and asked for your support with the vision that we all had, of course, with the blessings of the World Federation and with the support from each and every federation. We got the blessings to embark on a journey that we thought was very fruitful and that would give a lot of importance to us. We first started off as the former task force, where we came together, tasked ourselves to finding out the problems that the different youth around the world face. Fast forward a year later, we're here, now officially as the World Federation Youth Body, where we're coming together and we're going to explain our journey so far, where we started off, our opportunities that we saw, the different pathways that we thought about, and our way forward. Just a brief background, we presented ourselves in the Exco June 2023 that was held in the United Kingdom, where we had 6 of us come from different federations, come together, put in resources and ideas to find a better way for the youth. Inshallah, all of us will take you through different elements and different segments of how our journey has been so far.
So during the first half of our term, following collaborative virtual sessions, we initiated a global youth survey to basically identify the aspirations of the youth. Alhamdulillah, we got responses from around 500 youth across 37 Jamaats with some noteworthy insights. I would like to share those. So 47% advocated for increased Islamic education post-madrasa, while 48% desired more engaging youth-focused lectures and speakers. And significant 50% emphasized the need for additional effort in career and personal developmental skills. Not just this, the survey revealed that an impressive 81% youth, I would like to repeat, 81% advocated for the establishment of a global youth body. So this body would not just be a mean of a platform for youth, but also, as representation at Exco, and to making sure that the voices of youth are duly being heard and acknowledged. Furthermore, 50% of youth propose creating opportunities for youth to volunteer within the existing WF framework, fostering trust and active participation.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. Après meeting, I usually jagra thaita hoche ke hun sache coach no representative chu ke afed no because my community sewa Dar Islam ashru thi. Pan hun कहूँ chu ke après bada ek che ne Khoja community knows no boundaries. Now, after giving a bit of background on the survey, so we want to highlight our thought process on the proposal that we're going to project to you. So during our planning phase, we evaluated multiple options to increase youth involvement in the community on a from a top to bottom approach. After taking the survey into account, we also thought about what's feasible, what would be the best way forward, and what would be in line with also WF's vision. So one approach we considered in February of 20, so, sorry, just, yeah. So here you can see our first year at glance, and in February 2024, you can see that we were introspecting, reviewing, considering the challenges that we had. And instead of a youth body, we also thought of having members to work under WF departments, okay, as part of secretariat. But then in addition to this in addition to this, we then thought that we would be limiting our scope and potential impact that we could have on the youth because it will be fully internal. So alhamdulillah, what we've decided to do now is integrate that with the WF youth body. So as part of our vision in the WF youth body, which will be presented to you after me, will be that we will try to increase capacity for volunteers within the system in itself. Alhamdulillah, at the last Exco in Karachi, we were able to present our survey findings as well and the conclusion, and you all very kindly approved us to transition from a youth task force to an official youth body under the WF. So the following is a proposed structure and operating guidelines of this youth body that will be highlighted by Sister Nida.
So just talking about the way forward, the selection and terms for this youth body, the youth department team will be nominated every 3 years during the Triennial Conference, which will coincide with the youth conference organized by this youth body. The youth body will be headed by an HOD, a head of department. The HOD will be selected by the WF Secretariat and will lead the youth body, ensuring accountability and allowing seamless communication between the youth body and the Secretariat. Having the HOD work directly with the Secretariat will also ensure alignment with the broader goals of the WF. The structure of the youth department team consists of 6 core members selected at the Triennial Conference. Each member serves a 3-year term with a maximum of 2 terms. The deliverables and terms of reference for this team: the youth body will deliver on clear and actionable objectives each year, ensuring consistent outputs and accountability towards the global youth objectives. Our annual deliverables include, firstly, holding a triannual youth conference. This will coincide with an Exco meeting, allowing the youth greater exposure, interaction, and integration within the broader WF activities, as well as heightened networking opportunities, granting youth the ability to learn from the abundance of knowledge present at these Exco meetings. Secondly, we plan to hold semi-annual events. Once every 6 months, we plan on organizing an initiative aimed at developing various aspects of our youth, such as physical, professional, social, spiritual. These initiatives can be in the terms of workshops, seminar events, focus groups, interviews, whether physical or virtually. These will be driven by the outcomes obtained from the youth survey population that we have conducted. Thirdly, the youth campaigns. We will identify and support the youth campaigns currently being performed at various Jamaats individually. And lastly, volunteering opportunities. Creating opportunities for the youth to volunteer within WF departments, such as WF Aid, Marcoms, MCE, etc.
Assalamu alaikum. The benefits of the proposed structure are trifold. The first major benefit of this structure is enhanced youth representation, which is something that we're all working towards as a community. The nomination process for the youth body ensures that youth from all regions are represented and have a voice in decision-making processes. This is crucial, as the experiences and the challenges faced by youth are unique to each region. The second major benefit of the proposed structure is leadership development. Alhamdulillah, our community has no shortage of talented and ambitious youth who have a knack for leadership. Having a global youth body representing youth from each region ensures that talent from all around the world is vetted, scouted out, and mentored, and allows youth to eventually work their way up into leadership positions within the broader World Federation structure. Furthermore, the 3-year term proposed ensures that there is a constant flow of new ideas, which is necessary for growth and progress. Through this structure, leadership opportunities are presented to a broader group of youth, which will ensure that a variety of ideas and perspectives are considered when addressing challenges faced by our global youth.
A plan of action for the next few months is to work on implementing the structure presented for the global youth body, alongside implementing the focus group, semi-annual event, focusing on the challenges identified, and the Triennial Youth Conference. Yeah. Our aims and objectives are no different from the objective of the World Federation. We are one of you guys. Moreover, હજી સુધી અમે બહુ જ ઇનિશિયલ ફેઝમાં છે ટુ લોન્ચ ધીસ global youth body from the very scratch. And we are open to feedback and suggestions from all our elders over here to make this a sustainable body. Think about the days when you guys step into this organization for the very first time. We are exactly in the same position. Lastly, I extend my sincere gratitude to Pramukh Sahib, Safdar Uncle, Munir Uncle Dattu, Arif Uncle, Ali Jawad Uncle, Ruqya Bhai, Amar Ali, and Sabira Bhai for their invaluable support throughout this endeavor. Furthermore, Mubadhai Regional Federation Pramukh Abul Hasan Uncle Gokal, Fahim Uncle Merchant, Salim Uncle Rahmatullah, Arif Uncle Jaxi, Amin Uncle Nasser, and Amara Nawa Pramukh Sohail Uncle Burhani, and also the formal President Mukhtar Uncle Barteji. હું બધાનો આભારી છું. અમને તમારા સપોર્ટની જરૂરત છે અને તમે અમારા મિસ્ટેક્સ કરેક્ટ કરો એઝ અ વડીલ. Also, an appreciation is extended to the councillors as well as all the delegates present over here that have been so polite and warming, trusting us with the responsibility to educate the global youth. Thank you, and may we all continue to serve on the path of Imam Zamana. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ale Muhammad.
Sorry, we're now open for questions if there's anything someone's got. Yes, please.
So first of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for the steps that you have taken. Just this morning in breakfast, I was here with a few delegates. The issues at hand in all the communities are very, very simple. Engaging the youth, you are the leaders of the community in the future, and how can we impart wisdom with you so that you are the flag bearers and the torches that's going to take us forward. I believe there are two things here that I think you need to really think about. I would have loved to be a fly in the room when this team was constructed, because I think what is really essential is a representative of a youth in every single community to be part of this body. That's one thing. Secondly, Safdar Bhai, I would like to propose that we as a community, as a world community, that we have these youths meet once a year, and we can figure out based on your schedules, depending on school and what have you, once a year in a different Jamaat every year, and the Jamaat has to support you. The problems at hand that we have is youth involvement and engagement in the community. For example, in New York, I'll give you an example. I have made it, and Arif Bhai knows this very well, I made it my mandate when I took over 2 years ago to make sure the youths are involved in every aspect of running the Jamaat, in the kitchen, in the AV room, in terms of our media, in every sense of the word. And it has paid off massively, okay? Now we see all the youths, it's like the center has taken a new life. There's a vibe, okay? But one problem I do have is keeping the youths in the centers when the functions are going on. They're there in the kitchen, they're there in the AV room, they're there outside helping, which is fantastic. And I have parents coming to me telling me, listen, Hassan Bhai, thank you, that at least the youths are coming to the center, which is the first step. And when I was talking to the other delegates, that was the same that was being shared. So I would love it for you, right, when you're meeting in those sessions, which inshallah I'm going to talk to Safdar Bhai, and we're going to make this happen, okay? Once a year, I want the youths together in one place in every Jamaat, and I'll offer up Safdar Bhai that New York will be the first one to host it. And financially, if New York has to step up, New York will step up, okay? So with that said, I'm really encouraged. If there's one thing I want to take away with me when I go back, it's this, that we have this, which has been a dream of mine, to see to it, and inshallah you'll have the support of every Jamaat, I can assure you. From Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. To everyone, I know that there are lots of questions, but can I please ask for silence, please, especially on my left-hand side, please? Thank you. We are approximately 12:15 soon. We have 2 agenda items which we will have to do. Wajib, before the biggest wajib is salat. That means that when it comes to questions, we will open up more later on, we promise. But before we end, this section and where we have, I would like the youth also to be there. I need to recap of what were the action points. So we are all on one page. Before I do that, Muhammad Mahdi Karim, who is the youngest counselor here, appointed by the president. Yesterday, he, with akhlaq, put down his time, and he's going to be given time today to give his reflection on it as part of this agenda item. Thereafter, I'm asking Islamic education to be very ready, that we're going to continue. And we also heard the offer of New York, so I'm going to come back to that soon. Thank you.
A point of order, Shabib bhai?
Yeah, point of
yes,
order.
go ahead.
We have an agenda item, yeah?
Yes.
Where the point, it's a soft point of order.
Sure.
Because otherwise, we are now going on to leaving that and going to another one when we come back. Let me tell you, all along, youths. Let's put our mouth where money is. This should be fully concluded before we move on to the next agenda item. Please, Mr. Chairman.
That means I need your help. The help is we have to complete the entire agenda of the conference by tomorrow, and we have a limitation today because it's a gala dinner. So,
how do you want to set the time? We'll do. We cannot, because this is the most.
what is the sentiment of the House elsewhere? Because the question is that we are limiting the time because we have a huge agenda. Shabib is saying that he wants this extended. Our concern is we have to finish an agenda today. We have an Islamic education, many other very important reports. And our concern is that if we continue this, we may miss out. And we have to finish the conference by tomorrow. Sentiments of the House very quickly. Yes.
If I can ask that after Salah during lunchtime, if the Youth Council can be available for any of our questions, that might...
Okay, that's a good solution. One solution available during lunchtime for socialization. Anything else? Any other sentiments? Discuss from the co-ed table? Then how do we finish the rest of the agenda, which was signed off by you in Karachi? We'll have to go through it. So people are ready to keep awake tomorrow night. Tonight there is a gala dinner.
That can be brought here. You're suggesting something.
Yes, Hawza.
प्रमुख साहब हमारा थोड़ा सजेशन था सवाल था MCE में तो किधर के बना आपे पछले आसु जो अब आए आपे पछले आसु तो ओला हमारा समाज
I think this is a
केम के प्रमुख साहब सोचिए MCE एटलू इम्पोर्टेंट हमारा डायस्टाम वास्ते हमें त्यां रिप्रेजेंट करे छे delegates तो त्यां थी हमने suggestions आवे छे which we want to give it to you from our tabligh teams जो है
Okay, sure. तो मारो आ suggestion छे with all humility. કારણ અમે આમાં જે ટાઈમ કલાક નિકળી જશે બીજે બરાબર છે ને I'm suggesting the following. We promised Muhammad Mahdi Karim yesterday preamble માં એને કરવો હતું કે હું મારા મને 5 મિનિટ ખપશે એટલે I'm stopping. He's the youth who has been supporting. Let's hear from him, okay? And then leave it to us. We will try and manage it to make sure somehow we will reach a conclusion on this. Thank you. Thank you for Bismillah.
Thank you very much. At the age of 22, it feels strange but exciting to be here, not least because I think the next youngest person in this room is probably double my age. Do you want me to stand?
Your inaugural speech.
Dear office bearers, esteemed fellow delegates, and all of our community members watching, most importantly, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Mahdi Mukhtar Karim, and I wanted to share a couple of thoughts I had. Being the youngest councillor at the age of 22, as I was mentioning down there, it's exciting, but also strange, not least because the next youngest person in the room is probably double my age. We can vet later. PPP. But when Safdar uncle gave me the call offering me to become a councillor, actually it was one of the quickest decisions I've made. For those who know me, it takes a bit of time for me to actually get around to doing anything. And I wanted to share with you a little bit about why the heart instantly said yes. Because at work, whenever I describe where I'm from, I take great pride in doing so. when we think about our journey from India to East Africa to the West, it is so unique, so rich, and such a heartwarming story. It's what gives most of us here the sense of belonging. It's why we fly in from Australia, from Africa, from all across the globe just to be here today, because of that rich history, whether we're from London or Lindy, Mumbai or Miami. And I see this community as a wider family. Every time I go to a Khoja Shia Ethnashi community across the globe, be it Orlando, where my dad's uncles are from, or Dar es Salaam, where my maternal family is from, even though it's a foreign land, you feel at home. And I love hearing the stories about my heritage. Look at the wall back there. We hear Snain Uncle Walji talking so eloquently too. My favorite part, of course, is the family connection. If we look, Ibrahim Sharif Dewji is my great-grandfather. His saying, Ek bano, nek bano, which I mentioned at the beginning yesterday, is needed now more than ever. Be united and be righteous. But the issue is I feel that a lot of the youth here don't have that same connection with the community. And it's a big issue. We talk about youth engagement, and we can go on about it again and again and again. But if there's no connection with this community, then we can't really have youth engagement within this community. Sure, youth engagement will exist, but it'll exist within other communities. We need to strengthen our Khoja heritage within our youth. Because this concept of the community is not something I'm saying, it's not something everyone else is saying, it's mentioned in the Quran. Look at Surah Hujurat, verse 13, where Allah mentions He made us into tribes and nations so we may get to know one another. But what's the end of this verse? The end of the verse says that Allah says the most honored are those who are the most righteous. Allah could have easily said that last bit in isolation. The fact that the most honored are those who are righteous. But why did He place it straight after the fact of talking about tribes and nations? Why? Because if this community institution, our community, is at its optimum, that is the best way that we can reach righteousness to Allah. Ek bano, nek bano. In our journey to God, if we want to go fast, we can go alone. But if we want to go far, we have to go together. The World Federation has faced a lot of challenges. And again, sharing from a youth perspective, we see it from the outside, numerous challenges. People question the relevance of the institution. People have questioned why we need a WF. But I think despite all of the challenges, despite all of the ups and downs, we're here today. We've survived. And again, that survival has come because of all of our love for the community. But delegates, one thing I must stress is change is needed desperately, now more than ever. Some people might be scared at this concept of change. But let's look at nature. Shabir Uncle eloquently put yesterday, as a gardener, if we look at nature, when the seasons change, plants need to adapt. Our world has changed more in the last 20 years than the preceding 500 years before it. And if we fail to keep up pace, which unfortunately I think we have at the moment, and that gap continues to grow between our community and our youth, then this august body and the grassroots, the connection between it will become irreparable. People, youth in our communities currently feel that the World Federation and other community federations are not meeting their needs. The longer this goes on, the more of a gap we have to fill, the greater challenge it will become. Society, one thing's for certain, society will continue changing rapidly in the next 20 years, more so than the previous 20 years. Iqbal Uncle Asaria mentions that AI and environment are two of our biggest challenges. Where has that come up today? Where has that come up over the last few days? I appreciate that the iCare Center has something to do with AI, and we're going to hear about it later today, but we need more of that to play on the agenda. Look, I don't bring this message out of fear. I bring it out of sincere love for this community. Allama Iqbal's famous poem was Shikwa and Jawab Shikwa. This is my shikwa, but I am certain that with this excellent task force behind me, with the backing of the President, that this administration can be the one to deliver the Jawab Shikwa in answer to this. I'll end with some poetry from Iqbal. I know time is limited. I've got 37 seconds left. Salim Uncle, Ali Jawad Uncle, I'm also a fan of Iqbal too. I take it from my dad. And one thing I must mention is credit to Mum and Dad, Fatima and Mukhtar Karim. Also credit to Mahmoud Uncle Dala, who picked me out 4 years ago, 2020. We were organizing the Mombasa Youth Conference at that time. It didn't come to fruition because of COVID, but we need more people like Mahmoud Uncle in the community that pick out youth, that nurture youth, and take them to the next level. I wouldn't be here without you, Mahmoud Uncle, so thank you. Iqbal says, Tu Shaheen hai, parvaz hai kaam tera, tere samne asman aur bhi hai. You are an eagle. Soaring is your way. And ahead of you, there are many horizons to surpass. That's the youth. For me, the excellent way to sum up the youth is that we are the Shaheen. So give us your support, and let's change for the better. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. In summary, this is important from a minute's perspective. Important that we are all aligned what is mean. You heard the presentation of the youth. One of the feedback from all the regions is that they all need to be working in a coordinated fashion, in a right way. That's why there is a youth rep from each region. Now, all these youth who have been chosen interterm by the regions are here in front of you. They would like to serve. They would be there for a 3-year term. But if there is one of the representatives from a youth from one of the regions who cannot serve any longer, life is like that, life events happen, then we ask each of the region to fill that position. But this is how it should be in a coordinated fashion, so that each region have got representation at each and every event, yeah? It's very important. To also, what was presented here today was that in each of these regions who are separated in different parts, how will you make work going forward? So now in Karachi, it was passed that the youth is now one department. So it falls under what you call community affairs. Within there, a head of department will be chosen from the WF Secretariat, but each member of the youth is made up by the regions, and this is the key point which is very important. So if there is an absence, I want each one of the regions, the secretariats, to be able to help in filling, so there's never a void. Pramukh Sahab, you would like to give a bit of a summary? Please, Bismillah.
Yeah, so I just want to really, I appreciate the sentiments of the house. We need to spend more time. Last time we spent a lot of time. We'll continue to spend time. We'll socialize over lunch, dinner. But the principles are established in Karachi. It was passed, the department was set up. And alhamdulillah ta'ala, we are so happy that the 6 youths have agreed to continue on this journey. So you need to keep us updated. Inshallah, we wish you all the best. We are delighted that you have agreed to serve in your capacity, and we are excited and look forward to an opportunity for you to present potential issues and solutions to the community from your perspective, so that this house can deliberate over the excos to come. Every exco there has got to be an update so that we know we are moving to the next level, inshallah. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work, and let us recite salawat for the honor of all our youths today. Sheikh Sahab.
Sorry, Pramukh Sahib, મારી ઇંગ્લિશ
શેખ સાહેબ મને માફ કરજો, મને અદાલતનો તકાઝોથી નથી હટું. મેં કીધું હતું કે આ ડિસ્કશનમાં વધારે આગળ નહીં વધારે, કે આખું ઇસ્લામિક એજ્યુકેશનનું રિપોર્ટ બાકી છે ઝોહરેન પહેલાં, તો જો ટૂંકમાં હોય તો પ્લીઝ
1 મિનિટ બસ.
બોલો.
આપણા પ્રમુખ ફરીદભાઈ તરફથી હું બોલું છું. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ કહે છે કે હું પ્રમુખ ઉપરથી નારાજ છું, કારણ કે જેટલા ડેલિગેશન આવ્યા છે મડાગાસ્કર ઓનલી ઓલા ફંડ કોલેક્ટ કરવા માટે, આવા હીરા છે તમારી પાસે, તમે મોકલો કોઈ દિવસે તો અમારા જવાન સાથે લોકો મળે, ખાલી ટિકિટ લઈને આવી જાય, એ લોકોનું રહેવાનું, એ લોકોનું ફરવાનું, એ લોકોનું જમવાનું, જે જવાન હશે એ લોકોને અમે જમાઈ પણ કરી નાખશો, તો એટલીસ્ટ આ લોકોની બચમાં કોન્ટેક્ટ થઈ આપણને પણ જાણવાનું મળે. ને મડાગાસ્કર બહુ બ્યુટિફુલ કન્ટ્રીઝ છે, ત્યાં હૈવાનું છે ક્યાંય નહીં મળે. એટલી સારી જગ્યા છે અમે તમને ફરાવશો પ્લીઝ થેન્ક યુ.
આસંત ફરીદભાઈ આપને શુક્રિયા અદા કરે તમારો હોલિડે પણ થઈ જશે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. Jazakallah, thank you very much. Jazakallah, Asant. It shows the need of youths across the globe. Thank you. I'm so conscious. No, they have understood. I've told them. I was talking to them. Yes, please. I'm conscious. This very important report left. Arif, 30 seconds, please. You are regional president. I don't want to, deny you the chance because I know you are very excited with the youths.
Yes.
And your last word, please. Last quick word.
Yes, please. No. I appreciate for the youth to be here today. The same, similar as what I felt last time that I saw you as a team. I'm very excited for you to go ahead. The one question that I'd like to pose, which is you don't have to answer now, but the concern is that how will you integrate the youth of the regions? So you're part of the World Federation that is going to work with the regions. However, I think you have a huge responsibility of networking the global youth. And how are you going to create this network of youth and mobilize the youth within the regions?
Yeah, these are things that they will have to come up. I mean, right now it's just a department under the secretariat. It's a very simple structure.
Right.
They need the space. Let them come up with the vision and we'll keep on discussing at every executive council meeting.
Yeah. No, we would like to meet within the time as well.
Please, please, your regional representation, Talib is there. Please do connect, yeah? Thanks. I mean, by 30 seconds karo to મહેરબાની થશે.
No,
એક સેકન્ડ પણ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ જે આરીફભાઈ જાગસી કીધા અમે તો બહુ કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેટ કરે છે અને કોઈ અમને અત્યારે રાજી નથી કે યુથ લોકો આમ કરે પણ જે આરીફભાઈ જાગસી કીધા મને અમુક જ જે ઓપરેટિંગ છે એમાં રિઝર્વેશન છે કારણ કે આપણા ત્યાં એ રિજનલ યુથ બોર્ડ્સ છે તો કેવી રીતના કારણ કે ઘણીવાર શું છે કન્ફ્યુઝ થઈ છે
સમજી ગયો
તો એનું કારણ કે તમે આમાં કીધા કે બધા વોલન્ટરી WF એડ MC બધામાં તો આમાં અમને ખબર નથી પડતી તો આમાં જરાક સરખું કોનેક્ટ થવું છે રિજનલ ફેડરેશન સાથે they exist to serve. આ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે કારણ કે ઘણીવાર અહીંયા બધું અડોપ્ટ થઈ જાય છે પછી પ્રેક્ટિકલી આપણને પ્રોબ્લેમ થાય છે.
It will be work in progress અને હું તમને એશ્યોરિટી આપું છું કે આપને કામ ગઈકાલે જ તમે કીધા હતા આપને બેસવાનું છે.
હા ના પણ અમુક એક્શન પોઈન્ટ આમાં વાંચી નાખો કે જે ડિસ્કશન હતી.
ના ડિસેમ્બરમાં પાસ થયું હતું તમે હતા એક્સકોમાં ને.
હા પણ જરાક જલ્દી આવેલું ગયું છે.
ના ડિસેમ્બરમાં એક સબ કમિટી છે ડિપાર્ટ માફ કરજો. આસન આપને છે ને we have to move forward without causing any disruptions in the sense that Secretary, I'll give him the last word here on this matter because he feels he has something to say which will calm you down even further. Okay? Please, Bismillah.
We give a surety. Amin bhai, ame call ape છે હમણાં ને આરીફ ભાઈ કે the way which we are going to work that you have your reps from each region. That's number one. That means that the person wujuban must be working with your youth bodies. Sometimes the region has got a youth desk or a youth department. Sometimes you don't. But that means they then have to work with each of the jamaats and it should be seamless, the communication. તમને પાસે કાંઈ પ્રોગ્રામ હોય સપ્રીમ કાઉન્સિલની મીટિંગ હોય કે બીજું હોય તો તમે અમે એવી રીતના અમે ઇન્ટિગ્રેટેડ કામ કરશો in the way કે so that it is hand in hand. We are not going to work in a different kind of parallel way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item of the agenda is a dual. Thank you so much. May I have salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. This next point is a dual agenda item. It is the summary of the Islamic education, what it has done. And at the same time, it is around this conflict resolution work, a very important thing, which specifically the conference and the EXCO has been taking part on. We will be using all the time until the end, until we break for Salat. But that means that we will have to strictly at 12:48 start with questions up to 1 and after 1 we are closing for Salat. So within that, Islamic education, if we are going to compress, we're going to start with the video of Islamic Education Department. Please, Bismillah.
the 2021 Triennial Conference, a 5-year strategy was presented. It was based on 5 work streams, which were a state-of-the-art research institute, a rebranded IE social media presence, an Islamic culture subdivision, multi-channeled avenues to answer queries of the community, and Jamaat academies. To fulfill these objectives, the Islamic Education Department hired new team members with exceptional talents. Throughout the term, we created a variety of social media content, such as Journeying Your Eyes Through the Quran, Labbaik, Adrikni, They Ask You live shows, in addition to spectacularly popular recitations by Mullah Nadar al-Qatari and tens of explanatory translations of narrations during important events. In these last 3 years, IE has produced 151 videos, and across all the social media channels of the World Federation and Blessed Tree Media, it racked up an excess of 1.2 million views. During this term, the One Stop Fiqh app was launched, and over 2,000 new questions were answered through the Ask an Alim service. One Stop Fiqh was also updated with 100 plus changes in the Fatawa by Talasasani Damadullo, which can easily be accessed in the What's New section. Publication has always been the forte of IE. In this term, 16 new titles were published. Most notable of these were 4 volumes of the Islamic education flagship Tafsir Tadabbur al-Quran and the 4th edition of Islamic laws. An operational game changer in our publication strategy was implemented in the last 18 months. Through Amazon Print on Demand, hard copies of our new books are now available globally in as little as a day, and e-books are available instantly. This has resulted in significant efficiencies in printing costs and storage space. The Medina Al-Ilm camp was re-inaugurated in December 2022 after a significant pause during COVID-19. However, this time around, this global flagship was organized in Iraq and was indeed a great success. The camp was also held in December 2023, investing in more mentors and teachers per student. Over the 2 camps, 126 participants benefited from this once-in-a-lifetime trip, which involves religious classes, discussion circles, ziyarats, visits to Maraja and Mujtahideen, and bonds for life. Also in 2022, the India Islamic Youth Camp was reintroduced with 72 boys and girls who participated in religious classes, interactive discussions, and sports. This will continue in 2024, inshallah. Establishing a state-of-the-art research institute was a key milestone for IE. Firstly, a concept paper was presented at the Ras Al Khaimah Expo in 2021. Secondly, in the same year, the first conference under the title Shia Theology was held in London. Thirdly, the build-up stage of researchers and staff was established, which in 2023 led to a huge multi-collaborative conference with Africa Federation's Tabligh Board and Dar es Salaam Jamaat titled Intellect and Revelation. At this conference, the name IK and the first issue of the academic journal Al-Qalam were born. Academic research and activities are now managed by IK. To add, various du'as were reviewed under the great collaboration with du'as.org. IE continued supporting Hawza students through housing assistance, loans, and stipends. This included 25 fast-track admissions, training courses, seminars, supporting the running of a children's library and madrasa, and holding 163 communal activities during this term, including family Eid trips and Muharram and Shahr Ramadan programs. Assistance was also extended to students from the Bilal community and other non-Khoja Hawzawis. During this term, IE appointed new representatives in the Hawzas in both the gents and ladies sections to support our scholars and students and uphold ties with the offices of the Maraja and Ulama. We work closely with scholars and Muballighin by holding virtual meetings and acting as a liaison with the offices of the Maraja. Furthermore, IE organized an accredited workshop in mental health first aid for scholars in the UK and a trainer of trainers course in Islamic marriage education for scholars from all regions. In the pipeline are key skills courses for Muballighin and Hawza students such as chaplaincy, Toastmasters oratory, comprehensive tabligh, key management skills, Hajj caravan pastorship, applied huquq and inheritance rulings workshops, and many more. Multiple seminars were also organized, including ones with mujtahids like Sayyid Munir al-Khabbaz and Sayyid Ja'far al-Hakim. The infrastructure of an alim's database, including a pool of suitable scholars from our community, is in its final stages before launch later this year, inshallah. Grassroots engagement has always been prioritized this term. Activities included a roundtable meeting with the youth in London, a workshop for the youth in the Pirhai Jamaat in collaboration with Pakistan Federation, answering hundreds of queries, workshops, having scholarly dialogues with resident ulama in Jamaats, and multiple roadshows across tens of Jamaats, thus increasing awareness about IE activities. Many questions posed to IE are filled with intricacies and technicalities. This includes legacy endowments, marriage and divorce issues, financial obligations, and many others that require subject matter expertise and at times need close communication with the Maraja and the most senior of scholars. Sheikh Muhammad Rida Dodia, one of our Hawza support team members, went on a tour to the Gujarat region to assess the community's needs, which resulted in a list of strategic recommendations for India Federation and its Jamaats. IE achieved key KPIs set by the Exco and Conference, namely the mixed gathering and marital conflict resolution policy papers, both of which were passed in the December 2023 Exco in Karachi. This was only possible through extensive feedback from scholars, key community figures on regional and Jamaat levels, as well as iterative consultation with His Eminence Sayyid Sistani's office. The papers have also resulted in an extensive jurisprudential reference booklet for the mixed gatherings policy, online consultation with regions to explain and exchange views, and translation of the marriage contracts into French, Gujarati, and Urdu. Currently, the marital conflict resolution paper is being followed up with marriage education and ADR components. From the entire team of the Islamic Education Department, who seek the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and of the Imam of our time, Ajjalallahu ta'ala Farjahu Sharif, we appreciate your support and look forward to continuing to serve you.
Thank you very much. Sheikh Afzal, you are the manager of Islamic Education Department. Many of the people here know you, but I've never heard you speak so fast. Actually, I don't think we have, with all respect and humility, an alim speaking so fast as well. Very interesting. Ahsantum. But you covered a lot of things during this time. May I just go into factual deliveries? How many publications, how many books were delivered? If I also ask Sheikh Khalidina, please, which of the publications, only one, do you find will add the most value? Sheikh Afzal, please, if you can just say how many first?
So we had 16 publications in this 3-year term, alhamdulillah.
Which means how many on average per year?
So approximately, we have had approximately more than 5 per year, alhamdulillah.
And I'm asking around that which other Shia organization do you know which publicizes 5 books per year, heavy loaded, very strong, which the whole globe uses? I don't know of anyone. Do you know of anyone just like that?
Of course, in all humility, not in English, but in Arabic and Farsi, there are, of course.
No, but in the West.
In the West, no, alhamdulillah.
In the English medium. No.
Alhamdulillah.
And Sheikh Khalidina, please, you head the department. Which of the publications do you find will add most value and why?
In my opinion, the most important current ongoing series of publications is regarding Tafsir Tadabbur al-Quran, which is aimed at the average intelligent reader in the community. It's not very highly academic, but it's not very simple stuff also. It's got heavy, solid content. So just as an example, I was impressed by the question that was posed by the high table to the honorable delegates, that not only did they have to introduce themselves, but also give their expectations. And as I was listening to the variety of expectations that were mentioned, I was just trying to connect how those expectations are based in the Quranic perspective, of course, with the tafsir of the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam. So as an example, and there are more, 2 delegates mentioned that their expectations are regarding the human being's potential. He's ashraful makhluqat, and that we need to work to make ourselves realize this. Incidentally, this concept has been elaborated in the 30th juzu, in Surah Mubarakah At-Teen. The ayah says, وَلَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ. So the Ashraful Makhluqat is a terminology that appears later on, but the Quran uses the term Ahsan Taqweem. This tafsir explains this Ahsan Taqweem to say that man's physical and mental and spiritual and emotional attributes have been fashioned by God in the best design to ensure his survival, his progress, his achievement of his potential and the purpose of his creation. And of course, every limb and every organ of the human being, every inclination and every emotion of the human being, in fact, every aspect of the human being has been designed to serve a noble purpose. Wow. This is a profound statement, an explanation of the Ashraful Makhluqat concept from the Quranic perspective. So question, why is man Ashraful Makhluqat? And the tafsir answers by saying, because the soul of the human being is the best in God's creation. This young man who presented this shikwa, Jawab-e-Shikwa by Iqbal, Shaheen and Parwaz and all that. It's Ahsan Taqweem, which can take you to A'la Illiyin or Asfala Safilin. The knowledge of the soul and the vast, unlimited potential God has kept in there and how to develop it. Sorry, I went into details. I just wanted to give a taste.
I understand. Because of that, we will have to go to the next item. Sheikhana, Sheikh Afzal, conflict resolution. If I can ask that be put up on the slides which you have created, and we'll speak towards it, inshallah. We'll open up for Q&A directly after this, where we combine the two, okay? Sheikh Afzal, there was an aim to come to the end of conflict resolution. I'm going to ask a critical question. Have we reached the target, yes or no?
No, we haven't reached the final target that we want, but we have achieved many of the components, a huge percentage of them.
So, if we're speaking towards your slides...
The first, if we can go to the second slide.
Yeah, if we go to the second slide.
Okay.
What was the aim and what have we accomplished and what have we not accomplished yet?
So, alhamdulillah, with respect to the marital contracts, we delivered them after extensive feedback. And to keep things very short, alhamdulillah, these were adopted, the Western and the non-Western versions, these were adopted in Karachi in December Expo last year. And after that, we have further translated and proofread and designed these contracts into Urdu, Gujarati, and French, alhamdulillah. With respect to the second component, which is marriage education, from the very outset, this was not going to be something that can be delivered in a speedy fashion because it requires a curriculum to be built. So with that respect, we deciphered that there are two gaps. First of all, that we have the need for deeper Islamic counseling and marriage education. And secondly, there is also a need of our counselors and also our trainers per se to have a deeper understanding of modern psychological relationship skills and marital mentoring. I'm not using the word marital counseling, which is very loosely used because of the fact that this is a regulated term in countries like the UK, whereby you need to have done either a diploma following psychology or a master's or whatever.
Okay. So when you say that you reach some parts in specifically the education, I guarantee you that 99% of people who are here, they have no clue about who was part of any training. Can you say that was it anchored in the regions?
Yes.
In the different jamaats? Some of you will know. Can you just say who participated in that and who was the trainer, please?
So for that, then you're taking me to a couple of slides ahead. We had, first of all, so we have 3 courses for the marriage education. We have already organized a TOT course in Islamic marriage counseling and education by Professor Shahid.
What is TOT?
Training of trainers. Training of trainers or facilitators. These people who have been trained and completed.
Sheikh, sorry, I'm really bad akhlaq today. Sorry, I apologize. You are my teacher. But what is the trainer's responsibility?
Now they will be holding these courses in their regions. We have created capacity for all regions. Some regions have had a higher intake, some have had a lower, but these can be supported by the trainers from other regions. So now we have done this course. Secondly, we have just a quick highlights of what this course actually involved. So it was 20 hours. It focused on applied Islamic principles in family education. It had the topics, 6 basic things that are mentioned over there in the slides: choosing a spouse, marital skills, principles of parenting, relationships with the in-laws, final advice for anyone seeking divorce, and practical scenarios. In addition to that, some of the good things that came out of it, the rating was 4.3. This course was held in May 2024, right now, before the conference. We have been continuously working. 18 scholars have, alhamdulillah, fully completed the training. You can see the statistics over here. We've had, for example, from AFED, 4 scholars. We've had, for example, from Pakistan Federation, we've also had 4. From Nasimco, alhamdulillah, we've had 5 as well. Sorry, from Nasimco, we have had 2 as well. And mashallah, CoEdge had the highest intake, we had 5.
3 of them were alimas and 15 were alims. We have produced 26 pieces of content resource, 26 pieces. And this, alhamdulillah, is being translated right now and will be put for use by our scholars, inshallah, within the next upcoming month. The other thing that we have in marriage education is that we also have been reviewing a course on marital mentoring. Now, with this respect, marital mentoring, we have been working on forming a course. We have identified one. We've had meetings with certain specialists. We want to create a curriculum. Finally, we have reviewed a prep course by my humble self, and this course has been found to be fulfilling the criteria. We will, inshallah, very soon be coming to the regions in order to hopefully create a certain, to get the ball rolling, so that our respected counselors, our scholars can be trained in this, and in turn, they will be holding this training for both grassroots and for the marriage mentors as well.
Ahsan, thank you very much. Now we're going to open up for questions. Habib Bhai, Bismillah, followed by Sheikh Hanif.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, thank you so much for all the amazing and excellent work the department is doing. I know we publish so many books, translate so many books. Whenever I attend a conference, I get a very thick book. My question, honestly, is that I know we need those books translated for our eye care or our, Hawza students online. But an average Hawza person, honestly, I don't think has enough time in his day to read that thick book. So my only humble suggestion is if we can look into summarized version of 10 pages of a book which has been translated by the WF, or is a solid book which is in Farsi or Arabic, and we expect our normal Hawza person to read. I think if we can have a synopsis of the book, it will be better intake for a normal person. I know people are specializing in Islamic studies, etc., and they will use those thick books, right? It may be a tafsir of a surah of a Quran or a sipara of a Quran. But my experience over the last 5 to 10 years is I'm collecting books, but I don't have time to read. So I'm just a quick comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to the answer if everything can be put up. Sheikh Hanif, please. तजुर्बो जे तबलीग में आ एरिया में जे छे शेख हनीफ पास है એટલે આ સવાલ બહુ મુહિમ અને ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે. બિસ્મિલ્લાહ.
બિસ્મિલ્લાહિર્રહમાનિર્રહીમ. આપણી મડગાસ્કરની અંદરમાં વધારે ભાગે યતીમખાનું છે આપણી પાસે, અને એની અંદરમાં આપણે ફોકસ કરીએ છીએ સ્કૂલની અંદરમાં. એટલે ફ્રોમ 5 યરથી એ લોકો શરૂ કરે પક્કા એ લોકો યુનિવર્સિટીમાં જાય, અને ઘણા લોકોને આપણે ઇન્ડિયન યુનિવર્સિટીમાં મોકલીએ છીએ. ત્યાંથી આવી આખું આપણું જે મેનેજમેન્ટનું કામ હોય, ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી, આપણા જેટલા અંદરના કામ હોય એ લોકો સંભાળે છે. અને સાથોસાથ હૌઝાની અંદરમાં પણ આપણે સ્ટુડન્ટ રાખીએ છીએ, અને 2 વર્ષ ભણાવી અને પછી આપણે એ લોકોને ઇરાક મોકલાવીએ છીએ, અથવા હુસૈનિયા સાથે લગભગ 60 છોકરાઓ અને છોકરીઓ ભણે છે. અને અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ એ લોકોનું સિસ્ટમ ઇરાકમાં બહુ ફાઇન છે. ત્રીજું, મને ખાલી તમારા બધા પ્રોગ્રામ્સ જે છે બહુ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ છે. જો એમાં ફ્રેન્ચમાં તમે કરી શકો તો અમારા જવાનો લોકોને કામ આવી શકે. થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you very much. Ali Jawad, who is that? Is it Dr. Jiva? Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman. Just looking at the slide whether it came the education for the marriage, and alhamdulillah, it says 5 scholars from Europe. I just wanted to ask you how you selected those 5 and who those are, please.
This is very similar to what Habib Bhai said. The art of reading is dying, I think, right? And the books you have are incredible, amazing. I'm excited about it. But to be honest, it's going to be a reference book. It's going to be something I'll pick up when I have an ayah that I came across in something else to read more about it. Now, I don't know what the strategy of the target market was, Sheikh, right? But it is something that I would consider probably working with that youth team to figure out if your target market is the younger group, What is it? How do they ingest information? How do they ingest knowledge? There are multiple ways that they do it. For example, I'll give you a simple example. They have this concept of shorts. Their attention span, because of social media, has become so small. They have this concept of shorts. Even when we have majalises, the media team creates these 60-second shorts, and then they just put them on social media, and it gets a lot more attention. So my recommendation is, this is unbelievable. This is great work, especially in the tafsir, but it's going to be used for reference. If there's something you want to push, and if you want to push to a younger generation, work with that team that was just created to figure out different methods to deliver that knowledge.
Fantastic. Muhammad Ilbay, Muraj. Ajaxi first.
So this is in line with what Mahmoud and Habibai also said. Have you seen the app, the Blinkist? So that's really just a summary of a book chapter by chapter where you can actually play and stop and pause whenever you want to. What I would suggest, we have such great books out there already, is to maybe, and this is what Nasimco is also looking into, maybe venturing into, and we could talk about it separately offline, would be the creation of audiobooks, where we can put that as part of an app, of our app. We have apps ready. Put it as a category where then you can select a book and play and stop as you go. So you can actually take it on the road with you, Hassan.
Muhammad Ibn?
Thank you. So to start off, I think it's it makes sense to commend the team and the education board and all of the departments that have so far presented on the deliverables that they have delivered. However, we're at a point at the conference right now where we're around 50%, where we've completed 50% of the conference, and we've got the remaining 50% left. And as has been said already, this conference is a strategic body where inputs from the various regions, councillors, and delegates is required. And therefore, I think this is an adequate time to put this point across, given that we've still got the remaining 50% left, is from the beginning of the conference, I understand and appreciate that there is a very heavy agenda full of updates. This is what needs to be done. And so far what's happened, as I can see, is every board's updated, and there's been so many updates, and a lot of the time has been taken through updates, although most of those updates were already part of the pack. And then a very little amount of time is then spent on the strategic aspect of this, as to what are the KPIs, what are the deliverables, where do we want to be in the next 3 years. And I appreciate that's still part of the objective, but majority of the percentage is spent on the deliverables that have done, which I think are amazing and very commendable, and long may they continue. However, given the idea of this conference is to act as a strategic body, to deliberate and engage on what the future of this body is, by the time we get onto the discussion point of this, I personally have bit my tongue many a times, and this is the first time I've actually properly raised my hand to speak, because obviously there's a time limit to take into account. We've got a heavy agenda. So by that time, I understand, Safdar, by in the morning you were kind of naming names, saying not many people have had a chance to speak, but that's also because if you look at the proportion of the updates to the proportion of the time that we have been allowed to speak, the proportion isn't as much. And as had been suggested in the Australian Exco, is that you have already given us the packs and the updates. Let's try and keep our updates as short as possible to allow that discussion and engagement to happen, given that this is the role. As in, for example, majority of us could have well just sat at home in YouTube, looked at all of the updates, and left the meeting with the exact same engagement that we've come with. And so I really, and the previous topic, the youth, given that not much time was given on that, and given that this is one of the key agendas, I personally was extremely disheartened that there's not enough time that's given to each and every department to be able to do it justice, not in terms of deliverables, but the idea is, so what is going to happen in the next 3 years? So given that we still have 50% of the conference left, I do humbly urge and request that let's focus on more of the strategic goals on what we want to achieve for the next 3 years.
Point taken.
Yeah?
Point taken. It's very, very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On that point, if I may then go back on the youth element.
Not at this point. We'll try and see where we can bring it later, please. Let's stick to Islamic education if you don't mind, and we'll come to you.
But that's what's happened. I don't think many of us have had a chance to speak, and now we're kind of being rushed in a way that many people I can see haven't even had a chance to speak once. And many of them, when they do speak, it's timed, which is understandable, but let's cut the updates short and allow more time.
Yes, I think
for
the point
actual
is noted that from going forward after lunch, we will do that, inshallah, for sure.
Okay, then I'd love to have some comments on the youth as well, if I can be given that.
We'll try and see where we can bring in later on, inshallah. Thank you.
Shahid Bhai, Morji.
Assalamu alaikum, Pramukh Sahib. I'd like to congratulate Dr. Albina and his team for the great work they are doing under the Islamic education. Pramukh Sahib, I'll come straight to the point. Pramukh Sahib, અત્યારે એક wave છે જે al-Islamના issues, આપણી અકાઈદના issue, આપણી મરજાયતના issue. So I would like to suggest કે હવે it is time કે we have to react on those issues કેમ કે બહુ ઘણા youths ગુમરાહ થઈ છે આ ચીજ ઉપર. ને મને લાગે છે કે અગર આપણા આલિમ્સ છે એ લોકો હવે અગર કન્ફ્રન્ટ કરી આ બધી ચીજોને તો એ હેલ્પ કરશે આપણે સંત.
પરેશભાઈ માનશે.
અસ્સલામ વાલેકુમ. સૌથી પહેલાં તો મુબારકબાદી આપું છું આપ લોકોને કે જે એટલું આપણું વન ઓફ ધ મેઇન ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ફેથને પ્રોટેક્ટ કરવા માટે કામ થઈ રહ્યું છે. અલ્લાહ આપની કોશિશોને કબૂલ કરે. અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ હું મારું એક્સપિરિયન્સ એકેડેમિકની સાથે એઝ વેલ એઝ ઇસ્લામિકની અંદર ટીચિંગ અને લર્નિંગનો પણ છે. અને મારો એક્સપિરિયન્સ એવો રહેલો છે કે ખાસ કરીને જ્યારે આપણા યુથ 11-12 સ્ટાન્ડર્ડ યા કોલેજ યુનિવર્સિટીઝમાં જાય છે અને એ વખતે આપણા જે અમુક ઇવેન્ટ્સ હોય છે એને રિલેટેડ ડાઉટ્સ એ લોકોના માઇન્ડમાં નાખવામાં આવે છે. એક્ઝામ્પલ આપું છું કે મોહરમ મહિનો છે તો મોહરમને રિલેટેડ છે. ગદીર અથવા તો શાબાન મહિનો છે તો એને રિલેટેડ જે ડાઉટ્સ ઓલરેડી નોન શિયા બ્રધર તરફથી જે છે એ એડ થતા હોય છે. તો મારું સજેશન એ છે કે આ પ્રકારના ડાઉટ્સનું એક કલેક્શન કરી અને એનો શોર્ટ આન્સર જે છે એ એક બુકલેટના ફોર્મમાં હોય અને કોઈને વધારે ડિટેલ વાંચવી છે તો નીચે QR સ્કેન કોડ મૂકી દેવામાં આવે તો વધારે આઈ થિંક યુથને પ્રોટેક્ટ કરવા માટે જે છે આ એક મારું સજેશન છે. થેન્ક યુ.
Sajjad.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for your work. અને મારા હિસાબે છે ને જે ઇસ્લામિક એજ્યુકેશનનું કામ છે સૌથી વધારે ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ કામ છે જમાતો માટે કારણ કે જે લોકો ગાઈડલાઇન્સ આપે છે વી નીડ ક્લિયર ગાઈડલાઇન્સ ફ્રોમ ઇસ્લામિક એજ્યુકેશન. દાખલા તરીકે તમે મિક્સ ગેધરિંગનું ગાઈડલાઇન્સ દીધા અને કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ માર્જ દીધા એ અમારા માટે વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે. અને જે તમે કિતાબો છાપો છો એ વેરી ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ છે પણ હું એક ચીજ ઉપર ભાર દઈશ અને ફરીવાર હું તમને કહું છું જેમ શેખ ખનીફે કહી ગયા કે આ તમે બધી કિતાબો તમે છાપો છો એક કિતાબો ફ્રેન્ચમાં નથી દેખાતું. હું નીચે જોયા 20 કિતાબો હશે ફ્રોમ ઇસ્લામિક એજ્યુકેશન એમાંથી એક કિતાબ નથી કે જે ફ્રેન્ચમાં હોય. અને તમને યાદ હશે કદાચ કે હું તમને 2-3 વર્ષ મોર તમને પૂછા કર્યો હતો કે આ જે તવસીલ મસાઇલ તમે છાપ્યા છો મને લાગે છે શર્ટ વેર્શન હતું તો અમને એ ફ્રેન્ચીમાં ખપે છે પણ આજ સુધી એ ફ્રેન્ચીમાં નથી આવ્યું અને ફોર્થ વેર્શન એ તવસીલ મસાઇલનું તમારા ત્યાં આવી ગયા છે. તો એમાં હું જરાક બહાર આપીશ અને કદાચ તમારી ઇસ્લામિક એજ્યુકેશન ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટમાં તમે કોઈ ફ્રેન્ચ સ્પીકરને રાખો કે એનું કામ ફક્ત જ ફ્રેન્ચ ટ્રાન્સલેશન કરે. એ મારો એડવાઇસ છે. જઝાકલ્લાહ.
Salim Bhai Ramtullah is the last one and then we break for Salat.
So Arif Bhai, this is an important point that I'm going to raise. Great work, by the way, that everybody's done, and inshallah you will continue to do the great work. But it's just a process matter, I feel. You know, I saw 5 college alims there, but we don't know about it. We don't know who they are. Dr. Jiva asked as well. And I think it's very important that we follow the process of going through the region. And I don't make a point of that, but I'm just making it sure that if I mention it now, then for future, at least we follow that process properly. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to exactly that question as well. we will now end for Salat. I'm going to give the word to President Sab as we end, but timing-wise, we were supposed to start at 2:15. I'll say that everyone comes back by 2, please. Really. 2:15, we'll be starting regardless. And then if we are here and there are no one here, then we are all going to be sorry. So please work with me that we're going to start sharply, inshallah. President Sahib, if you can just conclude before we go for Salah.
No, I just want to say that, look, we are here to facilitate what you want. And if people want to spend more time on agenda items, I just don't know as a chair how to curtail it because the entire agenda has been approved. So I will be consulting the regional leadership over lunch to see how we can manage this over the rest of the days so that we don't want people to feel that they haven't had chance to air their views and yet we need to complete our mission. Thank you. We can break for Salat, inshallah.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن عليًا ولي الله أشهد أن عليًا حجة الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وآله وسلم.
Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Thank you very much. We will be starting now, and if we can call upon Shiraz Bhai Walji and a team, and Sajad Bhai Karamsi, please, as we are starting. Bismillah. Please welcome Sajad Bhai and Shiraz Bhai with Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Miqdad Bhai, can you come and put the mic up, please? Bismillah. Shiraz Bhai, Bismillah.
Auzu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Respected scholars, President of the World Federation, Safta Bhai Jafar, OBs, leaders of the Federation, councillors, delegates, and invited guests, Assalamu alaikum. It is always a pleasure and a privilege to stand in front of all of you today to provide updates on the discussion, the World Federation Global Census Project. The Triennial Conference offers a valuable opportunity to reflect on our progress and strategize on the next steps. When we presented our update at the conference in Pakistan, we had outlined in detail our headcount initiative that was undertaken in 2023. We presented our challenges and limitations, particularly in regards to some federations. Alhamdulillah, you had pledged to support us, and together we pushed from Pramukh Sahab and the support from the Pramukh Sahab and Arif Bhai. Are we okay? We managed to conclude this exercise with robust data set that would provide a strong foundation for the census exercise. In all honesty, this simple exercise, counting the brothers and sisters across the globe, proved to be a valuable lesson in the complexity in engaging with local Jamaats through regional federations to ensure complete participation. It was more time consuming than my team and I anticipated. While some embraced the importance of the data, others refused to engage in it. Whilst this highlights the need for better communication and clear understanding of the project's objectives, the importance of this commission cannot be overstated. This undertaking wasn't just about numbers in the world undergoing rapid change, but understanding of a global demographic, age distribution, and geographical spread allow us to better serve our communities, and the value of the data cannot be underestimated. Today, a member from a team who I will introduce very shortly will present a comprehensive summary of where we stand as a community in regards to total numbers of all our members globally and the demographic breakdowns, a task that has taken us significant human hours to accomplish. Just this basic data can give us critical information, for example, allocating resources for education programs, for youths, tailoring outreach efforts to specific age groups, including insurance cover, matrimonial engagement, and end-of-life care management. If there is one message I wish you all to leave here from our presentation today, let it be comprehensive census data is central in planning for the better future of our generations to come. This time we got an opportunity to conduct a workshop, first of its kind at the World Federation Conference, which we did this morning. All of you here came with rich experience from your professional community and your personal lives, which is paramount in guiding us on our next step. It was heartening to see the responses and your engagement in this. The finding from the workshop will be summarized by my team member. However, at this juncture, we need to understand deeper what is it that the Jamaats already have in place in regards to existing data collection, their members, data management, and storage system. This will identify strengths, weaknesses, a crucial first step to building a robust global database. This will enable us to learn from each other and reach our objectives of creating a digital, interconnected global Hawza Shia Islamic community. A significant challenge we all are aware of at this stage is data protection. Privacy concerns are paramount, and we have a responsibility to ensure the security of the information entrusted to us. We will need to work together to establish a clear guidelines and protocols for this exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, can I invite my colleague to come and do his presentation, please? Thank you.
Whilst Sajad is coming here, just to let you know that the work that you did this morning, first thing in the workshop, he'll be summarizing some of the findings from that as well, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. If you can put up the slides, please, so everyone can follow along. Thank you. 143,764. That's how many Hawzas there are worldwide. And we say that with an 85% confidence level. Yes, there are gaps. We probably can get higher quality data. But this is an excellent starting point. On the screen, you see the population pyramid. We have spent months working with individual regions, with Jamaats on the ground, trying to get this number with a high level of confidence. Why is this number important? This headcount helps us plan. Just looking at the population pyramid, in the next 10 years, 20% of the global population will be greater than 65 years old. Are we ready for that? 50% of our population today is economically active. I'd go as far as to say we're probably the richest we've been in decades. How are we leveraging that? How are we leveraging the skills and the financial resources of our community? But only 4% of our population is less than 5 years old, which is significantly below global trends. Are we ready for what the future holds for us? Should we reverse this? If we should, how do we go about it? Just this exercise is a glimpse into how much data adds value in our planning processes. And it's an exercise each region, each Jamaat needs to do to extract insights for the future. And we're working together on this journey. Did you know 99% of the KSI community lives in these highlighted countries? We just live in 18 countries in the world. Did you know 80% of our KSI community lives in these 21 cities? 80% of the world, of our Hawza Shia Islamic community, lives in these 21 cities in the world. We can unpack, we can explore, we can extract a lot more insights, but we need to do this together as we move along. All the regions have already received the data. The Jamaats shared the data with us. So almost everyone in the room should have access to the data for their region, for the Jamaats. We can work together to help extract a lot more of these insights. I want to switch to the workshop this morning. What did you as the conference uncover? Lots of major concerns about apathy, lack of engagement, was the Khoja identity crisis. A lot of the challenges have been mentioned on the screen in front of you. But what almost every table unanimously agreed on is there's almost no data to support these assertions. And wherever there is data, it's very anecdotal, very sparse. We tried to do some estimates. Conference is actually pretty good. The conference estimated 29% for our population less than 18 years. The headcount was 28%. But over 65 years, the conference thought 26% of the population is over 65 years. In reality, only 11% are, as things stand. Again, showing sometimes what we estimate may not actually reflect the situation on the ground. How do we store the data we currently have? Some of it is still paper-based. Some of it sits in Excel spreadsheets or in a Google Drive. Some of it sits on the cloud somewhere, some of it on someone's laptop. And we don't really collect data very often. Sometimes 5 to 10 years in census-related exercises, but more often than not, we don't actually have systematic data collection processes. And where we do, coverage is sparse. We don't have high coverage and we have poor accuracy. And while we all acknowledge that there are data protection laws, there's the GDPR, for example, we all, on the tables today, acknowledge that perhaps we could do better in our compliance initiatives for data protection. The data helps us. It helps us in resource allocation and strategy planning and social development. It helps us in matchmaking. It helps us in understanding, should we build schools? It helps us build a Khoja identity through global connectivity. We all agree on this. So if we go ahead, how should we go ahead? You, the conference, said, let's go digital first. Yes, we need to account for regional requirements. Digital first may not necessarily work for all regions, and they may need household level interventions. But we all agree digital first should be the primary approach. We need to incentivize participation. Why? Because there are significant challenges. What's in it for me? Why should I give my data to these people asking me for this? There's a lack of interest and engagement. There's a lack of trust. We have resource constraints, volunteers and systems, and we are worried about data security and protection. So we've taken all this feedback from the workshop this morning, from the conference, and we said, we distilled it into 3 key next steps. There's a lot of disparate data, unstructured data, whether in a spreadsheet somewhere or in a ledger somewhere. Let's collect it, let's collate it, let's combine it, let's cleanse it. Let's prepare it in a way that we can all benefit from the insights that data has. And that's the first step we need to do. Combine all this disparate data, bring it together, and we're calling this a baseline assessment. And if the biggest 21 Jamaats, they provide major assistance, we can do this very, very fast because, like I said, 80% of our community lives there. But this exercise isn't just for the World Federation. This exercise adds value for the Jamaat, for the regions, for the World Federations. Everyone's a winner here. So we need to work together. We need to work hand in hand on this because it adds value for all of us. While we do this baseline assessment, we need to start thinking, what's the best way to structure this digital-first data gathering system? How do we create this global ID? And it needs to be globally interconnected. It needs to accommodate for a Salesforce and a Zoho, but also for people who are not that, don't have the time and energy to put in data day after day. We do acknowledge that Jamaats would be the primary administrators of such an initiative, but remember, we want, if you get a child, you manage to upload the details on this system, the Jamaat gets a notification to send a care pack, the region says, hey, we need to adjust madrasa capacity because there's a new child born in this Jamaat, and the World Federation updates the global strategy. So we need to have this system live. We need to be able to access insights at the click of a button for all the different parties involved. It's 2024. We cannot afford to be doing detailed census collection activities every 2 or 3 years. We need to move to a living data approach, as close to real time as possible. But how can we do this? I can't do it alone. Shiraz can't do it alone. This is, like I said, a partnership. We need boots on the ground. It adds value for every single one of us. It needs regional Jamaat buy-in, support, and participation. So what are we proposing? We're proposing each region creates a working group, a task force, to work with the World Federation Global Census Project to kick this off. And we need this done soon. We need this done yesterday. And who? Let's get dedicated volunteers. There's so much passion in our communities. Well, let's get the dedicated volunteers, the professionals. We want people who actively network, get buy-in, get the people who are not very engaged and don't trust. Go almost person to person, house to house, saying, please fill out this. So benefits every single one of us. And we need people who can help implement at Jamaat level. That's the future. We need to do it hand in hand. And we will build a globally connected, digital-first community. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much for this great presentation. This is one of the most critical, if not the critical, project as we enter the next term. For our community to get interconnected, understand the challenges from a from a demographic perspective. We just heard that we have an aging population, which means the focus on seniors becomes significantly higher. We have a lowest birth rate, well lower than any country, which means our population is declining. And how is this community going to address its socio-economic and religious challenges moving forward? So with that, let's hear and get your input, because without your input, this project cannot happen. I was highly ambitious when Shiraz Bhai took this 2 years ago. Shiraz Bhai, we can get the head count done in 6 months. It has taken us 2 years to come to that 145 number. And even that lacks credibility. With 85% confidence, alhamdulillah, I think we are almost there. But from a full credibility perspective, there are Jamaats who say, we just don't know. Today, you told us that you don't feel our data is credible. But we are only a community of 150,000. It's a spreadsheet job. When Sajjad knows better in his profession, he deals with millions of records of data. So for us, it should be easy. So we want to hear from you. How can we make this successful? Ultimately, this will help not only in planning, but even issuing an ID card for every community member that we can be proud of, and that we can have access to facilities of our community, from going to Ziyarat and getting visas negotiated, all the way to getting social benefits from the community, especially in the third world or the emerging economies, as well as getting access to movements from one Jamaat to the other, marriage, divorce, birthday, everything is digitalized. And looking at our global platforms. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I'll stop here. I'm just posing more questions for you to reflect, and we want to hear from each region. So I would suggest we start from Koij, and then we go to Africa, then we go to Nasimco, India, and Pakistan, so we can get a feedback, one feedback from each region to start with.
So if you don't mind, I already saw a hand there, so let me think about, because I'm still thinking about what to say.
So we'll go to Nasimco first, and Hasnain Bhai Aziz, Bismillah, if you start off. Thank you.
Safdar Bhai, really, really good. I'm so glad we're talking about this. So, 2 things, right? I heard being asked. One was exactly how, and one was who. So as far as how to collect this data, and we were just discussing this when we had that workshop exercise that was going on, right? What we were thinking about was at the time of membership renewal that every Jamaat goes through for its members, right? If we can get guidance, Safdar Bhai, from the World Federation as far as exactly what we are looking to capture, so there's a uniformity, there's a consistency across Jamaats, right? Which you can then slice and dice the data in different ways, which I'm totally in for. I think that's absolutely paramount. So that's one thing, guidance on the data elements that we're looking to capture at a membership level across Jamaat. That's one thing. Secondly, as far as who, Safdar Bhai, the World Federation had asked for a census during the month of Muharram, and then we worked very closely with Nasimco and Arif Jaxi. We tasked the youths with that work. So on our case in New York Jamaat, on the night of Hazrat Imam Ali, Hazrat Ali Asghar, I'm sorry, Ali Akbar, on the night of Ali Akbar, we had our census, okay? The youths did A to Z. They worked with Nasimco, they planned it out, and we had a bunch of 20, 24-year-olds who organized the whole thing on the men's side and the ladies' side. And it was a big success, right? And they can do it. So I think that's the kind of a task that we sort of empower the youngsters. They are passionate about it. And in terms of collection, and I'm just thinking about it right now, online. So in our case, when we renew the Lawaja membership online, as part of that is where we'll capture all the data elements. So it's real, the data is real, it's real time, and we can send that over to you at any time. That would be my suggestion.
Can we go to, thank you very much, India Federation, Parvez bhai, Bismillah. Okay, Mosim Morabi, kaun છે? Please, તમે બોલો.
We have started collecting data in several Jamaats, and there's a whole system we have set up in 5 stages, and Misam will be talking about it and explaining to us what we are doing and how we have reached. This has already been done in several Jamaats. For example, Bhavnagar has already issued cards for their members, and they've already, the benefits are already there because they've arranged, for example, with hospitals to give discounts to any card holder. They have arranged for discounts to be given by medical centers and so on. So Misam will be talking about it and explaining to us exactly what the overall system is.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम. ભાવનગરની અંદર અત્યારે અમે ગુજરાતની અંદર જે કાર્ડ બનાવીએ છીએ એ કાર્ડ ડેમો માટે સોહિલભાઈ ડેમો માટે કાર્ડ આપેલા છે જે અત્યારે અમે ભાવનગરની અંદર આ વસ્તુ ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કરીએ છીએ કે ઓલ ગુજરાતની અંદર અત્યારે અમે ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કર્યા છે આને. અત્યારે અમુક જમાત જે છે એ અમુક જમાતની અંદર અમે ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કરી રહ્યા છીએ જેમાં ડેટામાં જે છે એ તેમનું એડ્રેસ, બ્લડ ગ્રુપ, પછી એમનો એજ્યુકેશન્સ અને કઈ રીતના આખો ટોટલ ડેટા જે જમા થાય છે એનું આખું બ્રીફિંગ પણ છે કે પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ અમે આખો તૈયાર કરી રહ્યા છીએ અત્યારે જેમાં ડેટા કલેક્શનની અંદર સૌથી પહેલાં તો અમે અત્યારે તળાજા છે, પછી પાલીતાણા છે, સિહોર છે, આ નાના સેન્ટર્સની અંદરથી અત્યારે અમે ડેટા કલેક્ટ કરવાનું શરૂ કર્યું છે જેમાં અત્યારે અમે ઓલમોસ્ટ 2000 to 2500ના ડેટા કલેક્શન કરી ચૂક્યા છીએ અને એની અંદર બ્લડ ગ્રુપ વાઇઝ આપણને ડેટા મળે છે, એજ વાઇઝ મળે છે અને એજ વાઇઝ છે, પછી આપણને એજ્યુકેશન વાઇઝ છે કે આપણી કોમ્યુનિટીની અંદર કઈ રીતના લોકો જે છે અત્યારે એજ્યુકેટ કેટલા છે જેમાં છે ડૉક્ટર છે કે હાયર એજ્યુકેશનમાં કેટલા છે, પછી બિઝનેસ વાઇઝ કે ભાઈ લોકો જે છે અત્યારે કયા પ્રોફેશન્સની અંદર કામ કરી રહ્યા છે એ પ્રોફેશન્સ વાઇઝ બી આપણને એની અંદરથી ડેટા મળે છે બધો જે અત્યારે અમે આ કામ ચાલુ છે અત્યારે હજી હાલની અંદર ચાલુ છે જે અત્યારે 5 સિટીઝની અંદર અમે કામ કરી ચૂક્યા છીએ.
થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. મને ખાલી અહીંયા દાદા પૂછે કાઉન્સિલ ઓફ ગુજરાતને હું 6 મહિના પહેલાં જ્યારે ગુજરાત ગયો અને હકીકતમાં ધીસ ઇઝ બેસ્ટ પ્રેક્ટિસ ઓફ રિજન ઓલ્સો, ઇટ વિલ કમ લેટર, કે હું ગુજરાત જ્યારે ગયો ત્યારે કાઉન્સિલ ઓફ ગુજરાતના પ્રમુખ નિહાલભાઈ અને સુહેલભાઈ પણ હતા અને ત્યારે એ લોકો જવાનીઓને ભેગા કર્યા કે 6 મહિનાની અંદર આઈડી કાર્ડ ઓલરેડી ઇસ્યુ કરે છે લાઈફ. એ આઈડી કાર્ડથી એ લોકોને હવે ડેટા મળે છે, સોશિયો ઇકોનોમિક ગ્રુપ્સ જે વેલફેર માટે આવે છે QR કોડ સાથે સ્કેન થાય ને એ લોકો ફટાફટ કામ કરી નાખ્યા છે. એટલે સ્પીડથી કરવું હોય તો એ થઈ શકે છે. ધ ક્વેશ્ચન ઇઝ ધી કેપેબિલિટીઝ ધ રીજન કેન ગીવ અસ ધી ઇનપુટ સો વી આર રેડી ટુ સપોર્ટ યુ. સો ધીસ ઇઝ અ વેરી ગુડ એક્ઝામ્પલ. એન્ડ સોહેલભાઈ પછી આલ કમ બેક ટુ યુ. કંઈક બોલું છે હમણાં તમને પછીથી? ઓકે, અમે એક રીજન ઉપર લઈ લે પછી ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. Sohelbhai is very keen to demo to you what they've done. I said, because we don't have the time here, we'll do it probably at any other business so you can see the methodology they used. Yeah. So we'll move to another region now. Yeah.
We have seen hands raised, but we will come back as well. Arif Bhai, we have seen also Rizwan Bhai there. But if you go to Sajjad Bhai Tijani within co-age first, and then we'll come back. Okay, thank you.
Africa, yeah.
બિસ્મિલ્લાહિર્રહમાનિર્રહીમ સલામુન અલૈકુમ. હવે જોઉં છું જરાક માણસો કવને સૂઈ ગયા છે કે લંચ પછી તો મને થયું જરાક લાઇટ નોટ ઉપર હું લઈ આવું. આ જે સેન્સસનું જે કામ થયું છે શાબાશી છે માશાલ્લાહ. ક્યુડોસ ટુ શિરાઝભાઈ, સજાદભાઈ. પણ જો તમે 3 શબ્દમાં જો સમરી કરવું હોય તો this exercise actually was, if you go and see, and I give credit to Sheikh Mujahid here, it is hatch, match and dispatch. Yeah, આ જે સેન્સસનું જે આખું અમે કરે છે આ 3 શબ્દોમાં આખું સમરાઇઝ થઈ જાય. મને જે પોઈન્ટ લેવાનું હતું કે આ ગયા વર્ષે અમે બેઠા હતા શિરાઝભાઈ સાથે, એને કદાચ ટાઈમ નહીં મળ્યો હોય તમને સમજાવવાને. અમે નીચે લંચમાં બેઠા હતા. શિરાઝભાઈ કે હવે મને આ કામ સોંપવામાં આવ્યું છે સેન્સસનું, તો હવે કેવી રીતના કરશું? તો હું કીધું શિરાઝભાઈ 29 જુલાઈ 2023 આશુરાનો દિવસ છે, શનિવારનો દિવસ છે. શરૂ કરીએ અમે હેડ કાઉન્ટ સાથે. એન્ડ દેટ ઇઝ હાઉ ઇટ એવી રીતના ચાલુ થયું. ઓફકોર્સ દેટ વોઝ ધ ફર્સ્ટ સ્ટેપ. હવે પછી આ થઈ ગયું છે બધું. હવે 143 જે તમારી પાસે છે. હવે જે રીતના તમે કીધા છો કે એવરી નાવ જમાત લેવલ, regional level, and I must just point out one thing. Birmingham Jamaat had done a comprehensive census in 2015 ke 16 mahatu. They collected data, but it took them 2 years. Now remember at that time GDPR rules na hata. So they literally collected data and then they started slowly going down, and the data was comprehensive to the level how many people own their houses, the financial salary and everything. So it is, at the moment, it is a challenge to do that, but inshallah, I'm sure if we bounce off ideas, and there, it's overdue, their sort of census now, because it's almost more than 7 years, but that data really give them, and remember in UK, for example, migration, આજે તમે જો migration થાય છે, Birmingham has got the highest migration. Why? Because the cost of living. આજે તમે જોશો લંડનમાં એટલા બધા નહીં સેટલ થાય. Students who are coming will either go to Birmingham or they go to Portsmouth, purely because of cost of living. So I just felt that if we can also get the guidance from this census team at Jamaat level, that how do we tackle, and we at Hujjat, we have got a plan. We've got a guy specifically in the EC, inshallah, looking at this on our database, which is Salesforce, and he has come up already with a plan. It will take him time. I'm sure the rest of the regions will follow. Hassan, thank you.
May I ask from Africa Federation, who would like to give some input, please? We can come back to you if you want. Okay. ના તૈયાર ના હોય તો અમે આવશું પાછું. ના થોડુંક વિચાર કરવો ના કાંઈ વાંધો ના. બિસ્મિલ્લાહ.
આ ફેરે અમને બોલવું છે પણ કાંઈ ફરિયાદ નથી. ના શિરાઝભાઈ સાથે વાત કર્યા હતી કે આફ્રિકામાં તો સેન્સસ બરાબર ચાલે છે, નથી વૈદા નથી ગઈટા. ના બરાબર ચાલે છે.
તો તમે એલાઇન છો કે આપને સેન્સસ ટીમને હવે નેક્સ્ટ ફેઝમાં જાય અને તમારા સાથે એક એલોકેટેડ પર્સન હોય જે અમારા સાથે કામ કરે સેન્ટ્રલ ટીમમાં?
એક ચીજ ખાસ જે છે અમે જોઈએ આ ડેટા પર, આ ડેટા જે બધાએ જે શિરકત કર્યા આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનમાં જે હેડ કાઉન્ટની થયો, ઇટ વોઝ રિલાયબિલિટી કેટલું સજાદભાઈ? એટલે તમે વિચાર કરો કે 90% પ્લસ રિલાયબિલિટી સ્ટેટિસ્ટિકલી, એ કહેવાય કે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન ઇઝ ફુલી ઇન ટ્યુન્ડ કે કેટલું ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે. એટલે બહુ આભાર. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. સલીમભાઈ પ્લીઝ.
Mr. Chairman,
બિસ્મિલ્લાહ.
On behalf of Africa Federation, we would like to thank the census team for the wonderful work they've done. Obviously, it shows from the results of the census, and we are prepared for the next step that you want to take. I would like to pass on to Muhammad Bhai. He wants to say something.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I just want to add a small thing.
દર ફેરે આફ્રિકાની જમાતો તો દર ફેરે બેસ્ટ જ હોય એટલે તમને બેસ્ટ રિઝલ્ટ્સ મળ્યા છે. પણ એના લાઇટર નોટ હતું. હું શું કહું છું કે આ થાય છે 4 વર્ષે 5 વર્ષે કે 10 વર્ષે એક ફેરે આ ડાટા થાય છે. અમે શરૂ કરે છે એઝ ડાયસ્લામ જમાત કે અમે તમે પૂછા કરો કે લાસ્ટ યર કેટલા ગુજરી ગયા હતા તો વી હેવ ધ ફિગર્સ રેડી. પણ કેટલા બચ્ચા જનેમાં છે વી ડોન્ટ હેવ ધોઝ ફિગર્સ. તો વી કેન નોટ ડુ ધીસ એવરી 3-4 years. તો વોટ વી આર સ્ટાર્ટિંગ નાઉ ઇન દાર ઇસ્લામ ઇઝ અમે ફોર્મ્સ બનાવું છે અને અમને એનાઉન્સ કરવું છે કે કોઈના ઘરે બચ્ચો જન્મે તો ઇન્ફોર્મ કરે જમાતો અને એક નાનો કેકને અમે કાર્ડ આપી આવશું તો વી પુટ ઇટ ઇન ધી સેમ ડાટા કે બચ્ચો તો પછી આગળ જતા આપણે અપડેટ ન કરવું ખપે જોઈએ ને.
બહુ સારું, વેરી ગુડ,
થેન્ક યુ.
માઇકમાં બોલો then we can.
You see, thank you, Mr. Chairman. આ બહુ સરસ વાત છે કે આ હોવું જોઈએ. આમાં ડોન ઓર્ગન્સનું છે. પણ વોટ આઈ સજેસ્ટ કે આ આફ્રિકા જ્યારે જમાત કરે ને કોઈ બી જમાત હોય દાર ઇસ્લામ હોય એ એફએ થ્રુ આ સેન્સસ ટીમને આ ડેટા દે મસ્ટ સેન્ડ અ કોપી. સો આ લોકો ઓટોમેટિકલી અપડેટ કરે પાછું રિકમ્પાઇલ ના કરવું ખપે. સો એની જમાત આ બર્થનું કરે છે કોઈ ઓર્ગન ડોનેશનનું કરશે કે એનીથિંગ તો આઈ થિંક વી શુડ સેન્ટ્રલાઇઝ ઇટ એન્ડ ઇટ મસ્ટ કમ ટુ ધ સેન્સસ ટીમ તો ઓલી આપણી ગ્લોબલ ડેટા અપડેટેડ થાય.
Thank you.
So there is no, yeah, and I think we all support that. It's good, yeah.
And actually, our idea we'll come back to that as well. Sajad Bhai also touched on that. So go to Salim Bhai, and then we have many more as well. Back in Nasimko as well. Bismillah.
આપણે છે ને ટેબલમાં માઇક સાથે છે ને ઓલું બોક્સ નાખીએ પૈસાનું તો એમાં જેટલું તમે પૈસા નાખો ને એટલું તમને ટાઈમ વધારે મળે બોલવા માટે. તો આપણે અહીંયાથી બહુ પૈસા બનાવશું આ ટેબલમાંથી અહીંયા. No, on a lighter note, હમણાં બધાએ ખાધા છે ને એટલે બધાને હજમ થઈ જાય. I think great work, the team, we worked with the census team and I think you were quite impressed with COAGE's response. We made sure that every Jamaat was active in getting the head count done. It was challenging because of that day, because it was very difficult to get everyone, but alhamdulillah, we delivered on what we promised. In terms of the ID card, we have a different challenge. You'll see, we already spoke about the engagement that is a problem at the moment with the youth. And this ID card, we want everybody to be involved. We want the whole population rather than just a certain age group. We would have to think about an incentive of people, because as you know, in Europe, people are trying to go away from cards now, because everything is contactless, phones, and so on and so forth. So people don't want to have more cards. Other regions might have, the card is more maybe in keep with their work style. So we have to think about either looking at sports again, I mentioned last time, in getting an incentive, or maybe have an incentive on how we can communicate with each other or how we can deal with each other business-wise as entrepreneurs, or have a national discount to encourage people to have a card. If we were just to have a Khoja identity as a card, I personally don't think it's going to be very popular in Europe. So let's look at it together. But we are supporting in having somebody from college to support and have to move to the next stage.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Okay, fine. If we go to Rizwan Bhai, Merchant, and Rasul Bhai, I saw your hand up as well.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. We've heard about this census project quite a bit in the last few weeks back home. My question is around, what thought has gone into considering the regulations of different countries as far as data is concerned. So you can collect all this data. We can collect this data at a Jamaat level maybe, but sharing that data might be an issue. There might be certain data we can share and certain we can't. So I'm just wondering if there is any consideration given to that. Secondly, the standardization of input fields. We haven't seen any standardization of what data you need to collect. Now, for example, if you're going to collect data at birth, there are some fields that we can leave blank and we can fill them out or we can update them as the child grows. So is there any standard data that, or format that you'd like to collect this data in, and the fields that you'd like to collect? And the third, I guess, is incentivization. The different regions would have different incentivization reasons. Health benefits might not be an incentive in the North America or at least in the Canada region. So what are those incentivization strategies that have we thought about any of those strategies? That's it. Thank you.
Okay, there are many more people who want to talk. Again, I'm taking out my difficult hat to say we have an agenda. That's why I wanted one person per region. I think we've got several very important points. Unless it's very pressing, Mahmood, I would be happy to ask you. We have Arif Bhai Jex, you raised his hand earlier. We have Amir Bhai. Can we stop at Amir Bhai as the last person? Quick one, please. Bismillah.
Thank you very much, Safta Bhai. First of all, my thanks again to Shiraz Bhai and the team. They worked really hard to get Nasimco involved. Unfortunately, the results from Nasimco is not as great as we'd like it to be. Not every Jamaat had participated. I think it was maybe at about 30-40%, so which would skew the North American, or rather the global results. Just a few points to consider in regards to the data collection. Maybe was there an option of, like for example, when you're flying in a plane, Emirates, you land and you've given that the iPad the option, how was your flight? So from 1 to 5, rate your experience. Similarly, why can't we? Or maybe we could create something where, and there's two options. One where we could create a program, or maybe the program out there already, where people in the Jamaats can host this computer, and it would just really be like a touchpad whereby, instead of putting things in the ballot, you just go and you press what's your age range, and you just click and move. And this way, we can digitize that process. One second option would be to maybe create even an app whereby instead of creating an actual ID, you create a digital ID, and then there you can get these pop-ups to say what age range are you opting in for this information. Therefore, you're already getting an opt-in as opposed to having to, go to each and every person.
So census aside, I think, and census is great, but I think we in the digital age we should think about it holistically. You will notice, for everybody here who is not a tech-savvy person, there's a lot of places where you go, they tell you log in using Facebook or Google or what have you. Those are called identity systems, and they are very well designed to confirm to different regional compliances. I personally think if we get into investing, and it's going to be a significant investment, but we need to invest in a Khoja identity system, because we have matrimonial services, we have Jamaat memberships, we have a lot of things that even our Jamaat website, you can log in and save your things. But if every time somebody needs to do anything within those services of the Jamaat is using a centralized identity system that is built, right, which that centralized one is taking care of all the regional compliance matters. That in itself, you might not get the results today, but within the next 3 years or 4 years of adoption of this such an identity system and proliferation of it within all the other services will actually help us get this an ongoing basis. So if a youth wants to join a youth team, they need to log in. If the Jamaat, then you can go to the next stage where you can start building little services for Jamaat to just use via CMS systems, like, oh, can I have a website? They can create a website like this. But all of these are the value adds of World Federation. I'm happy to expound more on it with anybody who's interested. I have and a bunch of us have a bunch of IT background. We can come back to you.
No, that's great. This is why we have experts in the room who will always contribute, and I think the professor Mahmood Bhai is precisely in this area. Last point, Amir Bhai, then I want to summarize succinctly and then ask Sajjad to respond to some of these. Amir Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. પહેલાં તો મને તમને કોઈને યાદ હશે કે મંબાસા જમાતના 1950s બર્થ સર્ટિફિકેટ ઇસ્યુ કરતા હતા ને રેકોર્ડ રાખતા હતા. હમણાં દર જમાતમાં સગાઈ નોંધ થાય છે, મેરેજનું નોંધ થાય છે. તો એવરી જમાત શુડ ઓલ્સો કીપ એ રેકોર્ડ કે બર્થ સર્ટિફિકેટ ઇન્ટ્રોડ્યુસ કરો ફ્રોમ એવરી જમાત. નંબર 1. નંબર 2, હમણાં અહીંયા આવી કે બધે થઈ જઈને ફેમિલી નાની કરે છે. ઘણે શું કામ ગભરાય છે બધા નાની ફેમિલી. હવે છે ને તો હું સજેસ્ટ કરું છું કે જો પોપ્યુલેશન વધારવી હોય 5%થી તો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન એક એલાઉન્સ દે કે જો તમે 4 પેદા કરો તો તમને એલાઉન્સ મળશે, કારણ કે ખર્ચામાં મદદ થાય. તો એના પર વિચાર કરો.
Thank you. Last point, Abul Bhai Gokal, because he is remote, and that will also cover Pakistan Federation. Then Sajjad, if you can succinctly respond. Yeah, short one. Please. Abul Bhai.
Abul Hassan Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm using Zahid Bhai's laptop for some options here. Okay, so my views on the census, first of all, really commendable effort. I'm glad this activity is receiving so much importance, and it is no doubt an important activity. I also observed that the questions raised in the workshop were very intelligently drafted. It reflected a high level of intellect in the preparation of the workshop material, especially the reference to the most scariest findings or factors for the community requires a lot of thinking and planning. The fact that we could soon face the threat of a diminishing community because of the low fertility rate, which is as far as our region is concerned, 3.5, but under 2, it becomes irreversible. So that's something which requires attention globally. Next is the threat of identity, especially due to ideological infiltrations, something which we can see very clearly that will be catching up in pace. And as the pace of infiltration builds up, the pace of the defense mechanisms should also be raised. So proactive planning will be required here. Third is a danger which we here in Pakistan are more prone to, but this evil will soon spread, and it's already spreading, and that's of political victimization and discrimination, which faith-based. The effects of these are already visible in many events globally and reactions to the same. So this is something which needs very tactful handling so that the community does not lose its international influence, whilst at the same time we manage to protect our rights. The age distribution and the resultant projections are also very meaningful and will require a remedial plan of action. So another question as where mostly would these findings be applicable? In my opinion, the health and longevity segment is where this can be used very effectively. Secondly, in career guidance and economic guidance or commercial guidance, career guidance and commercial guidance. Also, a useful area is that an application of the census analysis would be the housing needs and assistance required. And one point that was very interesting was the percentage of marriageable people, either are not married or have been widowed or are single, as a matchmaking facility once these numbers are known and the people are identified.
Thank you. Sorry.
As to the practical experience that we have in 2010, we conducted our first census here in Karachi under the Pakistan Federation umbrella, which was a great learning experience. Our initial forms were very detailed and intricate, and we soon realized that not all are induced to give such detailed responses if they do not know what's in store for them or what's in return. So in this case, learning from experience, we simplified the forms and the response rate became better. So there's one learning from experience. The initial exercise starting with the head count is fine. Then the data has to be compiled in phases as to depth and eliminating all that is not important at the beginning and then building up from there once the database is available.
Thank you.
Here we also have the system of life live updates. So each time we have machine readable cards, smart cards. Each time a member has to update or renew his card, we update the data. Each time a member approaches our facilities for use, for example, the hospital welfare or the sports center, we have the opportunity of updating our database as well. An attempt made by the GCP for headcount during Muharram was regretted by us because of the demographic limitations. In Karachi, we are not a center-based existence or Jamaat. There are scores of namargas and masajids in the city. There is not one single place of congregation. So because of this challenge, and secondly, due to this high emotional sentiments during Muharram, it was not the right time for us.
Thank you.
So at the Jamaat, one census happened in 2010, and the next one is due this term. As you're aware, we just had our elections on 12th of May, and it's one of the promises we have for this term. So this will be launched as a very serious activity, not just a headcount, but going into the details. A member engagement is required. We already have that plan, how to achieve this high member engagement for completion of the process. So these are some of my points.
Thank you very much, Abul Bhai. We appreciate very much your detailed. I'm sure the team has taken. I'm going to give both Sajad Bhai and Shiraz Bhai to respond and conclude.
We can't respond to every suggestion in detail, but we have written these down. We just want to assure everyone, we're going to do this very professionally. We're going to consider a lot of the feedback you have, especially with using an app-based Khoja identity approach. We are going to be extremely meticulous about data protection. Because if we don't do it right, we're exposing every single one of our community members to this. So we'll be extremely meticulous and make sure. We'll try to have a lot of global standardization, but we must know that India is very different to Kuwait, is very different to Pakistan. So we'll have to have some regional variations. And it's not, this is just the beginning. We're just starting this project. It's something we're building for the next 10, 20 years. So it's going to take time, but once it's done and once we have high uptake, something we're going to benefit from tremendously.
Thank you very much, each one of you, for listening to us and giving your comments. Let me also assure you that this is not my project. It is our project. We need to work together to make sure that we take this community to a different level. I'm going to come here after 20 years. I don't want to hear Safdar Bhai or anybody who's in that seat to tell us, okay, we have a housing crisis, we have poverty, we have education crisis. We need new challenges. Unless we work together, and 150,000 people, that's all we have. It's not a big issue. And the richest community in the world. China took out 700 million people out of poverty in 30 years. And we are only 150,000 people. Can we not really take them out of poverty? Seriously? Let's make a 20-year plan that after 20 years, I'm going to come here. Whether you are here or not, I don't know. Inshallah, I'll be here. But I pray that we're all here. Let's prove that we can do it. Yeah, with those few words, thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Last but not the least, I must thank my team.
Of course.
Literally, they worked very hard, day and night, to get where we are today, and sincerely appreciate that and the support from the World Federation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Profound work. I mean, a lot of your sentiments, frankly speaking, that we have heard, the team, believe you me, has already factored it. My secretary is itching to talk. I said, calm down. Because there is a lot of digital work that has also gone. In fact, to the extent that I have to comment people who have worked that we were even trying to go live today to collect data. But we said, hold on. I put the brake. Why did I put the brake? Because of compliance. Our chief risk officer, the legal officer, Farabai, who is not only a compliance officer, she is a legally professional lawyer as well. First question she said about looking at all the laws across the 150 countries. There are certain countries, there are no laws. In this country, there's GDPR. So, and I know that a lot of good work has happened, and the excitement I see in the room is profound. We now need your help to make sure that Shiraz Bhai and his team get the mandate to work directly with you at the regional level and get the buy-in so that we can move to the next level of maturity. From the basic data of the baseline, all the way to the digitalization, all the way to the CRMs, all the way to the IT system. It would be our dream to see 150 Jamaats interconnected with profoundness of data protection, with regional input, where we are a seamless community, entire digital community, and we move in that way in the next generation, inshallah. That is our aspiration. I hope we meet the aspirations. And let us recite a loud salawat for everybody who has worked in the census team, including the secretariat and all those in the IT infrastructure and our consultants and everybody who has been involved in this process, including yourselves, inshallah. Salawat.
The next item on the agenda is regarding community conduct policies. This is something which was brought up.
There's no, at this stage is still, no, we have the mandate to continue, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, can we please have mute anyone who is online just now, just for a moment, please. Thank you. Ahsantu. Community conduct policies is something which was brought up specifically during the term. Can I ask the technical team to put anyone who is on mute, anyone who is online, just thank you, Hassan. There is a team which was going to be formed, and I'll give it to President Saab to explain what the thought process was behind it, please.
Yeah, so basically, this is quite a sensitive issue, and it's very likely we'll have to park it, but I need the sentiments of this House. We had, please, if we can mute.
Specifically during the term.
Thank you. We had certain challenges of safety that we heard in the community. Be it Ziyarat groups, be it other events that unfold, and it is a serious matter. Madrasas in UK, in Europe, in North America, Canada have safeguarding policies at the madaris level, school levels. In the East, probably the level of those legalities are not as robust. Obviously, we have groups that travel, be it within the framework of the Jamaat's institution or outside the framework of institution. When these events happen, leadership clearly is under enormous pressure. What are you doing? How do you safeguard our children and anybody for that matter? To that effect, when this, at least a couple of those, at least one event that unfolded and there was a lot of demand that we need to do something, I immediately issued a statement. I called a meeting of all the 6 regional presidents to say, we have a challenge, what do we do? And all the regional presidents agreed that we need to set up a code of conduct policy. I asked Dr. Mithani to put together a team to work on that so that at the conference we could have the first draft ready. But I believe that Dr. Mithani has had certain challenges. So if he is with us now, I would like him to provide a very quick preamble on the challenges so that we can then decide at the House whether the House wants to continue or put a pause to that.
Dr. Mithani, are you online? Yeah, Dr. Mithani is not online at the moment. Shall we proceed towards the sentiments at least? And thank you.
Yeah. So I just want sentiments because I believe Dr. Mithani has certain challenges in getting full buy-in from all regions. So, buy-in from all regions, he felt a little difficult to get. So I just want to know from each region whether you want us to do this or we park this. I'll be guided by you. So I'll start from Nasimko. Nasimko Arif Bhai. 1 sentiment per region, please, to the chair.
Could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
The question is that the code of conduct, do we need a global policy? We have a global team to come up with it or not? Or the regions are happy to do it themselves, so we don't take that burden?
I haven't discussed this. We discussed this actually at the conference at the Nasimco conference last week, and there is a need to get this done, for sure. This was brought up to find out what the status was of the conduct policy. Dr. Akbar was there, and he did give us a little brief on it, that he had some challenges in I think, creating the team as well. However, I feel that it's just not a region-based issue. It should be more of a global issue, whereby I think Islamic values need to be incorporated in there as well, besides just the region. So we're here to help in any way we can. We have people that have approached us to be part of it.
So you are in favor of it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go to Koich, please. Salim Bhai or anybody, Secretary Saab. Yeah.
I think safeguarding from an educational perspective is really important. As adults, that should be our first and foremost concern whatever we do. What I think would be helpful is to have guidance from WF, taking into account all the different regions and what challenges they may face or their perspectives. And then if that is then shared with the regions, they can take what fits their members and implement it that way. So it's like having one approach and being aligned, but taking into account the diverseness of each region.
Just to speed this along a bit more, I would like to, everyone should know that the work is not starting from scratch. When Azmina Bai, you said that this is important, and the sentiments I think everyone shares. This is absolute 100% right. But the problem we have is that most regions actually participated, nominated a person or a team. But we didn't get, for this kind of global thing, you need a buy-in from everyone. So as a Secretary General, to a Secretary General, I'm basically saying, thank you, you were in time, Nasimco, you were in time, but there are other of our members who didn't buy into it. So it's basically that which we need for. So I'm just focusing so that we are all aligned, because if we start from scratch, this is important. Yes, it's important, it's needless to say. We just want to see, do we want commitment, yes or no? Yeah. So if we can have that kind of an answer, that would be really, really appreciative. From Koej and Nasimco, you said an absolute yes.
Yes. We want to hear from Africa.
Mr. Chairman, from Africa Federation, yes, we are aligned to this code of conduct, but we would like to see the contents and understand the framework, how it's going to work. I mean, we had a few programs as well on child protection, other programs in Dar es Salaam, for that matter. However, it is better that we first have a kind of a framework to understand what are the contents. Obviously, we are aligned, and I think it is necessary that we...
Yeah, so, President Sam, what do you suggest? It's a suggestion here. If we have this buy-in, and we want the regions to be part of the whole point to create the framework, is it not? Otherwise, there is no buy-in.
Yeah, I was coming to this. Look, Dr. Mitani, I believe, has got buy-in from at least 4 of the 6 regions. That's what he told me, but he's not getting a representation from 2 regions. So I'm trying to be, trying to see how we can do that. We cannot put a framework without having representation, because the whole idea is Dr. Mitani, together, he wants to put a framework. So we need one representative from Africa Federation to join the team. We have somebody from Koej, we have somebody from Nasimco, I believe we have somebody from Pakistan. Have you got from India?
India we have as well, and I know that Morabi Mohsin Bhai had answered already in the last one, so we have full commitment there as well.
So all we need is commitment from Africa today that we need a representation, and this subject can move on to the next Executive Council for the first report.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think we need, if you can provide us with a time frame to give you the name of the representative. I think Mr. Chairman, our chairman wants to make a comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, you know, in this digital era, I also get input from this phone. All right, I just want to be transparent. All right. Already I'm getting message from 3 Secretary Generals. Say, why don't we just get together, Secretary Generals, and create that we have an initial discussion, step 1, and that means that there will be a commitment to have a person or persons from every region. Can I ask if all the regions are okay with that? So that what Onali Bhai Khalfan Murabbi said, can we also have a framework which everyone buys into? Is that okay?
Yeah, that is fine, and we also need to understand the time frame.
So a time frame. Na to pachi ame evi itna kariye ke je next exco je આવે છે, we come and present there case what is the update. It could be a draft or it could be a something to pass. But the first step is just to get the full buy-in from every region. Muhammad Arif Bhai, you wanted to speak.
From what Dr. Mitani mentioned at our conference in Vancouver just last weekend, he said that he was having trouble getting the representation from the regions, but he doesn't mind putting a draft together. The only problem with that is that it's going to come from 1 or 2 sources only. And he says, look, if you want us to proceed that way, I'm willing to do that. It's just that it'll not represent the opinions or the views of everybody. So if you want to float something like that as a draft, I mean, that can be done too. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I think we can conclude this. It's pretty clear to me that we are aligned. The Secretary Generals are going to coordinate, and we will proceed with Dr. Mitani and the team so that at the next Executive Council, inshallah, the first one in the new term, we'll have the first draft paper, inshallah.
Mr. Chairman, just on the same thing, I think it's very important that what you've said and got the team going, but we really need to have some specific timeline because this matter has gone over a year and there are cases, others that are coming in our region with these similar disputes, similar abuses. So we really as a community...
So the timeline I've given, the next Executive Council meeting in 6 to 8 months from now. Is that fair enough? The team would meet, they would deliberate, put a paper, send a draft out for consultation, and it's adopted at the next EXCO. Would that be fair? You want it sooner? Too short. Then they can be work in progress. You have to decide. You tell us. If it's that urgent, to me, it can be done in 6 months. It should be done. The papers, a lot of work the madrasas have done. You see, the onus has got to come from the regions. We can only facilitate. So, it has to be driven by you. We have provided you a lead. If you can give that commitment that you will give him the time, we move on. Yeah? Okay.
Yes, we believe the timeline is reasonable. Okay. By the next EXCO, I think it's achievable.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm taking it as a yes from Africa Federation, yeah? That within 6 months we will come. Are we okay with that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just I want to make a point here. Is it possible that the regional federations should receive the paper first before bringing it up in the EXCO?
No, the whole idea is the 6 regions get together, understand the issues of the jurisdictions so that Dr. Mitani can work with your 6 regional leaders to come up with a paper. So your input comes from inception. Yeah? Okay. So I think I've seen a yes here as well. Okay. Alhamdulillah. So I think we can move with salawat.
Perfect. Salawat ala Muhammad wa alayhi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, we have progressed today and we have recalibrated over break time. We took into note that you are not as happy in the morning, that there's a little input, so we are trying to give more onus for you to speak and recalibrate the program. We have finished with the first key strategic paper on census, and now the second extremely important flagship project for the next term, and that has started in this term, is the Research Institute. the International Center of Advanced Islamic Research. What was the goal? Where have we reached? Where are we going? And we told Sheikh Alexander, who had a 20-minute, please come here, who had a 20-minute presentation, I told him to cut it down to 12 minutes so that we can give you more time. So we are reducing our time so that we can get more feedback from you. So inshallah, we would like to welcome Sheikh Alexander.
Just see if the button, press it upwards. There, it's coming.
Thank you. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على محمد وآله الطاهرين
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
Respected President Saab, office bearers of the World Federation, delegates from all over the world, scholars, guests, brothers, sisters, and anyone else I may have forgotten, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First, let me say what a great honor it is to be here with you in this conference and having this opportunity to talk to you about the work we're doing at iCare. I always find these World Federation gatherings really interesting. I think I call them democracy in action. I definitely learn a lot here, and I'm happy to say that my Gujarati and my Swahili are coming along nicely. If you'll give me just 30 seconds for a little story about that. So we were in Dar es Salaam last year, where Dar es Salaam Jamaat and AFED very kindly hosted our previous conference, and it was a brilliant experience. It was my first time in East Africa. I had Mandazi, it changed my life. And I think I was doing my MCing thing at the conference, and then I think on the second day, a member of the community came up to me, an uncle came up to me, he says, you know, I've seen sheikhs from all over. I've seen Arab sheikhs and Iranian sheikhs, African sheikhs, and even Hawza sheikhs. And then he said, but I've never seen a Muzungu sheikh. Now, I didn't speak any Swahili at that point, but I immediately turned to my friend who was with me and I said, did he just call me a Gora? So you know, I'm picking up. I've got Arabic, I've got Persian, I think, you know, Gujarati, Swahili, Urdu. Let's keep it going. I have to keep up with Sheikh Nader and Sabra Juma, though, because I think they speak like 8 or 9 languages, and French as well. You know, je suis désolé, je ne parle pas français. It's like that's all I can say. That's all I can say. So, on to the main topic. Can I just get a show of hands? How many of you before today have heard about the International Center for Advanced Islamic Research, or iCare? Can I get a show of hands? Okay, that shows that Marcoms are doing an excellent job, so thank you, Marcoms. We really appreciate that. You know, we're a relatively new organization within WF, and we're finding our feet, we're growing, and I just want to say that we're receiving tremendous support, not only from WF, not only from the regional federations, but also from the local Jamaat and the grassroots, and that's really encouraging. But what is iCare? Why does iCare exist? Why does the World Federation need a research center? Well, I think, you know, listening to a lot of the talks that are happening today, a lot of the conversations that have been going on over lunch and even while the conference is going on, we are facing unprecedented challenges, not just as a community, not just as a madhab, but as a human species. I think Brother Mohammed Mehdi spoke very beautifully earlier about the challenges posed by artificial intelligence, by climate change, by the fast-paced flow of information, fake news. All of this is presenting us with a set of challenges that we have never encountered before and that we do not yet have the equipment to respond to. And at the same time, we have all of the usual challenges, the challenges that have always been there, the perennial challenges, the existential challenges, the questions that all youth and elders will ask at some point. Questions like, why am I here? Why am I a Muslim? How do I know this hadith is authentic? We have all these questions and all of these ideologies floating around, and yet we find ourselves without answers to them. And in the modern world, when you take these two sets of challenges, the perennial challenges, the existential challenges, and the challenges posed by technology and change, and you put them together, you have an exponential growth in these challenges. Whereas before, if someone was promoting harmful ideas, it was in one area. It was in a local area. Now, thanks to social media, thanks to TikTok and Instagram, those ideas can spread around the world in just a few seconds. How do we respond to that? Well, iCare is committed to providing the response to that. So in the words of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam, knowledge is the pinnacle of virtue. It is both the highest virtue and the source of all other virtues. And the goal of iCare, the mission of iCare, and this will be in your conference packs and it's on our website, is to address the intellectual and spiritual challenges facing the Hawza and global Shia Ithna Ashari Muslim community by combining traditional scholarship with innovative research and to promote the study of Shiism globally. iCare exists in order to carry out research that will be transformative for the global community, to address the needs of the global community. And I believe that actually sets us apart from all other research institutions that currently exist, because we are a community-embedded research organization. We do not want to live in an ivory tower. We want to bring the research to the community, and we want the community to be engaged with the research, because ultimately, it is the community who this research needs to be for. And what is our vision for iCare? What do we want to achieve? Not just in the next year, not just in the next 3 years, when hopefully we'll have another one of these triennial conferences and we will update you on our work, but 10 years from now, 20 years from now, what is our vision? It is to become a premier global center in Islamic research where people can explore both timeless and contemporary questions and to provide intellectual responses to the challenges of modern living from an authentically Shi'i perspective. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, the way I like to think of iCare is as a bridge between three major pillars. One is the community, and I think that is the most important pillar, because without the community, there is no life, there is no faith, because it is the community that is the backbone of the religion, in the words of Imam Ali. Building a bridge between the community, the university, and the Hawza. And when I say the university, I'm primarily referring to Shi'i and Muslim academics in the university doing research that is of interest to the community. And iCare sits in the middle of these three pillars and facilitates a dialogue, facilitates a conversation between them, between the community and scholarship, both traditional scholarship and university scholarship, and also equally importantly, facilitating dialogue between the Hawza and the university. Because I can't tell you, as someone who spent over a decade in the Hawza and also in the university and has been to academic conferences, has been to Bath al-Kharij, there are conversations happening in both of these places which are related to one another, and yet the scholars in the university don't talk to the scholars in the Hawza and vice versa. You have exceptions, but that's the general rule. And so iCare, by being a community-embedded research organization, is in a unique position to build that bridge, to bring scholarship to the community, and also to bridge between different kinds of scholarship. And how do we do that? What does building a bridge look like? In very general terms, because we're short on time, so I don't want to spend too much time talking. I want to also hear from all of you, and then we can have a discussion and maybe elaborate on some of these points. Number one is by publications. There are three main channels through which we bridge the gap. The first is through publications. So all of you who received a conference pack will have seen issue 2 of the Al-Qalam Journal, which is our flagship research journal where we get research from both Hawza and university scholars in the form of academic articles, book reviews, and more. Issue 3 will be coming out in the next few months, inshallah, so do keep an eye on our website. And if you do have feedback, we'd love to hear it from you. It's a specialist journal, so it's mainly aimed at researchers, but that's one example. We also have 2 books in publication, in the process of publication, which will be coming out in the next year, hopefully. As well as publications, engagement. Now, what do I mean by engagement? The word engagement covers a multitude of sins. So we have the conference, which we held in Dar es Salaam, and more recently we held a great conference at the JCC in Toronto that Nasimco facilitated. So we have our annual conference. We also have monthly or almost monthly seminars, both online and in person. And then we do training courses, academic workshops, and things like that, aimed at both the community and at scholarship. And finally, we have partnerships. And this is partnerships with other academic and Hawza institutions, partnerships with industry, designed to bolster our research potential and to also represent Shiism in the academic space. And we believe that through these three broad channels, and what I've given you is just a summary of what we're doing and what we're planning to do, we can bridge this gap between these different pillars. So what have we done so far? Well, when Haj Safdar and the office bearers announced the creation of the research center in 2021, and in partnership with the Islamic Education Department, what were the goals? So to form a core team, to create a physical presence in London, to develop media capacity, publication of journal articles and books, and to organize seminars and conferences relevant to challenging issues. So I'm just going to speed through these. So the attainment, we now have a core team. We have a head, we have admin staff, we have a full-time translator, and we have a full-time research associate, and we're continuing to grow. We've established a headquarters. It's actually about 20 meters that way. Currently empty of furniture. It's all in here and downstairs. And we really benefit from this wonderful space at Harefield. It's actually a great space to hold the kind of events we want to do, to do the kind of work that we want to do. And we're very fortunate to be here in this leafy suburb of London. We've also, in terms of developed media capacity, we've got a cross-departmental media team, at the heart of which is Marcoms, who support us in everything we do. Even this beautiful slide template was provided by them. We've established a social media presence, and by the way, please do give us a follow. We're on Instagram, we're on Twitter, now known as X, YouTube. Do go on there and press the follow button, and you'll get regular updates from us. We have just set up a media studio around the corner from here as well for podcasts and other things. And finally, we've published 2 issues of the journal, a third is in progress, and as I said, 2 books are in production. We've also held 3 conferences in London, Dar es Salaam, and Toronto, and we've held 7 seminars so far, and we're planning many more in the future, inshallah, including this summer. So do, again, keep an eye, watch this space. But let's look to the future. I don't want to just talk about what we've done. Very quickly, I want to give you a sense of what we're aiming to do in the next 3 years. The first of all, and this was already mentioned by Mohammed Mehdi, artificial intelligence. Now, I don't have time to give you a full idea of that, but there are several areas we need to look at in artificial intelligence. First of all, we need to look at developing a coherent and Islamically informed artificial intelligence policy. What is going to be our approach to artificial intelligence? We also need to look at the ethics of artificial intelligence, which is growing in importance. I mean, there was recent news at OpenAI, the whole ethics team left because of disagreements with senior management. And so AI ethics is going to grow in importance as AI permeates every aspect of our lives. So it's important that we have an Islamic ethics of artificial intelligence. That's something that we want to look into through our research. And at the same time, and I'll speak more about this in a moment, developing artificial intelligence tools for the community. Now, at this stage, this is all experimental. What we want to do right now is learn about the capacities of AI, the risks of AI, and the potential of AI, in conjunction with scholars from the Hawza, experts in artificial intelligence and computer science, and of course in collaboration with the community. And alhamdulillah, the global community has massive intellectual resources we can also draw on. And I've had some really good conversations over the last couple of months with people from all over the world. But we will talk a little bit about some of the tools that we're working on at the end of this presentation. So that's number 1. 2, we want to build more strategic partnerships. So we want to build partnerships with the Hawza, with universities, and also with the community. So with both individual centers, regional federations, and community organizations. We want to understand the needs of the community. We also want to establish our presence in universities. We're looking at things such as grants and bursaries for students in the field of Islamic studies to promote the study of Shiism in the university. And of course, we want to form partnerships with the Hawza, intellectual exchanges, workshops, and the like, to bring that scholarship to the community. We also are looking at developing training programs and research workshops, and we can talk more about that either in the Q&A session or offline, but the idea is providing training and workshops to scholars. So, for example, giving university scholars a grounding in traditional Hawza studies and equipping traditional Hawza scholars with the academic skills to speak to the university. And finally, events, publications, and digital media. So we've already spoken a little bit about our publications and events. In terms of digital media, what we're looking at right now is establishing a podcast, which will then be another output from the center, bringing research to the wider community. So now let me talk a little bit about artificial intelligence. So it's going to be very difficult for you to see on the screen here, but I'm going to very briefly describe what this is. So we have two artificial intelligence teams, two very different artificial intelligence teams working on two very different initiatives. So one team is a team of academic researchers with a background in Hawza studies and also a background in computer science. So quite a rare combination of skill sets. And one of the main issues we face in Shi'i scholarship, both traditional and university scholarship, is the question of hadith studies. Studying these complex chains of narrators, these multiple books of hadiths, these multiple versions of the same hadith. Machine learning and computer science and computational analysis gives us a rare set of tools that wasn't available to scholars in the past that will allow us to look at this body of material in a new way. So what we're actually building at the moment as a proof of concept is a database of Shi'i hadith narrators and the connections between them, which will allow us to build, you can see this chart there. This is actually a map of all the chains of narrators in just one chapter of Al-Kafi. Our vision, if we're successful, is to be able to do this for the entirety of the Shi'i hadith literature, which will then be made available to researchers who can ask all sorts of interesting questions about that and examine it. And one of our new research associate, Dr. Mustafa Muvahadifar, who is here somewhere, actually did his PhD on a computational analysis of Al-Kafi and came up with some very interesting findings on there. This is taking that to the next level. And this will be made available to researchers in the Hawza and the university to enable them to do more thorough, more accurate, and groundbreaking research on the Shi'i heritage. And what you see here, so you see the graph here, you also see sort of an example of how the database entries will look. If you would like to discuss this more and maybe get a closer look at this, please do reach out to me either here or even remotely. You can drop me an email and we can set up a meeting. The second project, so this project, by the way, is called Rijal Graph, after Ilm al-Rijal, and graph, the idea of mapping it. The second project, which we're doing with Mohammed Mawji, who's over there, who's supporting us in this with his AI startup, is called Mu'allim Assistant. Now, this is a very different sort of tool. So the first tool that I described to you, Rijal Graph, is aimed at researchers in academia. Mu'allim Assistant is a proof of concept for an education tool that could be used in multiple kinds of education contexts. And the basic idea is that you would have a knowledge base, which would be the course content. So it could be a madrasa curriculum, it could be a secular secondary curriculum, it could be a Hawza online course. You give this to Mu'allim Assistant, and what it will do is it will generate questions based on that course content to help with revision. It poses the question to a student, and then the student provides an answer. What it will then do is it will compare the answer with the knowledge base using something called RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation. It will compare that answer to the knowledge base and give feedback. And rather than just me talking about it, I think the best way for you to see it is, to understand it, is to see it in action. And Mohammed Mawji has very kindly prepared a demonstration video, which I think we can play now. Shahid Ali? Thank you. I'll just talk you through. So this is what I just described. So you pick a topic, and it asks, what is the meaning of the word Tawheed? The student provides an answer. And so it gives, Tawheed is belief in prophethood and the Day of Judgment, which is obviously wrong. And the chatbot says, your response seems to confuse Tawheed with a broader set of Islamic beliefs. And then it goes into more detail. So then the student tries again. Tawheed means believing in the oneness of God. Chatbot says, your response captures the core essence of Tawheed. However, it is important to expand on this concept. So notice the chatbot just doesn't go, that's right. It actually gives suggestions for how that could be improved. Now, I want to emphasize, Mohammed Mawji and his team put this together in 6 weeks for us. So this is extremely basic. This isn't even sort of at the alpha testing stage, and we wouldn't release it in this state for general use. The idea right now is we want to see what can we do with artificial intelligence, and then we can make an informed decision on how we want to bring it in. Now, I realize that for many of you, there's lots of questions about artificial intelligence, the ethics of artificial intelligence, the safety of artificial intelligence. These are all things that we are keenly aware of and we're looking to have a dialogue about. So if we don't have time in the Q&A, please do reach out to me and we can talk more about that. And I think in the interest of time now, we should move to the discussion session. So thank you all for listening to my presentation, and I look forward to learning from all of you. Salawat.
I think following this preamble, I think we will move straight to question and answer, discussion, comments. I can see Shabbar, if the Secretary can help me take names. Shabbar, Mahmoud, and Muhammad Arif.
If we could start with the easy questions and then, move on to the harder ones if there's time.
Bismillah, Shabbar. Shabbar, then followed by Mahmoud Baidala, and then Sheikh Yasir. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikhna.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
I'm not used to these timers and stuff because normally I was sitting on the other side of the fence, so I always had unlimited time. So what's my timer now?
Shabbar bhai, I learned from you. So alhamdulillah, it is only 30 seconds.
Only 30 seconds, right. Fire round. Here is fire round from me. First of all, fantastic work on ICAR. I've attended a couple of conferences that you guys have had here. Phenomenal. You need to continue doing what you are doing. You breezed through everything, but didn't focus on what networks you are building with existing universities that already have Shi'i studies, and what are we doing about it. The august body and I think Nasimco, FED, the WF, all have invested in other universities. When we had in the US, I think Dr. Jafar has done something in FIU, there is stuff happening elsewhere. Where is that within your diagram of creating that connection? Because that's one big element. The other element is ICAR needs to be very clear that it is centric. It is not on the right, it is not on the left. I don't need to tell you more. You can take my guide as to what I'm trying to tell you, because we can't be on either side, and we are, apart from being Khoja, we are Shia Ithnashri, we are on the path of moderation and not on either side. And I think ICAR needs to be very clear that that is the proposition it's taking and not going too close to one or the other side. Because I think as soon as you do that, you have other issues. ICAR is doing a fantastic job in publication, but we also have to understand that the awam, the general body, is not as big in reading the kalams that you are releasing. What are you doing about it so that the general community can also uplift its faith and religion? Not just through publication and the seminars, because not everybody can attend. What is happening, or how can we do that? I think that is also critical in making ICAR successful. We need to be proud that we've actually, we've got something that can answer the questions, but are we targeting the right audience?
Okay.
And that is critical, because I know I've gone over my 30 seconds. My last point is, what's the target market apart from academic research and all those doing academia? What's the other target market, and how are you going to address those?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll take a few, please.
It's just there were quite a few questions. Would it be possible to do just quickly?
If you can take notes on which questions they are, I think at the same time, and we'll give you answer for next. We'll start collating. Bismillah, go for it. Sheikh, yes,
okay.
Bismillah.
So if I recall, there were three main questions there. So the first is existing university partnerships. What are we doing about those? The second question was how are we reaching people other than publications? I feel like I'm missing one in the middle there. Centric. Centric one was second, and then publications were third. So I think in terms of the first one, yes. So there is some excellent work going on, especially in North America, in terms of universities. We're in touch with Dr. Mohsen Jafar, Professor Mohiuddin in Florida, and others, and we're integrating them into our academic network. Also, I didn't get a chance to talk about this. On our governing board, we have two Shi'i academics, Professor Cyrus Zargar and Professor On Hassan Ali, who are both North American-based. We're working with SRI, which is Sayyid Muhammad Rizvi's institute in Toronto, and Sheikh Vinay there, and we're looking at formalizing that partnership and working together on events and publications in the future and knowledge exchanges, which is great. We also have excellent connections in the UK universities, so we're in touch with people at the University of Exeter. There is Royal Holloway down the road, where Mainstay Foundation are establishing a presence, and I'm in touch with Dr. Mohammed Kalantari there. So we are conscious of this, and we are building our network. It is taking time because we're still getting started, but that's absolutely at the forefront of what we're doing. And we're also establishing similar networks within the Hawza with English-speaking scholars and senior students in Qom and Najaf. Now, in terms of In terms of centric, yes, absolutely agree. As President Saab said in one of his previous speeches, iCare is the place to discuss the undiscussable. The idea is that this is a forum for discussion where different ideas can be brought, they can be analyzed, and they can be, I want to emphasize, understood. That's the key thing. iCare is here to promote understanding of research, of academia, of the Hawza, of knowledge in general, not to push one particular viewpoint. We're here to facilitate discussion. We're acting as a bridge rather than imposing our views. Thirdly, in terms of publications, we do have a research focus, and of course there is Islamic Education who have just released a raft of publications. So we're keen not to reinvent the wheel, but we're also conscious that we sort of see ourselves in a public understanding role. So we have, for example, we're looking at the podcast, we're looking at possibly a magazine. Of course, the key thing is we don't want to try and do everything and end up doing nothing as well. But for example, the podcast is one way we're thinking of engaging more closely with the community. And of course, our seminars aren't aimed at academics. They're aimed at community members who are interested in accessing the world of research. And we're working to develop those to make them even more accessible, inshallah. But I would love to hear more of your ideas if we get the chance. Does that answer your questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now, may I ask if any questions which are posed don't repeat the same question if someone else has posed it already? Mahmoud Bhai, it's you. Bismillah.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. Amazing work you guys are doing. One request or question is, there's a gap for the immediately post-madrasa students. And please, 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 I'm begging you, think about how you can bridge that gap. Those who are just finishing madrasa, they want to learn, but they have their academic, their other academic, envisions. Like my son, who's going to university, doing engineering, something that he can keep up with that you guys can provide would be unbelievable, would be amazing, because they're interested, they're excited to just spend up the time. Little bits, pieces from you guys that will come, the guidance that will come, the centrists, the way they want to think freely and so on and so forth. If there's a global way of doing this, that would be amazing, number one. Number two, based on what Shabar said with the universities, in the future, long future ahead, think about a certification model where I can go and do my theological studies in any university and be iCare certified. And if somebody's iCare certified, what does it mean to have a bachelor's degree in theological studies with iCare certification, meaning you have Shia body in the English-speaking body has certified. You get then to have a say in what goes in the curriculum of the university. So that is another thing I'd like to recommend. And number three, my computer science hat comes on. Artificial intelligence is based on fuzzy logic. Coming up with ethics and rules about artificial intelligence is amazing, is great. Using artificial intelligence to come up with Islamic laws or to analyze Islamic laws is a let me just not say, not dangerous, cautious path, extremely cautious path, because the way AI works and machine learning works is based on input-output. There's a fuzzy logic between input-output, and anybody can game that system and give a lot of weird input to get a weird output. Just my caution on there. But I'm sure you have experts, but make sure you have the highest experts in the industry who also are very loyal to Islamic, because this is a one-way, easily penetratable within our religious. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that, but I had to say.
Well, I think we just found another expert.
We have then Muhammad Arif Bhai, followed by Arif Bhai Jaksi, followed by Dr. Mulidina, followed by Shabir Bhai Najafi. Bismillah. And then we have Amin Bhai Nasir as well. And we have Shabir Bhai Walji. So what I'm going to try to say is that let's see where we reach, if that's okay. Thank you. No, I actually mentioned your name. Okay, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh.
Alaikum salam.
Okay. This is not a question, it's just a comment about your conference, the iCare, which is very successful in Toronto. And because you brought up the issue of the artificial intelligence, there was a lot of takeaways from that. And the simple one that I can say from that conference was that as machine learning develops, it goes up by quantum leaps. And I think your presentation, Arif Bhai, was part of it as well, right? And you reach a certain zenith, and people are, really concerned that robots might actually take over or something like that. But it's not quite like that. Like from what the conference said, or what we took away from there, is that you reach a certain level, but that is about as far as you will reach. And beyond that, there's a quantum leap of a level which we can never reach, which is the level of the Ahlul Bayt, alayhi salatu salam. So I just wanted to, to comment on that. Thank you.
Beautiful insight. Thank you.
Arif bhai, Jakes.
Just wanted to thank you for the amazing work that you're doing. We look forward to collaborating with you in the future in North America. It's not a question, just a comment, and the great work at the iCare Toronto conference. Hassan.
Well, thank you for all your support and all of the Simcoe's hard work there and the JCC. We, you guys did all the heavy lifting. We just showed up.
Dr. Moledina.
Thank you, Mzungu.
Asante san.
When I heard the name first, Alexander, I asked our president, who Kerai, the Gujarati, now I can't say Alexander. I thought you were a convert or something, but then I saw the Alexander linked to Khalili. But now I see that Alexander is mentioned in the Torah, is mentioned in the Bible, and in Surah Kaf of the Holy Quran. But I'm still getting fatigued with my eyes looking for the two horns. Hope we'll be able to see. But now, on a more serious note, Sheikh, social media has had a great impact on our youths. There are a lot of alternative thinkers coming up with representations. I would love to see the day when these alternative thinkers who are challenging on the social media call us. We are prepared to debate and discuss. Let's have a day where we can get them together, discuss, debate, and let the audience then draw conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shabir Bhai Najafi, Bismillah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mohammed Bhai went away, we had questions, but I'll try and some. First of all, fantastic. And the standard, reaching out, this is high-tech, this is today's time. That's how it will be received. And my colleagues across the pond who are very IT, as you just said, and it's all there, so you can use it. So this is the right way to go, and I think it's now matching our standards of everything that we do. You said, I just want to clarify, fantastic works and everything. And I see the universities, and Shabir Bhai said, and from across the pond, it's more linked, even the scholars, more to the North American side. So if you could just tell me that, is that the British university? Because our targets, as I understand, when you say West, it's not going to be Poland, right? It's going to be USA and UK. So I hear a little about UK, so maybe you can think. But you said that we are here to bridge only. Now, yes, we needed this to accommodate alternative thinkers or whatever we call them, because we should not shun them away as universities, but we must engage. And the expertise is here, all of you. This is where it can engage. But is there a bigger objective than that, or is this, because you very categorically said we are just bridging or facilitators. That we need to have, because a lot of the talks are going on in our region about this. Yeah, but everything else is superb. Everything. Just give us that clarification. The levels of my colleagues there, this Rolando guy and Shabar is far beyond. I want from the layman perspective so we can grasp it better. Yeah? Thank you.
Yeah. Amir Bhai, Merali, please. Nothing? So then we go to Shabir Bhai, Walji, please.
Assalamu alaikum. MashaAllah, awesome work and awesome vision and awesome goals. Just very briefly, if you can clarify, is there any sort of goal congruence with marjiyat? Number two, is there, in your view, any potential for any further conflict or confusion in the future, potentially, as a result of developing the bridging and collaboration and various other sort of tasks that you have undertaken within your task force? Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Yes.
And the last person.
Potentially.
the very last person. So, Amir Bhai, Merali.
Assalamu alaikum. There are two well-wishers who are watching.
Bismillah, Amir Bhai.
Yeah, thank you. There are two well-wishers watching this program on the YouTube, and they have a question they said to me to ask you. Number one, can you ask if they should obtain accreditation for eye care like other university and research?
We have a point of order. Amir Bhai, hold on. Yes.
Mr. President, we cannot use our access here to ask questions from well-wishers on YouTube. You need to allow those questions separately, please. I have nothing against Amir Bhai, but it's just not procedure.
Thank you. Amir Bhai, we can have an offline discussion, yeah? Thank you.
Suppose I convert as my questions.
If they are your questions, Bismillah. If they are from social media, then you will have to withdraw.
Just one point.
Okay, go ahead.
Some of the well-wishers are not online. Suppose they ask through us anything wrong. Anyway, I better withdraw as per instruction and I'll ask offline. Okay?
I really appreciate Amir Bhai. Jazakallah. Bless you.
Sheikh Yasir.
First of all, Assalamu alaikum, Sheikhna. Sorry, my English is not really good, so I will try to speak with my broken English. As a fellow student in Hawza and a student in Sorbonne, University of Sorbonne, I think this project is really great, really fantastic. I'm really confident about this project. And inshallah, I think I will use this app and furthermore. And I beg you, Sheikh Safdar, to translate that in French. We need that in French. It's obvious we need that in university in French, in Sorbonne, and all Francophone university. We need that, and especially in Jamaat of France. The EA on Rijal, it's really great, really good. And the Muallim assistant, I think you made the example with Tawheed. But if I put, for example, I'm studying this topic now, so I bring in that. For example, you're typing Zuhair ibn Qayn al-Bajali. I know in ChatGPT, if you say Zuhair ibn Qayn, he says who is Zuhair ibn Qayn according to Wikipedia and the Sunni and the Awam, who is Zuhair. But in the Shi'i opinion, who is Zuhair ibn Qayn? For example, is the Muallim assistant giving that opinion or not? So can we trust a Muallim assistant and ask all the questions that who is Zuhair? Or for example, I have a doubt in my third rakat in namaz, in salat, for jurisprudential fiqh su'al yani. So is the Muallim assistant, the EA, can answer the fiqh su'al or not? And third su'al, we know that the Hawza methodology and the university methodology is really different. For example, in the tafsir or in history, there is so many differences. So how can you make the bridge between the university and the Hawza and make it one? And I have this experience with Jamaat Francophone, that when we bring some university topics, some Hawza topics, some history topics on the table from the Awam, Awam, yani, I don't know how to say in English.
Public.
For the public, so they making shubuhat. For example, we know some mushkilat, some problem on Imam Hussein alayhi salam history. Then today, some person, because of that topics, don't cry for Imam Hussein alayhi salam. So we must bring these topics with regard. We must bring these topics to have objective and to give knowledge to the people and to do hidayah, not to bring shubuhat on the awam. But great work, inshallah, and Allah yataqabbal, inshallah, amalukum. Allah yasallimkum.
Allah yasallimkum, ya Rabbi.
તમે હાથ ઉપર કર્યા તમે મેં કે નહીં કર્યા હતા બસ લાસ્ટ કોલ તમારો સલીમભાઈને બોલું છે હા બસ સલીમભાઈ you'll be last because we are short of time yes
હા માશાલ્લાહ ગુજરાતી સમજે છે બહુ સારું કામ કરે છે આજે અમે રિઝન નથી કરી શકતા એ તમે કરો છો માશાલ્લાહ યુઝફુલ કામ છે અને ખરેખર આ આપણે એમ કે આપણા દીન માટે અને જે આ જમાનાની ચેલેન્જીસ છે આ તમે સારો આમાં જવાબ આપો છો તો કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન
Thank you very much. Salim bhai, your last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you remember, when we did the opening of iCare, this was a very happy day. You know, this was a day where we knew that this was going to solve a lot of problems within the community. As you know, I've been an advocate for years in many excos that we've had of listening to people who also have alternative thinking and debating with them, maybe in a different platform. And we got guidance from it, not to be giving pulpit, and we followed that, alhamdulillah. As college, we have been very strict when it comes to all our jamaats in who we give platform to and who we don't. And alhamdulillah, all the jamaats are following that properly. However, I remember you had given the reassurance on that day, we will be inviting everybody here, and we will debate and discuss. And I'm glad that Dr. Monidina did mention that day would be nice when we can have a debate. And inshallah, we could come out either to agree to disagree, but also to do that in a dignified manner. Which leads me to a quick second point, which I would like you, because I had a good discussion with Sheikh yesterday, and I'm really glad that we have appointed somebody who is going to do great justice to this. You know, I have full faith in you, and in fact in all the other alims that we have working with the World Federation. But I think we need to educate our community. The trend is at the moment that anybody we disagree with, we end up hating them. And this is not an Islamic approach. This is not how our imams lived. In fact, in the contrary, they kept teaching us otherwise. We can disagree with people, but we cannot start resenting them and hating them. And this is a message that I would want us to pass as World Federation, because we are all very proud Khojas and followers of imams, that we will not tolerate that. You know, we need to teach our community to learn, understand, and be acceptable. Very famously, Imam Ali said, brother in faith or equal in humanity. So,
Thank you, Santu.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sheikh Zahar, if you could succinctly summarize, finish it, because we need to move to the next item. I have a very important closing statement.
Thank you. Thank you all for those questions and points. I'm going to do my best to respond to them as comprehensively as possible in the time allowed. If you do not feel that the answers given are, have addressed the topic you raised, first of all, I apologize. Second of all, I'm here all day today and tomorrow. Just come grab me, pull me aside and yell at me.
Yeah, your question, Shabiba, I will personally answer.
Okay,
it's a very important question. I know exactly where you're going.
So I will do my best. So yes, in terms of post madrasa, there is definitely a gap there in terms of university students, graduates, young professionals, and I think continuing education in general. There is scope there for more content, and that's something that we can help address. I wouldn't say that's our primary focus, but if you look at our seminars, for example, the topics we're covering, this fits into that pattern, and we have been having some really good discussions both with COEG and the SIMCO and others about something even more structured, that sort of structured programs of learning for adults moving forwards. Of course, there are other departments also addressing that, such as Islamic education and Hawza Online. So there is a synergy there, and we are actually collaborating with Hawza Online to boost both of our programs. So we have a couple of angles. We're looking at books, publications, and also research orientation with them, with Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail. In terms of, so I want to touch on, because a couple of times this came up, our digital presence. We have a YouTube channel that virtually all of our seminars are going up onto. The entire conference in Toronto is on our YouTube channel, so there's a lot of digital content coming out that's accessible to everyone in the world. And we're actively looking at ways to develop that. I also mentioned the podcast. If you look in the conference pack as well, you'll see a more comprehensive report of our activities and what we're doing. I do want to talk about, someone mentioned someone pointed to the North American bias. We do have quite a lot of collaboration in North America. However, I want to emphasize we also have academics in Europe. So our first ever seminar here was actually with Professor Saifuddin Kara, who's who studied in Britain and is now based in the Netherlands. And we recently had a seminar with Dr. Mohammed Kalantri, who's very local in Royal Holloway down the road, and we'll be looking to collaborate with British academics as well. If there is a slight North American focus, I think it's simply based on who we connected with, but we are actively expanding. A bigger objective than, so there's lots of questions about, is there a bigger objective? So certainly in terms of understanding marji'a, there's that is one of the things that we're hoping to develop an understanding of, the Shi'i intellectual heritage. Marji'a is of course the central pillar of that, and I struggle to see a situation in the future where this would be, because just to make a quick point, the very essence of Shi'i scholarship, and one of the distinctive features of the Hawza, is relentless self-criticism. Anyone who sat in a Bath al-Kharij class knows that Hawza scholars, more than anyone, criticize each other, but there's an ethics to that, and there is a proper way to go about that. And just to make a point without mentioning any names here, the minbar is not the place to go and start spouting theories. You know, the minbar is not it's not the right forum for that. I have no problem with anyone expressing any theory they want. It just has to be done in the right context. If I have certain shubahat that I have, if I have certain theories that are particular to me, and I decide I'm going to go on the minbar and present them to the community, there are people who've just come to that center for one day in the year because they want to hear something spiritually uplifting. They don't want to hear an academic discussion about this chain of narration or this narrator or this book of hadith. That's what iCare's for. Come to iCare if you want to debate those things, but the minbar should be for a different purpose. And actually pastoral theology, the theology of what the minbar is for, is something also that we'd like to explore in terms of that focus. So certainly when I say it's a bridging organization, that doesn't mean we sort of sit passively back and just say, well, you talk, this person talks to this person and let's see what happens. There are plans behind this. There are obviously topics we're focusing on, but the idea behind iCare is the talent and the knowledge is already there. It's just not being utilized. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. What we need to do is bring the right people together in the right forum for the right purpose. So we're bringing those resources together. I want to address my Hawza colleague and my francophone brother over there, Je suis désolé. I wish we could, I'm going to work on my French, I promise. But I think you raise a really important point, and that is that we also need to take into account our French-speaking communities, and that's something I've actually had a discussion with Sheikh Nader the other day, and we're looking at ways in which we can engage French-speaking scholars and communities with the work we're doing, and because French is also an incredibly important academic language. Just to address the specific thing you said about methodologies, I agree with you. The Hawza methodology is different, the university methodology is different, but the two can learn from one another, and we aren't seeking to eradicate the difference. What we are looking to do, though, is to create a conversation. So one of the books that we're working on actually is a handbook of hadith studies, which will look at both the Hawza approach to the study of hadith, the university approach to the study of hadith, compare and contrast, and then we will look to translate that into Arabic and Persian so that scholars of the Hawza can also respond. And so the idea, this is sort of gets to the heart of bridging the gap. It's promoting understanding of one another rather than trying to eradicate the differences between these methodologies. In terms, and question that came up about 3 times was accreditation. Accreditation, so that works multiple ways, but I like the idea, I very much like the idea of us working with universities to develop a syllabus that is Shi'i inclusive, and that's a conversation we've had. Finally, I just want to say one thing about artificial intelligence, because that came up. We are not developing an app, so the app dealing with the Mu'allim Assistant is not for fit questions. The idea is that we are providing it with a data set. So we are providing the data, say, in the form of course content, and that is what it's basing it on. We wouldn't use that as sort of like an Istifta'at app. So it would be, for example, you have, let's say, you've got a course on history, let's say history of the Imams. You put that course content into the AI, and then so the way RAG works, the way retrieval augmented generation works, is that you're telling the AI you can only pull the answer out of this body of data. That's not foolproof, but it does reduce the risk of it pulling on unreliable data sources or hallucinating, which is a risk with AIs. So the idea is that we are part of why we're doing this is actually we're looking to see how to build AI safely and ethically for use by the community. So that was a very good point. Thank you. I think we're short of time.
Thank you very much. Yes.
President Safdie.
I want to mention 1 or 2 extremely important points for this house. So the message should be absolutely crystal clear about the purpose of iCare, particularly in the context of what Shabir Bhai has raised. First of all, I would like to say we just don't have a choice. We have got our young people many of them are moving in different directions. And if we don't provide this platform, which is not the Imambara and the platform where you can discuss the undiscussable, we will have issues, and we already have it. Salim Bhai mentioned about being ostracized and rejecting. It is even happening to myself. The very fact that we are facilitating this, many videos are coming out that you see against me, and there can be no more stronger proponent of the Hawza and Sayyid Sistani than myself. So it will happen, we just have to move on, so long as we are conscious, is clear that we are moving in the right direction. The member is sacred. Member guidelines are absolutely clear. There is no room in the member for alternative thinkers because there is an audience that is the Awam, and Aga Sayyid Sistani has given us clear rules about it. Ema koi jatnu olu lack of clarity nathi. E member guidelines rese hamesha inshallah ta'ala. Sawal છે પ્લેટફોર્મ. છોકરાઓને સવાલ હોય અકીદાના, મને શેખ હનીફ કે મદાગાસ્કરમાં બચાવ આવતા જ નથી. એ લોકોને એક સોલ્યુશન, એક પ્લેટફોર્મ ક્રિએટ કરો, એકેડેમિક પ્લેટફોર્મ હોય, મેમ્બર ન હોય, આવું ફોરમ હોય, આવે બેસે, જે પૂછવું એ પૂછો, આલે બેતને બધું પૂછવામાં આવે, બધું જવાબ આપે છે. તો આપને છુપાવે. તો that has to be very clear. Okay, this is not a member, this is an academic platform, and we will only do it when we have the right scholars in place. If you look at the board of directors of iCare, which I currently chair myself in the interim, whilst we figure out how to move forward, we have with us two profound scholars. Sheikh Murtada Alidina, who is our guide, the head of Islamic education, our firewall, who keeps on watching exactly what Sheikh Alexander does in every movement, and he is a board member. We have Sayyid Suleiman from the Hawza Ilmiya, a scholar of high repute, who is in the board. But let me finish by reassuring you, because Aga gave us a statement. When we established iCare, if you go on the iCare website, Aga Sistani's statement is there. He was very happy with it, but he even gave a caution and a warning, which I keep on reminding him, and the board also keep on, we remind each other. That's important. Ayatollah Sistani conveys greetings and appreciation for the efforts made by the individuals involved in this center, iCare. He prays for the success of their endeavors in elucidating religious truth and dispelling misconception of belief. It is emphasized that any research undertaken in this field should adhere to the principles and scholarly standards that are recognized and accepted. Incompatible methods should be avoided. Therefore, it is appropriate to seek knowledge of knowledgeable scholars who are well versed in the foundation of Islamic jurisprudence and religious teachings. So these are what Aga has given us as guidelines, and this is exactly what we are adopting. I hope this clarifies, inshallah, that this institute is a mainstream institute. It is a platform to discuss the undiscussable. We look forward for a day when alternative thinkers can be accommodated and we can robustly respond. And we know we can, but we need some time for that. Inshallah ta'ala, may Allah grant all of us and this house a success for helping us out. I think with that, I think we had a good discussion. Alhamdulillah, if you have any questions, Sheikh Alexander is around for the next couple of days. I would like to take this opportunity. Of course, I haven't, again, I said I'll thank everybody at the end, inshallah, but I want to mention Muhammad Bhai Mauji, who has flown in from Philippines, who is helping us in one of these research AI tools. And as I said, we'll have to be extremely cautious before anything that comes out from iCare has got to be signed off by Sheikh Murtada Alidina, Hafizahullah, inshallah. Jazakumullah. Let us recite Salawat Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
Thank you very much. Now we will be proceeding towards something which everyone has been involved in this year. Each one of you, through your pockets, through your hearts, have been part of it. It is one of the flagships called WF8. Can we start with a video first? And after WF8, we are going to go to Khoja Heritage Project as a combine, inshallah. WF8, please. Bismillah. Video.
WF8's emergency appeals have made a difference in thousands of people's lives. From the $180,000 aid in Kabul school bombing in 2021 to the enormous 1,500 plus housing units on the back of the Pakistan floods in 2022, or in Yemen, providing medical and water aid to more than 3,600 individuals and almost 18,000 people gaining access to drinking water. Or be it in Kenya, during a severe drought, the $128,000 donations from the Mohsin and Fawzia Jaffer Foundation helped almost 23,000 beneficiaries across 46 villages. Or the £15,000 towards the Khoej Imam Raza Hardship Fund that assisted many Khoja families in the UK facing hardships due to rising living expenses. In the massive earthquake in 2023 that struck Turkey and Syria, the WF Aid emergency response raised just shy of £300,000 worth of aid to those affected. These are just snippets of the amazing strides WF Aid has made in the term 2021 to 2024. We could mention so much more, but we're choosing just a few highlights. WF Aid stands out for its dedication to humanitarian aid and economic development. Through strategic partnerships, we deliver support to some of the most vulnerable. The impact of WF Aid during the COVID-19 pandemic was very apparent. WF Aid was the very first NGO to deliver vaccines into Zanzibar and took the lead in supporting community members in East Africa. In total, WF Aid facilitated 35,000 vaccinations across Tanzania and Zanzibar, as well as 287 oxygen concentrators. The efforts on the Indian subcontinent was also impactful. In India, 5 vaccination camps were facilitated and over 3,000 vaccinations and 150 oxygen concentrators were distributed. The Ali Asgar Water Appeal stands out as the community appeal that hundreds of volunteers around the world rally around. 341 separate water projects installed across 12 countries speaks for itself. Desalination plants, major pipe works, wash facilities, and over 1,000 wells installed across India, Pakistan, Kenya, and Tanzania are just some of the great achievements. The annual Ramadan Relief Campaign has an exceptional reach, each year reaching more than 20 countries, and in 2024, a new record year where we, through your support, raised more than $2.2 million. The WF Aid Winter Appeal spans 8 countries, and in total 367,400 beneficiaries received fuel, blankets, warm clothes, and footwear. WF Aid's Fill My Cup project aims to ensure that students receive nourishing meals that tackle nutritional deficiencies that hamper academic performance. In Kenya, just shy of 14,000 children are being supported each month, and in Tanzania, 5,427 students. WF Aid are also at the forefront of aid and medical projects that span across 6 countries. In total, there's been just under 99,000 beneficiaries. Services include eye care surgery, spina bifida, and many more. As part of our strategy, microfinance has been an area of focus. Between 2021 and 2023, WF Aid provided loans for small startup businesses worth $62,000. A similar campaign funding rickshaws has seen 59 beneficiaries. 5 have fully repaid the loan amount in under 2 years. In the heart of devastation in Gaza, WF Aid, through its long-standing partners on the ground, was one of the very first aid organizations present to provide help. WF Aid water trucks that were donated over the last 4 years were critical in providing water supply in North Gaza. Through the thousands of donors globally, we have provided emergency relief in form of food, water, and clothes. To date, WF Aid has raised more than £1.4 million towards Gaza. The Husseini spirit is truly alive. وَأَنْفِقُوا مِمَّا رَزَقْنَاكُمْ مِنْ قَبْلِ أَنْ يَأْتِيَ أَحَدَكُمُ الْمَوْتِ. WF Aid is a truly unique global operation with partners, projects, and reports that are extremely far-reaching. To our donors and partners globally, thank you very much, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you abundantly.
You saw in the video, guys, my brothers, sisters, leaders, have volunteers globally who work, run, cycle everywhere. Arif Bhai Chandu has just come in from a specific. Say Salamun Alaikum. Come. This was not prepared, yeah? Come here. So, Arif Bhai, what did you do today?
I cycled here, mashallah.
He cycled here. So I want that every counselor should go and cycle and run WF Aid. No counselor is allowed to represent anyone else but WF Aid. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. When it comes to the love of the Ahlul Bayt, we are all nepotism here. Yeah? Ahsant. Thank you. All right. We have, through this term, we have seen incidents in the world which we have not seen before, at least not at this frequency. From a geopolitical point of view, you know from a Gaza, but you see disaster. You have seen Pakistan. We got one video, we did not feel justice if we don't show. It's a short video on Pakistan, and if you can show that video, please, now. And this is specifically on the back of the floods, where houses were built, and there are so many of our community members who've been part of, say, are the brothers in Pakistan alone? No. Some of the Hawza community, if not all, rise to that occasion. Bismillah.
WF Aid's Pakistan Flood Emergency Build a Home campaign has since built 1,500 new homes, with a further 250 in the pipeline. It is testament to the spirit of the community who came together to ease the suffering of those struggling to survive in the aftermath of that disaster. Special appreciation goes out to Imam Hassan Foundation, Ja'far Family Foundation, Mohsin and Fawzia Ja'far Foundation, and everyone else who contributed towards the campaign. WF Aid would like to thank you for your support and commitment to those less fortunate, with hope for further future collaboration.
Thank you very much. I really want to take this opportunity to acknowledge our partners, not only in the Pakistan floods, but in many other projects. Of course, Mohsin and Fawzia Foundation, they are not here. Imam Hassan Foundation, Abbas Ali has gone to watch the football match, probably, I'm not sure. He's not here, but we would like to acknowledge. And we are very privileged to have with us Brother Taqi Jafar, who has supported us in the development of 300 homes in a partnership with the World Federation in Baluchistan, which was one province in Pakistan where it was very difficult to get to because of the challenges, the sectarian challenges. But alhamdulillah, we managed to build 300 homes, or we are on the verge of completing that, and the Jafar Family Foundation was a partner to that. Jafar Family Foundation also has helped us with the housing of the Khoja community. Although there are a few flats now, we need to provide clear plans, because what we see, donors require robustness in planning. But he has started supporting us there as well, and I'm sure there are many other projects he's supporting, including the projects in Africa as well. So, Taqi Bhai, we acknowledge your presence, and let us recite Salawat Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. And needless to say, thousands and many others who have contributed from one home that cost us around $1,000 all the way to 2, 3, 5, 10. There are so many donors who, alhamdulillah, has supported WF Aid. And WF Aid has reached a different level of maturity, but the discussions, inshallah, will follow after the next presentation, inshallah.
Dear House, we have listened to the feedback. We're going to open up for questions. Not going to have a lot, but I want to show you the team. On my left here, we got Zahir Abbas, bro. Kareem, can you stand up? Abbas Merali and Asad Bhai Virani. So we got complete new blood joined here. They will be answering questions. And Asad Bhai, who leads the operations on the ground in India, and I told you that he is involved in multiple departments. So now we will open up for questions. And brothers, thank you very much for your efforts. You heard this year we reached a new goal and a new target was breached. Rather, it was, we really broke everything from before for my Ramzan relief. $2.2 million was raised. It's because of the efforts and mobilization of the team. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Sister Mahnur was also going to be here, but she had an appointment. Now, if we can take questions, please. Anyone who's got questions on WF8? Akil Bhai Hirji, please. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. WF8 is doing an excellent job. I have a few questions. Please enlighten us on the percentage of funds used for the community and non-community.
Sorry, Akil, but can you repeat your question? Sorry.
Please enlighten us on the percentage of funds used for the community and non-community.
Thank you. Thank you, Akil Bhai.
એક નથી હજી છે. બીજા 20 છે. તો ખાલી બે કે ત્રણ આપો.
તમે બે ત્રણ આપો જરા મહેરબાની કરો અમારા ઉપર. Akil Bhai, make our life easier. Thank you.
The community means Jamaats and Khoja Shia Nashri.
Khoja community.
Khoja, non-Khoja, basically. Yeah, sure.
It has come to my attention that WF is even financing, supporting private foundation in Africa. Okay. Has the need of our Khoja been fulfilled?
Thank you.
Have you employed staff for WF aid in Africa? If you can enlighten us.
Okay.
I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
I have other questions if I'll get.
Let's tackle these three, inshallah. Thank you. We will. Let's move on. Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll take a few more and we'll come back to Akil. We'll try and answer if there could be repeated questions. Yeah.
Others? Anyone online? Shahid Bhai Murji, please.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ પહેલા તો તમારો શુક્રગુજાર કે તમે થોડુંક જોયા કે આ કોન્ફરન્સ હવે લેક્ચરમાં કન્વર્ટ થઈ ગયું હતું અને ઇનપુટ્સ દેવાનું ટાઈમ ન મળતું તો થેન્ક યુ ફોર કન્સિડરિંગ ધેટ. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, કમિંગ ટુ ધી પોઈન્ટ, પહેલા તો WF8 ઇઝ ડુઈંગ અ વન્ડરફુલ જોબ. ઘણા કામ જે છે જે બહુ સારા થયા છે, ગાઝાનું ને ઇમામ રઝાનું જે આપણે ફંડ કાઢ્યા હતા. લેકિન હું એક ચીજ ઉપર વધારે હું બોલીશ, ઈ છે જે તંઝાનિયાનું વેક્સિન. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ ખરેખર દિલથી આપણે બહુ શુક્રગુજાર છે કે ઓલા ટાઈમે તંઝાનિયામાં જે આપણે રહીએ છીએ આપણને ખબર છે કે આપણા સાથે શું થયું હતું. ને આ ઝાંઝીબારનું વેક્સિન અને દુબઈનું જે તમે લોકો પ્લેટફોર્મ ખોલ્યા હતા, બસ આપણે ખુદા પાસે દુઆ માંગે છે કે તમે ઓર વધારે ઈ ચીજનું તમને શું એનું જઝા આપે. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, મારા બે ત્રણ ક્વેશ્ચન્સ હતા WF8. મને ખાલી જાણવું હતું કે હાઉ ડઝ ધી WF8 વર્ક. નંબર 2 કે એક્સેસ, કોઈ માણસની એઇડનું એક્સેસ જોતું હોય તો પ્રોસેસ શું છે. ને નંબર 3 મને જાણવું હતું કે પ્રાયોરિટીઝ, હાઉ ડુ યુ સેટ ધી પ્રાયોરિટીઝ, કે કયો પ્રોજેક્ટને તમે પહેલા પ્રાયોરિટી આપો. ને ધી લાસ્ટ વન ઇઝ કે મને ખાલી જાણવું છે કે વોટ ઇઝ ધી રીઝન કે WF8 is independent and not working with the regional bodies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ali Hassan Qasim, Bismillah.
Mr. Chairman, I actually concur with the sentiments presented by everyone else on the great work that WF8 has been doing. My only question is, in the message that was read out yesterday, the message from the office of the Marja by Ayatollah Ali al-Hussein al-Sistani himself, who in his message said that the Africa should be a priority now, or at least more efforts have to be made into Africa. Does that mean, does that have an impact on the strategy of WF Aid, and how does that affect what WF Aid does henceforth? This message, inshallah. Yeah.
Anyone else, please? We'll take Bismillah. Muhammad Mahdi, Bismillah.
Thank you very much. In the speech yesterday, it was mentioned that one of the key priorities is to ensure that no Khoja is below the certain poverty line. Given where we are at the moment, how much does WF Aid raise at the moment, and what is the amount we need to reach to eradicate poverty above a certain line?
Thank you very much. I'll try and answer as much as I can, and my colleagues can fill in as required. The first question really was for Vakil by 3 questions. The Khoja versus non-Khoja percentage split. I'll answer that first. Keep in mind that World Federation's work is heavily donor-driven, with all respect. It's donor-driven. જો મારા પાસે ખોજાના પૈસા આવતે તો આખો દિવસ ખોજા માટે જ કામ કરતે. પૈસા માંગવા વાગે ભીખ માંગવી પડે છે. ભીખ. એટલું સુધી કે I call myself a professional beggar, અખિલભાઈ. આજે ખાલી મને હાઉસિંગ પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ માટે હિન્દુસ્તાનમાં ખોજા માટે કેટલા જણાને ફોન કરવું પડ્યું છે. એજ્યુકેશન માટે ગોતું ખપે છે. અલહમદુલિલ્લાહ એજ્યુકેશનમાં આવી જાય છે ફંડિંગ. માઇક્રો ફાઇનાન્સ લોન માટે ગોતું પડે છે. અગર ફંડિંગનો દરવાજો ખુલે ખોજા માટે તો અમે એક સ્પેશિયલ ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ બનાવશો ફોર ખોજાઝ ઓનલી. પણ અમારા પાસે એ લેવલ ઓફ ફંડિંગ પહોંચી નથી. પણ અમારું ફોકસ તમે જોઈ લીધા છો આ ટર્મની અંદર. પ્રાયોરિટી એજ્યુકેશન, હાઉસિંગ અને ઇકોનોમિક અપલિફ્ટમેન્ટનું થર્ડ પિલર જે આપણે વાત કરી નાખ્યા છે. એ ફોકસ એક્સક્લુઝિવલી ખોજા છે કે આપણે મેનિફેસ્ટોમાં હતું ને અમારી ઓફિસ બેરર મિટિંગમાં ડોક્યુમેન્ટેડ છે. પ્રાયોરિટી ઓફ humanitarian services first, charity starts from home. Khoja, Shia, Ithna Ashari. Second layer, Shia, Ithna Ashari. Third layer, the Muslim community. ને અમને fourth layer ના એ પૈસા આવે છે કે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ ચેપ્સ છે, નેરોબીમાં કામ કરે છે, હ્યુમેનિટેરિયન કામમાં વોટર એપીલ છે, ક્રિશ્ચનો છે, ક્રિશ્ચનો મુસલમાનો સાથે રહેતા ઇગ્નોર તો ના કરી શકો. તો એ fourth layer, this is documented by trustees. So let me reassure you that. This funding driven, I don't have the percentage, but on the back of envelope calculation, for example, on education that we do exclusively for Khoja, we spend more than $300,000 in India itself. In Pakistan, we spend a similar amount. It probably exceeds $1 million based on the budget on education. Housing, we have just started. We never did housing for Khojas. Africa was taking care of its infrastructure. Rest of the regions, there was no input from World Federation in the past on housing. We embarked upon it now, and we probably, like I showed you the statistics yesterday, we spent around $500,000 of commitment on housing so far in India, and there's a lot that is required. So that work is in progress. Now, coming to WF Aid, in the second question around, and bringing in the questions around the structures, Shahid Murji tried to bring in, I'm trying to combine the questions to make life easier. WF Aid, the reason my understanding is WF Aid, and I can see obviously both Shahnabaz Hassan and Shawabai, the previous Secretary General, Vice President here, and they know they have the history. The WF Aid is a strategic component of the work that no region does explicitly, where we have presence on the ground in many, many countries. We work with agencies. So WF Aid is in that unique place where Ame Kam Dunia Burma earthquake hoy amne paisa samethi આવે છે. આજે ગાઝા માટે it'll be interesting that we didn't even launch the appeal to start with. We got $1 million. Australasia Federation called us, if you have an infrastructure, amne $1 million મોકલાવો છે. તો અમે કહી શકીએ તમે એને મોકલાવો કે ઝારા ટ્રસ્ટને મોકલાવો. નહીં, we have the capability. We are an ECOSOC organization. There are only 2 Shias organizations that are ECOSOC status of the United Nations. એક અલખુઈ છે, એક અમે છે. We are a pride for the Shia community globally that we are reaching out to 66 countries in the world. આજે એ લોકોની દુઆઓથી આજે અમારી કોમ આગળ વધે છે, અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ. So that is donor driven. Ramzan relief is donor driven. Donors આવીને કહે છે તમે આપો છો પૈસા, પાકિસ્તાનમાં, ઇન્ડિયામાં નોન શિયાઝને, પછી we try and talk to donors કે હવે તમને નોન ખોજાને આપવું છે તો ખોજાને તો કાંઈ આપો. રમઝાનનું રિલીફમાં તમને એક્ઝામ્પલ આપો. ડોનર્સ અમને કહે તમે આફ્રિકનોને મોકલાવો, વિપાસને મોકલાવો, નિયોટા ફાઉન્ડેશનને મોકલાવો, આને મોકલાવો, તે અમે કે બધાને મોકલાવશો, પણ પહેલાં અમારા ખોજાનું થોડું દો તો પછી અમે બાકીનું પણ કરે. અને એ લોકો પછી અમને આપે તો અમે મોકલાવી દઈએ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન જેટલો અમે રેસ કરે, બાકી ત્યાં જાય. ઇટ ઇઝ ગિવિંગ અસ લેવરેજ. Java Foundation બેઠા છે તકીભાઈ. He works with so many. He even works with the wider Sunni community in Pakistan. Water plants. એ ખોજા માટે કરીશ, નોન ખોજા માટે કરો. You see, the philosophy is that we are serving humanity. We exist to serve, but we have prioritized. So I hope that helps answer the question. In Africa, yes, my understanding is that previously we used to work even with other entities through Africa Federation. It reached the stage of reporting requirements. કારણ કે તમે પૈસા મોકલાવો World Federation London થી Africa, તો initially in the past used to be channeled to Africa Federation. Later on it was an understanding between Africa Federation that any work that is done outside the remit of Africa Federation, you work directly. તો બિલાલનું હોય તો આપણે Africa Federation. વિપાસ માટે માણસો સપોર્ટ મોકલાવે અમને, વેસ્ટમાં માણસો રહે છે, યા તો એ લોકો ન્યોટા ફાઉન્ડ બીજા ફાઉન્ડેશન્સ છે, so that then is channeled directly because of the needs assessment requirements. The compliance requirements are so strict these days. At least we have another subject at the end, the surcharging NGO status. I can tell you, we have reached a stage where sending money, even through Africa Federation, amne paisa problem already શરૂ થઈ ગયા છે કે તમારું પોતાનું છે ગ્રાઉન્ડમાં presence. We may need to partner with you to open a WF aid equivalent in Africa in conjunction with Africa Federation. Same thing, I have been speaking to Nasimco for 3 years. આજે બધા અમારા એડના પૈસા, અમારા પાસે એક પેની નોર્થ અમેરિકા અને કેનેડાથી નથી આવતા. થેન્ક્સ ટુ મોહસિન ફોઝિયા ફાઉન્ડેશન, જાફા ફાઉન્ડેશન, એના સિવાય કોઈના પૈસા નથી આવતા અમને. આટલા બધા મિલિયનો જાય છે અલ એનને, ઝહારા ટ્રસ્ટને, બીજા ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન્સને. અમને પ્રોબ્લેમ નથી, અલહમદુલિલ્લાહ, દે ઓલ ડુ ગ્રેટ વર્ક. પણ અમારા પાસે પ્રેઝન્સ છે ગ્રાઉન્ડમાં, ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર છે, પ્રોફેશનલિઝમ છે, ડાયનામિઝમ છે, team che, je compliance ame kare che. I can assure you no Shia organization in the world can have the compliance we have. But ek penny nathi avtu. I have been telling Nasimco for so many years, please allow us to open. And alhamdulillah, Ghulam Bhai only last night told me we are open to it. If we set up a joint venture, WF Aid Nasimco chapter, WF Aid Africa chapter, and we are happy to work with the region in conjunction. કારણ કે આ જમાનો આવવાનું છે. આજે ઇન્ડિયામાં alhamdulillah we got the resolution in India where we can open a charity. આજે ઇન્ડિયામાં પૈસા મોકલાવવામાં અમે reporting requirements charity commission જો technically જોવા જાઓ તો do you have boots on the ground? Eventually પાકિસ્તાનમાં this year was the most difficult year. We could not remit money to our own Jamaat. Pirai Jamaat knows that. I've been telling Pakistan Federation, we are not there to be possessive and take over. We don't even have an infrastructure to talk to grassroots. So I understand Pakistan Federation right now, we are working, I insisted about, we are spending a lot of money in Pakistan because of the poverty there. But we need permission from the region to open something. So we are suggesting let's have a joint venture. I'm trying to mix this with the later subject we have because you asked that question. I thought it was relevant to bring it over here. But we can talk about it later. I hope I've tried to answer most of the questions. I know, Alusen, you had some questions around prioritization. I hope I haven't missed anything, have I? We have time?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
I can offer you, if you have funds in Canada, we can arrange for you to bring to Africa. I've just done an arrangement. Africa has done an arrangement in Toronto. So there is no problem for funding. If you have funds, તમને Africa Federation ને જણાવો, અમે arrange કરી નાખશું. એ જરાય વાંધો નથી.
I think we need to have offline discussions કારણ કે આ છે ને compliance requirements are getting stringent. Nasimco બેઠી છે અહીંયા જો. શબીરભાઈ ગુલામભાઈનો હાથ ઉપર થઈ ગયું છે. I know compliance issues આવી ગયા છે. Yeah, you know, this is a subject, we are digressing a little to supercharging NGO. Let's park this part later. Let's focus.
Just to enlighten you, Pramukh Sahib, we Africa Federation have 11 boards.
Sorry.
Our structure.
Yeah,
I beg
sorry.
your pardon, we want to have this conversation. Let's take it offline. Because
Akhil bhai, I think it's a...
No, this is another one.
Okay, a quick one, yeah? Please, quick one, then we need to move on.
As you're mentioning about the compliance, Mr. Chairman, our structure of Africa Federation, what we have, no regions have or World Federation. I don't find any reason that we cannot give you what you require. So let me assure you, you need anything in Africa, we are capable of doing it within the compliance, and you need any support, we are there to help you.
May I come in? I'm going to, on behalf of a department, a secretariat. You know, we can have aspirations, but let's speak about facts. Very important. And this is not because of having the mic now that I'm going to say I'm right. I'll tell you one of the issues, and I think I will speak as well to other Jamaats and Nasim. When we work with certain regions, we need the reporting. Dr. Saab, do we get reporting in time?
Let's hear
we have, for example, Ramadan relief.
Sorry? I think can we take it offline? It's better not to discuss this in the conference.
Ahsan. But the point here is we should discuss this further.
Yeah.
May I just say regarding your question about percentage, we have figures when it comes to Ramadan relief, when it comes to different campaigns, how much money went in for Khoja versus non-Khoja. You asked the question about general, but then we have to think about Sadat, non-Sadat. When we have to think about, and I know, but we have project, but you wanted an exact figure, we don't have it, but we're very happy to say that do we think and categorize for each? Yes, we do. Thank you.
Last
Akhil bhai, there are other people who want to ask, please. Maaf karjo. Yes. How much time do we have? Because we have another, we have Aslin Baiwalji online waiting.
Yes.
It's been
So far, we have 3 more people who have asked. Ghulam Abbas Najafi, Rasul Bhai Bamani, and Murtaza Bhai Kanani. And Shahid Murji online. Yeah. These are the people who have asked so far. And in regards to time, we actually need to go as soon as, but we should also, people want to ask questions. Bismillah.
Pramukh Sahib, just about the aid, like you said, WF is not getting any penny from Nasimco. It's slightly not correct.
No, I meant North America, Canada.
North America, Canada.
But we have started working.
But there is this is compliance issue, as you know, for years. But 18 months ago, we started working with WF Aid as an intermediary. We are sending all the money for Pakistan floods, around approximately $300,000 went through the intermediary to Pakistan. Money went to Turkey through intermediary WF, and money went to India for the food parcels. So the money that is not coming directly to WF8 because of compliance is not being on the ground. We're dealing with the third partners. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's why the money doesn't come to WF but goes directly there as an intermediary. Okay?
And this is precisely what I'm saying is 300,000 for North America, Canada is a drop in the ocean. For an organization with almost 20 million, 15 to 20 million, World Federation can easily exceed 50 million. I promise you. Easily exceed 50 million. We can be, Aga Khan Foundation today in UK is at 50 million. We can beat them. If only we can get a mechanism to allow WFA to operate from your regions on a joint venture, it changes the landscape, separate from institutions. And this was the discussion I wanted to bring at the NGO status. We just don't have time, but we are jumping in, and I'm cognizant of other things. But believe you me, we have such huge potential. People are craving to work with us because we are Khojas. We know how to work, and we have the best operational efficiency. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. This will be a major breakthrough. I've been banging my head against the wall for the last 3 years thinking, what are we doing? We have opened avenues for so many charities, Shia charities. Khoms is going there. Sadaqah is going there. I don't have a problem. They're all doing good work, but we can do better. Why are we being restrained to do it? Because of our internal bureaucracy. Let's try and break those barriers and find a way where we can make this community the largest Shia charity that we can even beat Islamic relief in United Kingdom. I have no doubt about that.
I know that there are some dear mu'mineen who wants to ask from the public as well, but we have also questions specifically from delegates. We are taking a couple of more only. But what I see is these nodding from everywhere. I see the shift that we are aligning. Inshallah, the discussions thereafter will pave a way for a new
You
horizon,
see,
inshallah.
my concern is we only meet once in 3 years. This is the supreme body. If you don't give us authority today, another 3 years, my term will be finished. With all respect, 3 years I have tried, I have failed, and I cannot go out of this house today if this house doesn't give us some consent, broad consent. Otherwise, who mari hujjat kairo cho, ane ame 15 million ma betha resu. The choice is yours. Please, I need something today from this house, Amin Bhai, Ghulam Bhai. If we agree in principle today through a resolution that we facilitate that the World Federation is allowed to establish the WF8 in regions in joint partnership as a separate charity entity, whatever we can come up with, I think it will go a long, long way. Subject to approval by your conference, subject to approval by Supreme Council, no problem. Amin Bhai.
ના પ્રમુખ સાહેબ જ્યારે કોન્ફરન્સ આવે એક્સકો આવે તમે આ વિષય લઈ આવો છો હું એગ્રી છું પણ પછી તમે આપણા સાથે ડિસ્કસ નથી અમારા પાસે કંઈ દાતા નથી તમે કેમ ઓપરેટ કરો છો હવે તમે કહો રેઝોલ્યુશન લઈ આવે પડવારું તમે આપણા સાથે બેસો સમજાવો તમારું દ્યો બધું પછી સાથે આપણે કરે તો કામ આગળ જાય ને આપણે હમણાં કરે છે પછી કોન્ફરન્સ આવશે 3 વર્ષ રહી પાછું આવશે
અમીનભાઈ આપણે દુઃખ સુખની વાત કરશો ને તો ઘણી દુઃખની વાત મને નથી એમાં જાઓ આપણે મોહબ્બત સાથે કરશું
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ અમારા પાસે દાતા નથી અમારા પાસે કાંઈ તમારી દાતા નથી તમે કેમ ઓપરેટ કરો છો માફ કરજો WFN આફ્રિકામાં અમને નથી ખબર માફ કરજો
શું
અમને નથી ખબર અમે
ઓકે હું આવું છું તમારો સવાલનો જવાબ દઈશ મુર્તઝાભાઈ
I think we're making some headway here, and we can see that there are constraints for the WF8 to raise money and all. And the House seems like it has come to a certain place, but I think we need to formalize some kind of consent for yourselves to move forward, whether it means we're giving you consent to discuss with all the regions and open offices, but I think you'll need some kind of consent from here, and I think we need to go ahead and do that. With discussion with each of the regions, not a go-ahead, but a discussion to move towards opening the offices, but that kind of consent needs to be given here.
Okay. Can I suggest something? If the sentiment of the House is broadly that, keeping in mind concerns of the regions for autonomy or for whatever issues you have, can I ask 1 or 2 people here, we don't want to do it now, that you work behind the scenes, work with the regions, come up with a resolution before we leave tomorrow. We have something in place. At least even if it's broad.
No, that's what he's saying.
So does EXCO then have the authority? Because my understanding...
That's what he's saying.
Safdar, I think I have another suggestion. Why don't we, if we want to all be involved, maybe at least as regional leaders we can work with you on finding a way forward. Would that work?
I'm hearing your sentiments. Any other sentiments that would help me move forward? That's what I'm asking for this day. Rasul Bhai Bamani and then Mahmoud
I think, Mr. Pramukh Sahab, I think we're also missing a big point here. Sorry, Shabir Bhai, can I just have a bit of silence? Shabir Bhai, it's me. A bit of silence, I can think when I'm talking, yeah? Please, thanks. I think we're missing a big point here. And this point was raised in the courts as well. This issue which came for how much money is spent in the Khojas and non-Khojas, yeah? Our objectives are what? What is the constitutional objectives of World Federation? Okay? Our objective is to promote Shia Islam, number 1. But when it comes to relieving poverty, it's within the community. Now, whether that community is the wider Shia community, because it's on the definitions, I didn't see that, but let me finish and then you come in, yeah? So we need to just make that very clear, because we have to work within our objectives. And the reason I'm saying that is because Leeds, as a Jamaat, we're currently in a situation with a charity commission on our objectives and how are we furthering our objectives and how are we working within the interest of our charity. So I think it's very important that whatever we do in our objectives. Now, if the community is classified as the whole Shia world, then fine. But if the community is only the Khoja community, then I think we've got a problem.
Rasul Bhai, the judgment was no more clear than you can see. The judge mentioned explicitly that this community is defined as a Shia. This is coming from the High Court. In 1976, when the institution established, the founders have documented that it is the Shia Ithna Shari, but we prioritize.
Okay, no, I'm not against giving it to non-Khojas. Wherever people need money, you work there. That's what my motto is. It's not within Khojas. What I'm saying, that whatever we do, it has to be within our objectives. Now, if the judgment has clearly stated that the community is the whole Shia, then I don't have a problem. I'm just looking at the Constitution, and they were relieving of...
No, I'm telling you, read the judgment, it's crystal clear.
Okay, fine. Then I'll take that point then.
Thank you. Mahmoud Bhai has a solution. Find me a solution now. I want a way forward, otherwise...
So, Mr. President.
Yeah, sorry. The secretary tells me there are people online and I'm
It'll take 10 seconds. 10 seconds. What if what if this body passes a resolution at a minimum to allow the EXCO to make a decision? Then it gives you some time.
Mahmoud Bhai has found a way forward. It's very helpful that the conference provides the authority to the EXCO to take this further. So then that doesn't mean we need to call an extraordinary conference. Or we don't need it. Executive Council may have the authority for completeness, for good governance. So that's one suggestion. Okay. Shahid Bhai or everybody online, do you have a solution on this subject? If there are other matters, please park it. આના ઉપર આગળ લઈ જવા માટે તમારું સોલ્યુશન હોય તો પ્લીઝ પેશ કરો.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મારા ક્વેશ્ચનનો જવાબ નથી મળ્યા બેન.
શાયદ ભાઈ I'll come back to it. Okay, અમે આ ઇશ્યુ ઉપર છે પછી we'll try and come back. સવાલ એ છે કે how do we move forward? Mahmood Bhai કહે છે we pass a resolution to say that the EXCO would be given the authority by the conference to discuss the delineation of WF8 or whatever we can come up with. I'm looking at experts and people who have legal understanding. Shabar and Shane, you are both here. Would we be right to make any such decision at EXCO, or does the conference give us the authority? Shabir Bhai, you have a suggestion? Bismillah.
We are cross-minded. Let's move on fast and objective. The sticking point that I see is how you can work in regions, either with the blessing of the regional federation or through them or without them. I don't think we are ready. Conference can give a consent to EXCO to make a decision. Make a decision on what? Okay? So, actually, what you need to do is sit with the regional heads or the regional office bearers. I don't know, Koej, you tell us. And then our decision lene jao. But we can't do a resolution here to open it up. If you want to, 5 minutes jare recess up, so apne no rasto goti liya. We want to facilitate. Jo tamne sachu kau. It's not going to be right that completely regionals may not have the capacity to do what you want to do. But you know, rasto gote. A sticking point so badai ke jo amara mach. A office no tame word lida no jo badai bhadki gaya. Let's find a way. We are one. You are our leaders. But accepted facts. Koi just come with some proposal to us. We'll discussing offline. Yeah, and we find a way. Correct, Salim bhai? Yeah. So I mean, time up. Don't say now. Resolution.
No, I'll go to in the course of the conference. We have another day. Okay, fair enough. So I think from what I'm hearing, there are sentiments we can do something. Can I suggest, Murtaza Bhai, if you can work with somebody from Africa Federation, maybe you and Shabir Bhai, come up with some potential solution which could be brought back to the house later today or tomorrow. And if
I play good.
I would like to also suggest Dr. Muni to be part of the group on the behalf of the office bearers. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I mean, look, it's clear to me that we don't have immediate consensus. You need time, you need reflection, you need to do more work, and I will leave it to you and see what you can do. I have done my hujjat, and I hope we can find a solution. Shahid Bhai, તમારા સવાલો હતા. મને યાદ નથી શાહિદ ભાઈના શું સવાલો હતા.
Shahid Bhai, please, if you can just remind of the question again.
બે સવાલનો જવાબ નથી મળ્યો પ્રમુખ સાહેબ કે કોઈ માણસની aidમાં access જોતું હોય તો what is the process and how do you set the priorities of the aid?
Okay. So, Shahid Bhai, the process in WF8 is on a... You want to answer? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to give nerdy answer now. Starting on a Monday, on a week, there is prioritization. Tuesday morning, there is a meeting about what we will come to decision on a Wednesday. How that happens is that the WF8 team with Zafar Abbas from Pakistan, from everywhere, they work together on how can we say which is the project on the ground right now. At that point, there will be trustees, that means office bearers, as well as Councillor Mahmoud Baidala on the next day, on a Wednesday, where they comes together, saying that how do we prioritize this point? For example, if it's on the ground in East Africa, which are the partners, how can we go about? Africa Federation comes in and basically says that this is what the needs assessment is. You go through the needs assessment, what is the percentage of Khoja, what is the percentage Shia, and how many are the general public. That goes through. Then a prioritization comes that this is how much money we could collect based on history, how much we think we have donors which are ready, and then you allocate supply and demand. After supply and demand has been done, and then we go into dispatch mode. After the dispatch, the week thereafter, or the week thereafter, or the week thereafter, we come with a reporting. And then we align the two, and that's how we answer. So it's a very methodic way, and I hope I answered you, Shahid Bhai. Thank you. Asant.
Shahid Bhai, I will just add one thing, कि अगर कोई ने जरूरियात पड़े humanitarian નું તો એ લોકો એક અમને needs assessment મોકલાવે કે for example અમને આ પ્રોજેક્ટ છે અમને આ જરૂરિયાત છે મોકલાવે પછી અમારી ટીમ assess કરે એને. That is the starting point, yeah? Just to clarify that.
There are no other questions left at this moment. Thank you.
Chalo.
Last one, Akhil Bhai, please.
Mr. Chairman, on Thursday, you have addressed that we have 7,000 family who are in poverty family line. How are we solving this problem? In every meeting, we do come and we hear the same thing. कि आ कौम में गरीबी छे, कौम में गरीबी छे. What is the plan in your next term? How are you going to solve this problem? We have problem. Now not in Africa. Now we have problem in Europe. We have problem in America, India, Pakistan. How are we solving this problem?
Thank you.
As you mentioned, let me finish. As you mentioned, it's true. The private foundation, they are ready to give outside. But when it comes to the Khoja, they're a bit a challenge. But what you are facing, we are facing the same thing. So how do we address for the community the needs of our community?
Thank you, Akhil Bhai. You have raised a very, very important question, which we have been struggling in this term as well. We have requested, India Federation and Pakistan Federation will request you the same, to come up with a clear economic plan for the community in various jurisdictions. Right now, the way we have worked is we have assessed the educational needs in India and Pakistan, which we are addressing. We have clarity on that. We have clarity of thought and data. Housing is where we have just started. So we are working with India Federation, and we already discussed with India Federation in terms of prioritizing. There are 40 Jamaats that require housing. So now they are prioritizing, telling us where to start. So we've just started with Bhavnagar. And the microfinance loan, we have parked it for now. So this is how we are looking at it. So we are looking at it piecemeal rather than holistically, because time is short, time passes. So in the same way, we have requested Pakistan Federation to do exactly the same. Educational needs have been finalized. We're already supporting them wherever we can. Housing, we still haven't got a plan from them. And microfinance is doing very well through HBT. Africa, if you have a similar thing, we can bring it to the house and work together, because ultimately we have to go and find funds. But the way I see things is when we go to donors, the first thing they want is transparency, accountability, governance, and good quality of a project. So project jare fine hoy, lokana magajma mein, and you know it because you are seasoned in this. They give. So I do believe that if Africa can bring its needs, India can bring their requirements, Pakistan can bring, then we can sit together and thresh out the prioritization of each. There are only 500 families in Africa, at least to start with the poverty part. ઇન્ડિયા પાકિસ્તાનમાં ઘણા છે, 7,000 સુધી છે. પછી obviously you are already on the next level where the lower middle are being brought to the upper middle class through your housing projects. In Bhavnagar that has started, but there is still poor. So these are things we will have to work on, inshallah. Okay, last one, listen, you are one of the youth, so I can't stop you. Please go
quick
ahead.
one, Pramukh Sahib. Just, I think maybe it's part of a solution, but if I got you correct, the other day you mentioned that we may have, or we do have a consent from the Aga's office to use Sadaqah in-house. Is that correct? Maybe
No, Sadaqah, we already use Sadaqah for the poor.
And couldn't that probably use that as escalated and then try and reduce the poverty line that we're currently fighting for?
Look, listen, we do collect Sadaqah. I'm sure Africa Federation collects Sadaqah. Sadaqah can be used for any cause for poor people that is required. Whether it's Khoja, whether it's Shia, broader community, you can use Sadaqah. So those Sadaqah, I don't know how much you collect Sadaqah, but we use Sadaqah for the poor people. Yeah, thanks. I think with that, we'll close this discussion, very lively discussion. I really hope and genuinely feel that if this house can find a mechanism for World Federation, I appeal once again to each regional federation to see if we can find a solution. That I do feel as a committee we can do a lot more. Obviously, we'll be thanking all the volunteers later on, but for now, let us recite salawat for all those who have made an effort in this endeavor. Salawat ala Muhammad wa alim.
We will go towards Khoja Heritage Project. May I ask, first of all, we'll welcome Dr. Hasnain Walji, who heads KHP. And we will start off with a video first. And if you can show that video first, please. Bismillah.
વિશ્વના નાના મોટા શહેરોમાં ખોજા શિયાસરી કોમની ભાવના હજુ જીવંત છે અને આપણી સંસ્કૃતિ કોમના હૃદયમાં ધબકે છે. આ વારસો નવી પેઢી ખોઈ ના બેસે તે કારણને લીધે ડૉક્ટર હસનૈન વાલજીની આગેવાની હેઠળ વિશ્વ ફેડરેશને ખોજા હેરિટેજ પ્રોજેક્ટનો આરંભ કરેલ છે. આ વિડીયો દ્વારા આપ સૌને આપણા ભૂતકાળની ઝલક, આપણી સંસ્કૃતિની શોધ અને આપણા ઇતિહાસની સફરનું સ્વાગત છે. મુંબઈની વ્યસ્ત ગલીઓ, કચ્છના શાંત પ્રદેશો અથવા ભાવનગરના ઐતિહાસિક ખૂણાઓ બતાવીને ખોજા હેરિટેજ ટૂરે આ દિવસ સુધીના વિશ્વભરના પ્રવાસીઓને આપણી કોમના ઇતિહાસને આકાર આપનારા સ્થળોનું મહત્ત્વ બતાવ્યું છે. અસદ વિરાણીની આગેવાનીમાં મોહમ્મદ અલી પટેલ, ઝહેરા મર્ચન્ટ અને આપણા સ્થાનિક ઇતિહાસકારો જેમ કે ડૉક્ટર સાદિક ઉતનવાલા અને ડૉક્ટર અલીરઝા ખૂંટની મદદથી આ પ્રવાસનું દરેક પગલું આપણા મૂળને સમજવા માટે અને આપણા ભાઈચારાને મજબૂત કરવામાં મદદ કરે છે. ઓક્ટોબર 2022માં શરૂ કરેલ ગ્લોબલ ખોજા હેરિટેજ ડે દર વર્ષે વિશ્વભરમાં આપણા ઇતિહાસ અને આપણા પૂર્વજોની યાત્રાઓની યાદ કરીએ છીએ. કરાચીથી ન્યુયોર્ક સુધી જમાતો વિશ્વભરમાં એકત્રિત થાય છે અને આપણે આપણો સાંસ્કૃતિક વારસો, ઐતિહાસિક માર્ગ અને ખાસ કરીને અહલુલ બૈત અલૈહિસ્સલામની રાહ પર આવવાની ઉજવણી કરીએ છીએ. ઘણા વર્ષોના સંશોધન પછી ડૉક્ટર હસનૈન વાલજીએ ખોજા દિવાલનું સંકલન કર્યું છે. તે આપણા 1000 વર્ષના ઇતિહાસનું પ્રભાવશાળી પ્રદર્શન છે. આજે તે લંડન, પેરિસ, કરાચી, ન્યુયોર્ક, કંપાલા અને મુંબઈ જેવા મોટા શહેરોની જમાતોની દિવાલ ઉપર પ્રદર્શિત છે. આ ખોજા વોલ માત્ર ઇતિહાસ નથી, તે આપણી સંસ્કૃતિ અને ધાર્મિક માન્યતાઓનું સાક્ષીપત્ર છે કે જે ખોજા સમુદાયની કસોટીઓ, વિપત્તિઓ અને સફળતા દર્શાવે છે, નવી પેઢીઓને પ્રેરણા આપે છે અને દરેકને આપણા પૂર્વજોની મહેનતની કદર કરવા માટે પ્રોત્સાહિત કરે છે. આ કહાણી અહીં પૂરી થતી નથી. ખોજા હેરિટેજ પ્રોજેક્ટ હેઠળ નવી ઇવેન્ટ્સ અને પ્રોગ્રામ્સ ચાલ્યા કરે છે, જેમ કે નો યોર વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન સેમિનાર, ઓનલાઈન મેમોરિયલ ફોર પાસ્ટ કમ્યુનિટી લીડર્સ, વન્સ અપોન એ ટાઈમ વિડીયો એનિમેશન્સ, ગુજરાતી લેંગ્વેજ સિમ્પોઝિયમ, જેથી કરીને આપણે આપણું ભવિષ્ય બનાવવા માટે ભૂતકાળમાંથી શીખી શકીએ. આશા છે કે આપ સૌ ખોજા હેરિટેજ ડે અને ખોજા હેરિટેજ ટૂર જેવી આપણી પ્રવૃત્તિઓમાં ભાગ લેશો, કારણ કે આ સફર માત્ર ભૂતકાળને યાદ કરવાની નથી, તે આપણા ભવિષ્યને દિશા આપે છે. આ ભૂતકાળના તે ફાનસ છે કે જે આપણી કોમને પ્રગતિ માટે ભવિષ્યની દીવાદાંડી છે.
Thank you very much. We welcome Murabi Dr. Hasnain Walji, where you can see in the last 3 years massive importance to our heritage, our cultural belonging, strides were accelerated. Dr. Saab, if you can share some of your reflection. I know I am the bad cop saying keep it very short, but I know your beautiful mannerism will come and elucidate and permeate many hearts. Bismillah.
Jazakallah Mantri Sahib. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Pramukh Sahib, Regional Federation na Pramukh Sahiban, એમના સાથીઓ, ડેલિગેટ્સ અને મારા દોસ્તો, ખુશી ઉપજે છે કે આ ફરી એક મોકો મળ્યો કે આપ સાહેબોને અમે સંબોધીએ. જેવી રીતે માનદ મંત્રી સાહેબે કહ્યું અને ઈશારન એણે એમ કહ્યું છે કદાચ કે અલ્લાહે આપણને કાન બે આપ્યા છે, મોઢું એક આપ્યું છે, એટલે બોલવું ઓછું, સાંભળવું વધારે. તો એ માટે થઈને હું એમની આજ્ઞાનું પાલન કરીશ અને ફક્ત 2 નુક્તા, તમે વિડીયો જોઈ લીધી છે, એની અંદર શું પ્રવૃત્તિ થઈ છે એ જોઈ લીધી છે. ફક્ત 2 નુક્તા મૂકી અને મારે સાંભળવું છે. ખાસ કરીને મારે સાંભળવું છે આપણા નવજવાન દોસ્તોથી કે જે સવાલ ચર્ચાઈ રહ્યો છે કે યુથ્સ આપણી સાથે યાદ ઇમામવાડામાં, મજલિસોમાં અને ખોજા આઈડેન્ટિટી, ખોજા હેરિટેજ સાથે કેમ એંગેજ થતા નથી, એના માટે મારે સાંભળવું છે, ખાસ કરીને યુથ્સ માટે. તો મારો પહેલો નુક્તો જે મૂકવો છે આ સભાને એ છે મોમિનીન કે એક માઇન્ડસેટ ચેન્જ કરવાની જરૂર છે. શા માટે? આજે આપણે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનનો જે મોટો છે વી એક્ઝિસ્ટ ટુ સર્વ, અગર તમે વી એક્ઝિસ્ટ ઉપર ઊભા રહી જાઓ, સર્વ તરફ ન જાઓ, ફક્ત એ જ જાણો કે વી એક્ઝિસ્ટ, તો હું એમ કહીશ કે વી એક્ઝિસ્ટનો જે દાવો છે અને વી એક્ઝિસ્ટની જે ક્રેડિટ જાય છે એ આપણી ખોજા આઈડેન્ટિટીને અને આપણી ખોજા જમાતોને અને આપણી ખોજા સંસ્થાઓને છે. It is because of that we exist, so that we can serve. MashaAllah, we have been serving for nearly 46 years now, or probably more, and in fact even more. And inshallah, we're going very quickly towards 50 years. કે આપણને 5 દાયકા વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના થશે 2026માં. તો મારે ફક્ત માઇન્ડસેટની વાત એટલે કરવી હતી કે અગર વી એક્ઝિસ્ટનો દાવો આપણે ખોજા આઈડેન્ટિટી ઉપર કરતા હોય તો પછી, અને આ કોઈ તરફ ઈશારો નથી, કોઈને ખોટું લાગે તો માફ કરજો, પણ મારી આદત નથી કે કોઈ વસ્તુ શુગર કોટ કરીને બોલવી. હું બિલકુલ ચોખ્ખું બોલું છું કે અત્યાર સુધી આપણે લોકોએ એક કોમ તરીકે ખોજા હેરિટેજ, ખોજા આઈડેન્ટિટી, આપણી ભાષા, આ બધી વસ્તુઓને આપણે સ્ટેપ ચાઇલ્ડ તરીકે, એક સાવકા દીકરા તરીકે ટ્રીટ કરી છે. આપણી પ્રાયોરિટીઝની અંદર બેશક હુકૂકનું વિતરણ છે, ઇસ્લામિક એજ્યુકેશનનું કામ છે, ઇસ્લામિક રિસર્ચનું કામ છે, જે અન્ય કામો જે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન કરી રહ્યું છે, એની સાથે સાથે ઇક્વલ પ્રાયોરિટીમાં આપણે ખોજા હેરિટેજ પ્રોજેક્ટ અને ખોજા હેરિટેજ ઇટસેલ્ફ કે એને જે દાદ મળવી જોઈએ એ મને ઘણી વખતે એવો ભાસ થાય છે કે મે બી દુનિયામાં અમે થોડાક જણા છે કે જે લોકોને ખોજા હેરિટેજ તરફ કોઈ પણ જાતની કોઈ વ્યાધિ હોય અને જે પણ અને આ હું ડેટા ઉપર કહી શકું છું, હવાની વાત નથી કરતો. મોમિનીન જ્યારે ખોજા હેરિટેજ ડેની વાત થાય હું દાદ દઉં છું કરાચી જમાતને, હું દાદ દઉં છું આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનને, હું દાદ દઉં છું બીજી અન્ય નાની મોટી જમાતોને, પણ લગભગ 100 ને ઉપર જમાતો છે. આપણે કઈ એ બધી વસ્તુઓ મોકલીએ છીએ તે છતાં પણ ખોજા હેરિટેજ ડે જે રીતે ઉજવાવો જોઈએ તાકે આપણે આપણી કોમની એક હેરિટેજ અને આઈડેન્ટિટીને બકા રાખી શકીએ તો એ એન્ગેજમેન્ટ મળતું નથી. તો એ માટે મારે સૂચના સાંભળવી છે કે ખોજા હેરિટેજ પ્રોજેક્ટ કેવી રીતે કરે કે આપણે કોમને વધારે એન્ગેજ કરી શકીએ. મોહિની, મારે આથી વધુ બોલવું નથી. ટાઈમ હું મારો જે yield કરું છું અત્યારે એ સવાલો માટે છે. છેલ્લે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ તમારી રજાથી હું 2-3 મિનિટ લઈશ કે જ્યારે મારે મારા સાથીદારોને જે થેન્ક કરવાના છે ને બીજી ફોર્માલિટી માટે, અને સાથે સાથે હું આ માઇક પાછું આપી દઉં ત્યારે પહેલા અભિનંદન આપું છું આપણા પંજુ સાહેબને, ઇકબાલ પંજુને તથા મોહમ્મદભાઈને કે જે લોકોને ગઈકાલે એવોર્ડ આપવામાં આવ્યો, અને સાથે સાથે ખોજા હેરિટેજના પેટ્રોન કહું, ખોજા હેરિટેજના ગુરુ કહું કે રઝાલીભાઈને જે કૌકબે ખિદમતનો જે એવોર્ડ આપવામાં આવ્યો છે એ માટે પણ હું એમને અભિનંદન આપું છું અને કોમને પણ અભિનંદન આપું છું કે આપણી સાથે એવી હસ્તીઓ છે કે જેની સાથે આપણે કામ કરીએ છીએ. With that, Momineen, I open the floor for any comments, questions. In particular, I'd love to hear from our young people to say that how can we get this engagement? We don't want to know what the problem is. We know what the problem is. I believe that problem is a symptom of a deeper cause. It's a symptom of a change of mindset. It's a matter of prioritizing our heritage, our identity, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Hasnain Bhai, for that succinct and profound summary. And I think you posed a question straight, જવાનોને ને આપના પાસે અહીંયા youngest છે જવાન.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear Shahid Ali.
Oh, Shahid Ali, he can't hear. Can you hear me now? No? Okay, if you can hold on. Yeah.
Dr. Saab, can you hear us now? Yes, you can. હવે તમે મ્યુટ પર છો, મને લાગે છે.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, બહુ સરસ. પ્રમુખ સર?
જી. Thank you very much, Hasnain Bhai, for your succinct and summarized overview. અને જઝાકલ્લાહ, I'll come to the things in the end. તમારું સવાલ
I'd like
હતું.
to request the AV team. We seem to have a glitch. I do not hear the participants.
Okay. You can't hear Hasnain Bhai? No. Okay. So the thing.
Dr. Saab, if you can hear us, can you say, you can hear me? No. Okay, now I think we can. Yes?
Yes, thank you.
Bismillah, Pramukh.
Ji, Hasnain Bhai, Jazakallah, thank you very much for a brief and succinct summary. અને તમારું સવાલ હતું પહેલાં કે જવાનો પાસેથી તમને જાણવું છે કે આ ડિસ્કનેક્ટ ક્યાં છે ને કેવી રીતે થઈ રહ્યું છે, બરાબર? તો આપના પાસે અહીંયા જવાનો માશાલ્લાહ આ ફેરે ઘણા છે કાઉન્સિલ આપના ડેલિગેટ્સમાં, તો આપને આઈ વિલ સ્ટાર્ટ વિથ મોહમ્મદ મેહદી કરીમ, ઇફ યુ કેન રિસ્પોન્ડ ટુ દેટ ક્વેશ્ચન. યાને ગુજરાતીમાં કે ઇંગ્લિશમાં તમારી મરજી છે.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hasnain. Firstly, big fan of the work that Khoja Heritage Project does. I've been following it for a while now. I think it's really important to be able to archive our history, know where we've come from, And as a bonus, I now know how to make mandazi, courtesy of the pack we got yesterday, which is excellent. But it can't stop at just looking back at the past. I think that's phase one. What needs to happen is we now need to look at phase two, which is looking at the past. What is the value of being a Khoja in the future? And to answer your question specifically, why do the young people not appreciate, understand, want to engage with what a Khoja is? I've got three sort of points that I thought I'd share. Young people face new challenges. Youth have always faced challenges, but the challenges of today are new. What young people would like to see is what is the value of being Khoja to tackle those changes. If there's no value in being Khoja to tackle those changes, then frankly, it doesn't feature very highly on their radar. I personally think there is a value, but it's just about communicating that to the young people. Secondly, on a very simple level, a lot of young people don't really know what it is to be a Khoja. And I know that there's excellent work that's been done, so maybe it's a fact of disseminating that information, maybe working with Marcoms, producing more videos, releasing more Instagram Reels, etc., etc. And thirdly, and I thought I'd share sort of quite a common sentiment that I hear amongst friends, that people in the UK find more commonality. There's more commonality between British Khojas and British Iraqis, for example, than British Khojas and Indian Khojas. So you've got these different identities at play. One thing we might need to do is show what common problems we have as Khojas and why that Khoja identity is very important to solving those problems. So I think making this idea and this identity of Khoja relevant for the challenges we face is quite important.
Thank you for those comments. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ આ બધા ક્વેશ્ચન સાથે લેવા છે કે પછી એક ઓબ્ઝર્વેશનનો જવાબ આપીએ?
જો પ્રેસિંગ હોય તો લઈ લ્યો, જો ખબરો હોય તો we can take a few. We have Hasnain Bhai also, Aziz.
હા, મને લાગે છે કે અમે બધા જમે થાય ને પછી તમે મુખ્તસર at the end કરો. શું કામ? તો at least because if we go back and forth તો વધારે ટાઈમ લાગશે એવી રીતના. તો Hasnain Bhai, Aziz, please.
Hassan Bhai, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, let me thank you for the amazing video you had put together. It was an honor for us in New York to participate in the Khoja Heritage Day, and I can tell you it is an amazing success. So I have a comment and I have a question, okay? So my comment, first of all, is the following. I was in a meeting with the president of another community in New York, when he made a comment to me that over time the Khoja identity is eroding in the West, and he has just embarked on a project to build a facility or a mosque that is going to basically be catering to all communities, and not just, because I asked him a specific question. You are taking on this multi-million-dollar project, but you don't have the numbers of people from our community. So why? Because, well, our kids are leaving, and even the identity itself is eroding. So when I took over 2 years ago in New York, I made one point clear, right? That the identity has to be in the community itself. And this is what I did. The map that you put together for the World Federation, I plastered it on the wall in the madrasa, which basically means not only our own children coming from East Africa are benefiting by looking at that history every day, but even kids from other communities who are coming to our madrasa are also learning about our beautiful, beautiful heritage. So to that young man over there who was just questioning about, you know, the effectiveness of it, when you look at the video and you learn about what our women sacrificed to enable their men to take those dangerous boat rides to East Africa by selling their jewelry, so that the husbands can then take that trip on the boat to East Africa to make a life for themselves and their families. That's enough for us to protect this heritage, because that is how we are here today, on the backs and the sacrifices of our women who saw their men leave them on the Indian shores so they can make a life for themselves outside and ultimately call them. That's enough for us to protect our identity. But with that said, Hassan Bhai, one more thing now. In the madrasa, okay, so we do aqaid, we do history, we do Quran, right? We do akhlaq. Why not even add a subject on Khojaism and Khoja heritage? And I'm not saying it be taught every Sunday, but maybe once or twice a particular semester, what have you. That needs to be inculcated in the madrasa itself as well.
Thank you for those passionate words. I'll revert once we're done with some more comments.
Ahsan.
And thank you, New York Jamaat. Probably New York Jamaat has the accolade of being the very first Jamaat, besides the Marx Center itself in Toronto, to have put up the Khoja wall. So appreciate your support and you championing this.
Yeah. I have been very attentively looking up for hands. Now I'm not going to ask for more. So Zair Abbas by Khimji, Ali by Ali Hassan Qasam, Parvez Merchant, and we have Zair Abbas by Khimji who is going to go next. So sorry, Zair Abbas is Amin by first and then is Zair Abbas. Bismillah.
Thank you. So I'd say that I'm the board liaison for the Jaffrey Islamic Youth at the ISIJ of Toronto, and I spend a lot of time with the youth, and this is a question that comes up often. And the youth, you know, there's like a subset of them that are incredibly proud of their Khoja heritage, and then a whole bunch of them that are struggling with it. And when you ask them what they're struggling with, what it appears to be so is that they're trying to be Shia, you know, proud Shia Ithnashri, and they're trying to be inclusive of all Shia communities. So they want to build bridges with the Afghanis, with the Iranis, with the Iraqis, the Lebanese. And then this Khoja thing comes in and it makes them feel like they're being exclusive. So the question becomes, how can we be proud Khojas and then also demonstrate how being a proud Khoja is not mutually exclusive with being an inclusive community that welcomes everybody. And I think that's really the struggle, because everywhere they go, they're being told to not be exclusive because it comes with an air of arrogance, and they want to be inclusive, welcoming to all. I think that's something we'll have to think through. And how do we tailor the messaging to attract our young people to understand that, you know, you can be a proud Khoja and what that means in terms of the macro Shia community.
Thank you very much. I made a note of that point, and we'll revert on that.
Thank you. Zaira Abbas.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So I've mentioned this a couple of times in EXCO and at Supreme Council sessions, because even Africa Federation actively promotes our language and our heritage. But we don't see that on ground. So that's something which we need to reflect upon. Another thing which I've mentioned before is Khoja Heritage Tour is a key to what we are discussing. If I'm not mistaken, it was 2021 when I mentioned that you need to identify youth who are influential in their Jamaat. Take them for the tour for free. Because you tell somebody pay $1,000 to go to India, they'll not pay it, because they don't understand the value of what they're going for. So the World Federation, KHP, needs to identify those youths in each Jamaat who are influential, take them, because when I went for the tour, I was not proud to be Khoja. I hope we are listening to what I'm telling you. I was already president of Jamaat, and I was not proud to be Khoja. I said, I'm a Shia, that's it. But when I went for that tour, I realized the value that we should have for ourselves as a community, and I learned a lot and then became proud to be Khoja. So it's a very important thing, and why I'm insisting on it, because I've mentioned it so many times. I hope this time it will be actioned. And last, and most importantly, I would like to also link it to what Dr. Saab said, is that there are few who seem to be concerned with Khoja identity. Not everybody is passionate about it, and even at the Thursday session at Hujjat, somebody said we should uphold Gujarati. So we also need to align as the leadership of the community. What do we want? Because some are saying Gujarati ame bhasha ne rakhe. So we need to align with the vision. Is that, do we want to preserve the Khoja identity or not? You see, and definitely, if we lose our culture and our heritage and our history, we'll become like the rest of the world, which is also lost. Thank you.
Okay. Please, there's one dilemma we have, and I want you to be part of this dilemma with me. I cannot hold it myself. we have some students who are going to get rewards. It's only this opportunity which is there. So I'm not going to stop people, not at all. I would like that, can we have the question or remark as short as possible? Short as possible, please. Ali Hassan Qasim, Bismillah.
Pramukh Sahib, I'll try to make it as succinct as possible. So first things first, I think the big problem is that the heritage issue, the identity issue is a household problem. And if we do not address that issue and we do not try and make that education from a household perspective, it's not going to happen. So I think the solution to that is we need to have this knowledge and education being done at every family level, number one. Number two is that we try and educate our youth or the general community when they're of the age of 16, 17, 18 onwards. At that point in time, it's too late to give them that identity. They've already chosen the identity they want to use. And so Hussain Bhai took the words from my mouth, and I think that is the beauty of this conference, that you know what, we don't need to repeat what the other speaker has said. And just to add on to what Hussain Bhai has said, I think Dr. Hussain Walji had a workshop which has a whole curriculum ready for Khoja heritage. I think all we need to do is just implement it at madrasa level. And we don't need to do it all the years, maybe 1 year in one of the senior years where you have one module and you teach about the Khoja heritage. I think that is, instead of using the online or the social media where you probably attract 200, 300, 400 people, the madrasa, as we spoke today, has 16,000 kids. The moment they start learning of Khojaism when they start madrasa, it makes a huge difference when they graduate from there. The third solution is, I think, the Khoja Heritage Tour, as supplementing what Zaid Abbas Bhai said, we need to tailor it to sort of accommodate how the youth can perceive it as opposed to just the seniors. I think that would really help. I think Khoja Heritage now needs to evolve from India to now do tours in Zanzibar and East Africa, because that's the second part of our history. And the fourth thing is, I think at Africa Federation level, it has really helped with this series that we have started. We started off with the Zanzibar Pancho Jangbar, we moved on to the Kampala Exodus, and then we did the Somalia one as well, and we're now moving to Lamu and then Yemen towards the end. I think that has really had a huge impact, especially on the youth. We had youth coming in and say, you know what, we never knew this is what our community went through. So I think if we can maybe consolidate all these initiatives that are taking place, this could also be a solution. But again, I'll close it here, but this is what I have to say on this.
Parvez Bhai Mancha.
બિસ્મિલ્લાહિર્રહમાનિર્રહીમ. આ સભામાં ખાસ તો પ્રમુખ સાહેબ અમે આપનો અને હસનભાઈ વાલજીનો આભાર માનીએ છીએ કે વર્ષમાં 2 વખત ખોજા હેરિટેજની ટૂર જે છે અમારી મહદી સ્કૂલમાં આવે છે, અને ખાસ અમારા બચ્ચાઓને જે છે ખોજા તરાના પડવાનો મોકો આપ્યો, અને અમારા બચ્ચાઓ જે છે પૂરા ઇન્ટરનેશનલ લેવલે એ લોકો પણ ખ્યાતિ પામી. એ બદલ આપનો અને હસનભાઈનો આભાર. મારો સજેશન્સ અમુક થોડાક છે. એક એ છે કે જેવી રીતે ફોર્બ્સ મેગેઝિન પબ્લિશ કરે છે, એવી જ રીતે અગર આપણે કોઈ ખોજા હેરિટેજના અંડરમાં પૂરી વર્લ્ડમાં જેટલા આપણે ખોજા સમાજનું ગૌરવ છે, પછી સાયન્ટિસ્ટ હોય, બિઝનેસમેન હોય, સ્પોર્ટ્સ પર્સન હોય, એકેડેમિક્સ હોય, કોઈ પણ હોય, અને ખોજા હેરિટેજના અંડરમાં એવરી વીક યા એવરી મંથમાં જે પબ્લિશ કરવામાં આવે તો આપણી કોમ્યુનિટીને વર્લ્ડ વાઇડ એક પ્રાઉડ મુમેન્ટ થાય કે આ આપણા ખોજા છે કે જે લોકો દુનિયામાં આટલા આગળ છે. બીજું મારું એક સજેશન એ છે, શાયદ નાનું મોઢું ને મોટી વાત છે, અગર કાંઈ ખરાબ લાગે તો હું અગાઉથી માફી માંગી લઉં છું. પણ મારું માનવું એવું છે કે આજનો જે જમાનો જે ચેન્જ થયો છે, અને અગર આપણે આપણા યુથને અગર ઇમામવાડા સુધી લાવવા છે, તો એના માટે જે છે ને જે આલિમે દીનનો રોલ હવે એને ચેન્જ કરવાની જરૂર છે. એ રીતે કે જેવી રીતે એક ટીચર સ્ટુડન્ટનો રિલેશનના લીધે જે છે ને સ્ટુડન્ટ ટીચર પાસે આવતો હોય છે, એવી રીતે અગર ઇમામવાડામાં જ ખાલી આલિમે દીન ના રહે, પરંતુ આલિમે દીન જે છે ને ઇમામવાડાથી બહાર આવે અને સ્ટુડન્ટ્સની સાથે, ખાસ કરીને યુથની સાથે જે છે ને એ મુલાકાત કરે, એના પ્રશ્નોને સમજે, એની નીડ શું છે, એ લોકોને ક્યાં ડાઉટ્સ છે, અગર એ રિક્વાયરમેન્ટનું જો લિસ્ટ આઉટ કરવામાં આવે અને એને 1 by 1 મજલિસોમાં કવર કરવામાં આવે, અથવા તો મજલિસના બાદ એક Q&A સેશન જો રાખવામાં આવે, તો આનાથી એ લોકો જે છે એ એટ્રેક્ટ પણ થશે, એ લોકોની નીડ્સ પણ કમ્પ્લીટ થશે, અને એ લોકો જે છે એ વધારે ને વધારે ઇમામવાડા તરફ જે છે એ એટ્રેક્ટ થશે. થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you. Morabi Onali Bhai, and then followed by Amir Bhai Merali, and then we will go to the next agenda item. Bismillah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I wanted to talk about has already been mentioned by Ali Hassan Qasem. I'll just add to what Brother Zahir Abbas mentioned about encouraging the youths. I would suggest that each region should at least sponsor 2 youths from each region and they should join the heritage tour. That will encourage some youths from our regions to participate in this tour. Secondly is we are working very closely with Dr. Hasnain Walji. As you know, we have got huge collection of documents and photographs and some records that we share with him. So the Africa Federation with the head of the Khoja Heritage are working very closely. For that, I would like also to thank him for the support that he's giving to our team. Thank you.
Amir Uncle, Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Hello. મને કહેવાનું એ હતું કે જેવી રીતે ઇન્ડિયા હેરિટેજની ટૂર થાય છે કારણ કે જે આપણે આફ્રિકામાં બોર્ન થયા ને ઇન્ડિયા જાય છે એવી રીતે જે અલી હસને કીધું કે અહીંયાના છોકરાને એરેન્જ કરે આફ્રિકાની ટૂર કરે ખાલી ખોજાનું હેરિટેજ નહીં પણ સાથે સાથે ઇકોનોમિક ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટીઝ મળે ને અમારે ઇકોનોમિક બોર્ડ છે એના સાથે જઈને સાથે કોમર્શિયલ પ્રોજેક્ટ એમાં એ ટ્રીપમાં જોતા હોય તો આ લોકોને દિલ થઈ જશે પાછો ત્યાં સેટલ થવાનો ને રહી જાય અમુક તો એ બેઝિસ ઉપર ખોજા હેરિટેજની આફ્રિકાની ટ્રીપ બે હોય એક ખોજા ને બીજો બિઝનેસ વાસ્તે.
Thank you, Ahsan. Now, Murabi, Dr. Sab, if you can please come in and answer, appreciate. Ahsan.
Jazakallah, thank you so very much for some extremely important points and some suggestions that have been made. અગર હું દરેક સવાલનો જવાબ દેવા માંગુ તો પછી માનદ મંત્રી સાહેબ પાસેથી મારે અડધો કલાક જોશે મળશે?
આ મીટિંગમાં નહીં પણ બીજું મીટિંગમાં અમે ઘણું રાખી શકીએ છીએ પણ આ મીટિંગમાં મને બહુ ફિશાર છે. સોરી.
Thank you, Madam Mantri Sahib. So I'll be very brief. I think the very first point that was made was extremely, extremely important. What is the value of me being a Khoja? I do believe, and as Muhammad Karim said this himself, that certainly there is value. And this is something that where we need young people like you and Zair Abbas and others to talk to your peers about the value of being a Khoja, the value of being a member of a Jamaat, the value of the social capital that we have, that you can walk into virtually any city around the world. It is almost like walking into a franchise restaurant. I don't want to name a particular one because we're boycotting them, but you walk into there and you know that the fries are exactly the same. We have that opportunity. કે આપણે કોઈ પણ ઇમામબાડામાં જઈએ, ટનરીમાં જઈએ કે પછી આપણે વેન્કુવર જઈએ. We have that social capital and the structure. This is the value. મોમિનીન જ્યારે આપણા યંગસ્ટર્સને એ ખબર પડે છે કે જ્યારે એમના મા બાપનો અંતિમ જે વખતો આવે છે, દફન અને કફનની જે ક્રિયાઓ હોય છે, જે લોકો કોમથી એટલા બધા દૂર ભાગતા હોય છે ત્યારે એ લોકોને વેલ્યુ સમજ પડે છે કે જ્યારે કોમની જરૂરત ક્યારે પડે છે. So these values, I could go on talking about this for hours, but suffice it to say કે એ જે સૌથી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ સવાલ હતો, what is the value of being a Khoja for a young person? એ વસ્તુને આગળ વધારવા માટે કોઈ માઇક્રોવેવ અપ્રોચ નથી આપણી પાસે. I think each one of us, particularly my young friends, I would love you to be champions of passing that message. We are there to create the tools, as we do, to be able to continue with that message. But the message will only remain with my peers, those who are in the departure now, ready to go, to the next world. It is down to you that we repose our faith that you will be able to pass this message of what is the value of being a Khoja. The second question that was raised was also about madrasa. Inclusive curriculum within the madrasa. In the first days of MCE, the Khoja Heritage Project had tried. It was very difficult to fit that into the curriculum, and I totally understand that. Through the chairman and through the Secretary General, I would like to once again take that up to say, is there now a possibility where MCE is able to help us to at least have 2 hours every month to be able to do this? We are ready with the curriculum. We have the curriculum ready, so we can address that particular thing. As I said, if I were to go through point by point through everyone, I will not be able to, complete this. Suffice it to say that the idea of tours, the Khoja Heritage Tour, we started with one tour. For the very first tour, we had significant number of people. There was, extremely good interest. Now we have two tours, a Gujarati-speaking tour and an English-speaking tour. The booklet that you have, mentions all that. I would urge you, the next tour, Asad Virani is here. Please talk to him. He's our tour leader. That the next tour will be going out in October. And inshallah, we will be able to take people. In terms of taking this, we are more than willing to work with any region to be able to ensure that by way of a cooperation, that we can take our young people to East Africa, to wherever, because to travel is to educate yourself. So will take that on board and see what we can do. The other question that comes always to say, well, we are Shias, and by saying we are Khojas, we are trying to be exclusive. And this is a tough one, particularly in North America. And I live here, I know exactly what it takes. The idea is that if we are to explain that this is not anything exclusive, to retain our identity is our right, to retain our identity is a necessity so that we can go back to our roots. That does not mean that we are better or superior to anyone else. At the same time, the World Federation has diverse membership of non-Khojas, and it should be encouraging other cultures to also celebrate their cultures like we do with the Khoja Heritage Day. Here what we say is we do not want to be a soup within the 200 million shares. By a brown color no soup nathi joito. What we envisage is to have a fresh bowl of salad with every culture retaining its taste, its color, its texture and all that. તો એક સલાડ બોલ તરીકે આપણે 200 મિલિયન શેરોની અંદર આપણે અગર રહી શકીએ છીએ અને એ માટે જ આ એક પંકાયેલી કોમ છે કે જેને લોકો ખોજા તરીકે ઓળખે છે. આ એક વસ્તુ છે કે ઘણી વખતે બહારથી આપણા મગજમાં નાખવામાં આવે છે કે આપણે કોઈ રીતે આવી રીતે એક્સક્લુઝિવ થઈએ છીએ યા તો કોઈ રીતે આપણે ઇન્ફિરિયર છે. મોમિનીન અગેન વી નીડ the help and the assistance of the leadership of our communities to imbibe this Khoja spirit and pass it on to say, આપણે પોતે જ્યારે ગર્વ નહીં હોય, આપણે પોતે એલ્ડર્સમાં જ્યારે ગર્વ નહીં હોય, તો ગુજરાતીમાં કહે છે કે જે કૂવામાં હોય એ હવેળે આવે. If we do not have that level of pride, I'm not talking about તકબ્બુર, હું પ્રાઇડની વાત કરું છું, એક ગર્વની વાત કરું છું કે અમે ખોજા છીએ, અમે કઈ તકલીફો વેઠી, જેવી રીતે અઝીઝભાઈએ બયાન કર્યું અને ડોક્યુમેન્ટરીની અંદર પણ છે કે કઈ તકલીફો વેઠી ને આપણે મઝહબ અહલુલ બૈત તરફ આવ્યા છે. They deserve it. It is their right upon us that we do not forget them, and this is what the Khoja Heritage Project is all about. અંતમાં મારે ફક્ત એટલું જ કહેવું છે, બીજા ઘણા પોઈન્ટ્સ હતા અને મેં નોટ કરેલા છે અને મિનિટ્સની અંદર પણ આવશે કે રીજન સાથે, દરેક રીજન સાથે કામ કરવા માટે ખોજા હેરિટેજ પ્રોજેક્ટ પોતાની બનતી કોશિશ કરે છે. અમીનભાઈને નજર કરતા હું એક કહું કે એમણે એક ગઈકાલે જે વાત કરી સાચી હતી કે એક જગ્યાએ અમારી ભૂલ થઈ ગઈ કે અમે માડાગાસ્કર તરફ યા યુનિયન તરફ એક વસ્તુ મોકલી દીધી, પણ હર હંમેશા ખોજા હેરિટેજ પ્રોજેક્ટ કે ઓનલીભાઈ એની સાક્ષી પૂછશે કે બી ઇટ ધી ખોજા હેરિટેજ ડે, બી ઇટ ધી ખોજા હેરિટેજ ટૂર, વોટ એવર ઇટ ઇઝ, કે અમે લોકો રીજન સાથે કરીએ છીએ, રીજન બધા એના લોગો અંદર હોય છે. We want this to be inclusive of all the regions, and this is exactly what we try and do. અમીનભાઈ તમારી નજર એક નાની વસ્તુ કરું કે ભાઈ આ ઇન્સાનની એક ફિતરત છે કે જ્યારે 10 બદામ કોઈ આપણને આપે એમાંથી 9 બદામ મીઠી હોય, 1 બદામ કડવી હોય, તે કડવી બદામ કોક યાદ રહી જાય છે. આ એક મીઠાશથી કહું છું કે અમારા લોકોની કદાચ અહીંયા કોતાહી હતી, પણ હંમેશા અમે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન સાથે, બીજા રીજન સાથે અમે સાથે કામ કરતા હોઈએ છીએ. અંતમાં મારે એટલું કહેવું છે કે તમારી પાસે એક બુકલેટ છે તમારી સામે, એ ખાસ બનાવી છે બુક શેલ્ફની અંદર રાખવા માટે નહીં મમ્મી. એની અંદર આપણા પૂર્વજોએ જે લોકોએ કુરબાની આપી છે, લાલજી સાજન, હિરજેલા રખ્યા, લાલન અલાદીન, જે આપણા 3 શહીદો છે, કિલ્લુ ખટાવ, એ સર્વેની એની અંદર યાદગીરી માટે આપણે એક વસ્તુ બનાવી છે. આપણું 1000 વર્ષનું જે ટાઈમલાઈન છે, જે ખોજા વોલ ઉપર છે, એ પણ આ કિતાબની અંદર છે. તમે બેસો, ખાસ કરીને મારા દોસ્તો, કે આજે જે લોકોના પોતરા પોતરી, દોયત્રા દોયત્રીઓ છે, ગ્રાન્ડ ચિલ્ડ્રન છે, એ લોકો સાથે બેસો, 5 મિનિટ લઈને એ ચોપડીના પન્ના ખોલો અને કહો કે જો આ આપણા પૂર્વજો હતા. આ વસ્તુ જે છે ને એ લોકોના દિમાગમાં આવી જાય છે, એની ખાતરી છે. મારી પાસે ડેટા છે, કારણ કે આજે જમાનો ડેટાનો છે. ગઈ ખોજા હેરિટેજ પ્રોજેક્ટના દિવસે હું મારા દોયત્રાને લઈ ગયો તો અહીંયા આપણે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન હાઉસની અંદર. જ્યારે પાછા આવ્યા તેને કોઈ પૂછ્યું કે તમે ક્યાં ગયા હતા, તો કે આઈ વન્ટ ટુ ધીસ ખોજા થિંગ. 7 વર્ષના બચ્ચાને અગર મગજમાં આવી જાય કે કઈ ખોજા જેવી કોઈ વસ્તુ છે તો એ નીકળશે નહીં. વી હેવ ટુ ટોક અબાઉટ ખોજા આઈડેન્ટિટી on our dinner tables, in our homes, and also in our gatherings. We should not be bashful, and this is a message. ભાઈ ડોક્યુમેન્ટરી છે તમારી સામે, અડધો કલાક લઈ અને તમે તમારા ગ્રાન્ડ ચિલ્ડ્રન સાથે, તમારા બચ્ચાઓ સાથે બેસી અને જુઓ અને એ લોકોને સમજાવો તો કેટલું છે. આ વસ્તુ કોઈ માઇક્રોવેવ અપ્રોચ નથી. ખોજા હેરિટેજ પ્રોજેક્ટ જેટલું બનશે એટલી ટૂર્સ આપશે. ખોજા હેરિટેજ ડે હોય, ખોજા હેરિટેજ ટૂર હોય, કે જ્યાં આપણે યુથને મોકલવાની વાત છે. રઝાલીભાઈને હું ખાસ એમનો આભાર માનું છું કે ગઈ એક ટૂરની અંદર અમે એક્સપેરિમેન્ટ કરી કે જ્યાં અમુક યંગસ્ટર્સને રઝાલીભાઈ અને વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન સાથે રહીને અમે સ્પોન્સર કરેલા હતા. તો થોડાક યુથ જાય છે કે આ પણ એક ઓફર ઓપન છે કે અગર યુથને જવું હોય ખોજા હેરિટેજ ટૂરની અંદર તો એ લોકોને સબસિડી પણ અમે દેવા તૈયાર છે, તાકી એ લોકો ત્યાં જઈ અને એ જુએ કે ભાઈ અમે ક્યાંથી આવ્યા હતા અને આજે ક્યાં જઈ રહ્યા છે. છેલ્લી વસ્તુ જે ફ્યુચરની વાત છે એ હું અત્યારે કરતો નથી. આઈ એમ રિયલી hopeful and expecting that Muhammad Karim will be able to join our Khoja Heritage team as a counselor. એથી પહેલા રૂકૈયાભાઈ જે અમારા ખાસ liaison હતા, એ પણ અમારી સાથે છે. We have taken some young people. I want you, please, to join us at the Khoja Heritage team. We are planning the next Khoja Heritage Day. Your interaction, your engagement will be very valuable. If there are any other young people who want to join the Khoja Heritage team, the offer is open. We will welcome you with open arms to say, please come and take this, because we need to have succession planning, and we are hoping that this Khoja Heritage project will continue as the other projects have continued over the years. Since 1976, I have seen the World Federation evolving. Many departments remain. People like Iqbal, people like Mama, they remain with the organization, many others. This is the continuity of this august body, and this is something that we are proud of. This is the other value of being a Khoja. Being a member of the World Federation, this is one of the biggest value that we can have as being a Khoja. With that, thank you very much, Pramukh Sahib. Thank you, my team of Asad Virani, Ruqayya, Muhammad Mustafa Pir Muhammad, amongst others, Ali Hasnali, who are all part of our team. And I would particularly like to thank Ali Jawad, our Assistant Secretary General, and special thanks to Sabira Bhai Juma for being so accommodating for every need that we've had at the Khoja Heritage Project. And of course, the President, the Secretary General, and all the office bearers, our gratitude for allowing us to operate the Khoja Heritage Project. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Hasnain Bhai. You have thanked the team Councillor Rukayabai, Asadbhai Virani, the champions of the Khoja Heritage Tour, and હસનીનભાઈ હું મારા દિલથી વાત કરું છું કે તમે મને હંમેશા કહો છો મને રિટાયર થવા દે, પણ હવે મને કેવું ખપશે કે તમને રિટાયર થવાની રજા જ નથી, કારણ કે તમારા જેવો ચેમ્પિયન ખોજા હેરિટેજને પ્રમોટ કરવા મને કોઈ દેખાતો નથી. એટલે સક્સેશન પ્લાનિંગ એન્ડ ગેટિંગ પીપલ ઇન્વોલ્વ વિલ ટેક અ while. As we can see, we are still on that journey, but the work that has been done in this term is phenomenal. And for the honor of all the members of the team, let us recite Salawat Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. As the Secretary General is moving towards the last item for today, I just want to apologize to the observers. We had observers yesterday, today, none of them have spoken. Many have come. The past Secretary General of Welfare, Sipta Panjwani, asked me several times, "Mike councillor nu પૂરું નથી થયું તો ઓબ્ઝર્વર્સમાં કેવી રીતે જાશો?" આજે શાનિયાબાદ હાસન બિચારા 2 વાર હાથ ઊંચો કર્યા WF8માં કે HPમાં મેં રજા નથી આપ્યો, અમે માફી માંગજો. અને ફોર ઓલ ધી અધર ગેસ્ટ જે આવ્યા છે, આપણે તમે ભૂલતા નથી, તમે કોમનો હિસ્સા છો. આ કોન્ફરન્સ એટલી મોટી સભા છે કે બધાને લાવવું મુશ્કેલ છે. એક્સકો જરા નાનું મોકો હોય છે તો ત્યાં ઇઝીયર હોય છે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. તો પ્લીઝ અમને માફ કરજો ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. સંત. And lastly, there was one very important thank you that I forgot to make. When during the WF8 discussion on donors who have supported us on major projects, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Hasneen Merali and his family, particularly Marhum Roshni Merali's family, for their continuous support in the month of Ramadan, in particular, and other projects also, where they quietly and silently support us. May Allah increase the ajr of Marhum, inshallah.
Thank you very much. We are now going into something which was not planned, but it became, Allah gives us opportunities, Hawza Online. Hawza Online, we have Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail, who heads this whole project, I would say department. And the way he has set up from scratch is a journey itself through this term. And those who don't know Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail, his work speaks for itself. Around the world, there are books which have been translated which has his names on it. This is a scholar of massive magnitude. Sheikh Muhammad Ali, I know that we are going to listen to the video first, and I just wanted to ask very quickly, you can come in and say, the 3 students, which is the big prime of and pride of the community for today, are they still online? They're still online. So can we go for the video first? Thank you. May I ask for the video to be played first?
Hawza Online was inaugurated in 2021 with the blessing of His Eminence Sayyid Ali Hussein as-Sistani. This pioneering educational initiative strives to globally disseminate the foundational teachings of Islamic studies as taught in renowned Hawza institutions. It blends traditional scholarship with modern online educational techniques and features eminent scholars in the field. Currently, the program engages 15 teachers and over 180 students from 25 countries. Hawza Online offers an extensive curriculum in Hawza studies and Arabic. The Hawza Studies program comprises 25 modules covering subjects such as jurisprudence, theology, ethics, history, philosophy, Quran, and Hadith. Spanning 3 levels, this program provides a mix of live and recorded sessions to accommodate individual learning paces. The Arabic program at Hawza Online is designed for beginners and focuses on classical Arabic. Structured into 2 progressive levels, the lessons are live and highly interactive and utilize Hawza Online's specifically developed textbooks, Fusha Arabic. The recent introduction of the Short Courses project at Hawza Online has opened up opportunities for the general public. These courses have quickly attracted substantial interest. Over 200 students enrolled in the inaugural course on prophetic medicine. This year's offering includes courses on Nahjul Balagha and Dua Makarimul Akhlaq.
Sheikhana, this is the most common words which I'm going to use. We don't have a lot of time. But may I just request we reorder slightly, given that we have got these three. So I'm going to ask one specific question. What is the specific goal which has reached at this end of these 3 years, just now, which is so special? So if you can give an introduction to these three individuals who are waiting online and why are they waiting online? Bismillah.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah, we've completed a full course of our program. So, as you know, Alhamdulillah, we started with the blessing of His Eminence Sayyid Ali Husseini As-Sistani, Hafidhahullah. And recently, we've just presented a 3-year progress report to His Eminence's office. And Alhamdulillah, once again, His Eminence's office has sent us his thanks and du'as for all of our efforts over the past 3 years. And so this is the milestone that we have reached, that students have now completed all the Hawza studies modules and the full Arabic program. So we have these two programs, the Arabic and the Hawza studies programs, and these three students are the first 3 graduates of the entire program.
Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
You heard. How many modules? 25.
We have 25 modules on the Hawza Studies program and then 2 levels of Arabic.
And this has all been completed. Can we imagine that from our own community, and regardless of geography, 3 people have completed this? And in the pipeline, how many more do you expect?
Well, at the moment we have 180 students in total. So eventually we expect all of them, inshallah, to complete at least one of the certificates that we offer. So we offer the overall certificate, which is the one that these 3 students have qualified for. Then we also offer a diploma for those students who complete half of the program and they don't necessarily want to do the full extent of the program.
Ahsantum. Thank you very much. If I may, can we invite, in which order shall we invite them as well, please?
Yes, so I believe firstly we have Ali Al-Mahdi Karim, and perhaps I can just mention one thing about each of these students.
Bismillah.
I taught 2 or 3 modules to each of them, so I got to know them over the years. So just one standout point about Ali Al-Mahdi Karim is that he came so well prepared to every single tutorial that we had. So I would set them questions often beforehand and make sure they were supposed to prepare for when we had the tutorial. And he was always one of the most well-prepared students, always had his hand up. I had to try and make sure I gave other students a chance to answer. Otherwise, he was always ready to answer. Alhamdulillah.
Ahsant. And shall we put him online first?
Yes.
Yes, Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I think you are on mute or we can't hear you yet.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa
My
barakatuh.
name is Ali Al-Mahdi Hussein Karim. I'm originally from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I am currently living in Najaf studying at Dar al-Ilm of Sayyid al-Khoi. I moved to Najaf late in 2018 and started my language program alongside my introductory studies. When COVID hit, I was stuck back home in Tanzania. And that's when I saw the Hawza online being advertised, equipped with Arabic classes. I was exhilarated. I signed up immediately and started this new journey. When I returned to Najaf after COVID, I chose to continue the online journey for a few reasons. The first of which was that the online courses offered, some of the online courses offered by Hawza Online were introductory classes in crucial subjects taught in Najaf, the likes of principles of jurisprudence and logic, which helped strengthen my core and foundation here in Najaf. The second set of courses that were offered were courses that are not taught in Najaf at the introductory level, and these are courses like Hadith and Quranic sciences and Seerah, and that allowed me to broaden my horizon and look for what sparks my interest. The third reason is that the online programs complemented, some of the modules complemented my studies in Najaf. They were the same classes I was taking in Najaf, but they had a different approach to the content, and it fueled my desire to learn items such like Nahj al-Balagha and theology. I'm most importantly looking forward to the supervised research module that's upcoming, because again, it's a very important skill that is not taught much at the Najaf seminary, and it is beneficial in preparing research papers or majalis. Lastly, I'm especially grateful to the Hawza online team, including Dr. Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail, the amazing admin staff, Sister Shabnam, Sister Mubina, Sister Sarah, and of course, all the teachers, all the 25 module teachers, but most importantly, the Arabic teacher, Sheikh Safdar Rabi. He was patient with all the students despite their different levels, and he made sure that whether you are an expert in Arabic or a beginner, everybody left class having learned something new. So thank you, and Jazakumullah khairan to all of you at the World Federation, to anybody who was part of this program, for making this journey possible, and may this program continue to flourish, and may Allah accept all your efforts. Ahsantum, wassalam.
Let's show our Mubaraki to Ali al-Mahdi al-Kareem with salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Shaykhana, next student.
Next student, Anzal Alamdar Sayyid. So again, just one point about him that really stands out. In our tutorials, whenever he would talk about the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam and mention one of their names, he would do it in such a way that that love and respect and reverence he had for these great personalities just were completely evident for everyone to see. I loved that particular aspect of him. The way he would mention, for example, the name of Imam Jafar Sadiq alayhi salam, the name of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam, and the way he would talk about them, it just showed the inner love that he had for these great personalities.
Bismillah. We welcome Brother Anzal. Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. It's a great honor to be amongst you all, alhamdulillah, on this blessed occasion in which we celebrate the first graduation of this esteemed institute, Hawza Online. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank each and every person who has been involved in Hawza Online in making it into such a great institute of knowledge. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase their ranks, inshallah. Without a doubt, these past 3 years with Hawza Online have been a journey full of knowledge in all aspects, whether it be increasing our spirituality, whether it be understanding the history of the A'immah Ma'sumin alayhimus salatu wassalam, in understanding the munajat, the du'as that they have blessed us with in, for example, Sahifatul Sajjadiyah, or navigating through Mafati al-Jinan, or understanding our fiqh in a better understanding in modules such as Qawaid al-Fiqh and various other modules that have been instructed by our great ulama. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase their ranks, inshallah. It has been a journey of immense knowledge, and without a doubt, one of the greatest aspects of Hawza Online that has been given to me personally is the increased connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the A'immah Ma'sumin alayhimus salatu wassalam. And through the knowledge that I have gained through Hawza Online, I have been given the opportunity بحق أبا عبد الله الحسين عليه الصلاة والسلام وبحق أبا الفضل العباس عليه الصلاة والسلام to become the regular English speaker in Masjid al-Imam al-Hussein alayhi salatu wassalam here in Durban, South Africa. And alhamdulillah, it's a great opportunity and a great ni'mat bestowed upon me by the Ahlul Bayt alayhi salatu wassalam. And inshallah, this coming Ashra of Muharram will be my third Ashra in which Abu Abdullah Hussein and Abu al-Fadl Abbas alayhi salatu wassalam have given me the honor to be their khadim and, preach the message of Karbala and the shahadat and the musibat of Abu Abdullah Hussein alayhi salatu wassalam. Inshallah, this is not the end of the journey with Hawza Online, as having discussed with Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept all his ajat bihaqqi Abu al-Fadl al-Abbas alayhi salatu wassalam. in that the immense efforts that he's put into the next level of Hawza, which is advanced Hawza online, inshallah. And after having discussed with him, inshallah, I look forward to doing the advanced Arabic and Quranic tafsir, and inshallah the supervised research with the Hawza online team, inshallah. And lastly, I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept all the hajat, all the du'as of the entire Hawza online team. بحق باب الحوائج أبا الفضل عباس عليه الصلاة والسلام وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. أحسنتم. Can we have a loud salawat for Anzal Alamdar Sayyid? Our heartiest congratulations. Shaykhana,
Yes.
and one more. Bismillah.
And the third graduate is Muhammad Jawad Az-Zaki. So just one outstanding point about him is that he, honestly, I can say, posed to me the toughest questions out of the whole group. So he has this really great thirst for learning and knowledge, and he would ask the most difficult questions to me. So although it was tough for me, but I felt that that was one of his most outstanding virtues.
Bismillah. Let's welcome him online as well. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قال رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. My name is Muhammad Jawad. I'm based in England, Northampton. I have a background in Hawza studies from the Hawza Almiya of England and the other Hawza online institutes. The Hawza online has helped me in building of knowledge in different fields due to the variety of subjects taught. It has been useful in gaining more familiarity with core essential texts of spirituality, like that of the Nahj al-Balagha and Sahifat al-Sajadiyya, which are not always taught in some of the other online Hawza courses or Hawza courses in person. So for sure, the course is a necessity for all knowledge seekers and not just for those wishing to take on a journey of Hawza studies, as modules can be taken individually, which many tackle contemporary issues such as arguments and responses module and many other kind of modules. I hope to be given the tawfiq to take part in further studies programs, choosing the supervised research module and advanced Quranic and Hadith Arabic module. I would like to thank the managers of the course, the teachers and admin for all their hard work. Inshallah, we can recite a salawat as a gift to them. Inshallah, we can also remember all the marhumeen with a Surah Fatiha, especially the recent loss to the Ummah, the passing of Ayatollah Ibrahim Raisi and his comrades, also the passing of Allama Ali Qurani of Lebanon, and recite the salawat for the shafa of the ill and for the victory of the oppressed and over the oppressors of the world. Jazakallah khair for all of those involved in this great blessing and program.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Our heartiest Mubaraki to you, Brother Muhammad Jawad Az-Zaki. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala open new avenues and for you to serve our community, inshallah. Shaykhana, one question before we will just open up for reflections. What is one thing which really touched you in the last 3 years?
Okay, right. So we interview all applicants, and during the course of the interview, these candidates often tell us heartfelt stories about their backgrounds or the reasons why they want to study Hawza studies. And some of these candidates are from very diverse places around the world, such as Burundi, Mozambique, Thailand, Philippines, Ireland, Switzerland, and some of their stories are very, very touching. One in particular stands out, and this person was from one of these remote places, and that location is such that they are not pro-Shia. He converted to Shiism, but because of the sensitivities of that region, he was unable to declare his conversion, to the extent that he couldn't even tell his own family that he was a Shia. And he told us how great it was. It was like a dream come true for him to come across Hawza online, and how Hawza online has helped him to strengthen his faith, and also how it has helped him answer issues and questions and objections against the madhab of the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam. And now he's using these teachings to promote the message of the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam to his family and community. So this type of story really inspires us that our program is reaching all parts of the world, and it is having a profound impact on individuals such as this student.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheikhna. We'll open up the floor. Any questions? And we really are short, so it has to be short. Please, anyone? Oh, no one. Please, so presence up, and if you can close this with your final words.
This is actually quite an emotional moment for us, because it shows the dynamism of Sheikh Muhammad Ismail and how this started. It was the pandemic. We had just taken responsibility in the interim term in Executive Council. It was all online, if you remember. Difficult times. And Sheikh Muhammad Ali came up with a suggestion. He was in Australia. He met Brother Abbas Ali, who is not here. And Brother Abbas Ali was saying, if you want to reach out to people, you need a Hawza online platform. And knowing the way Abbas Ali works, he just created a platform. And then he said, Sheikh Muhammad said, if you have a platform, I have a course, let's talk to the World Federation. Sheikh Muhammad Ismail, as you know, is the translator of Sayyid Sistani's Risala in English. Alhamdulillah, that caliber. And working at iCare, he has the enormous experience, past head of Islamic education as well. So he came to us with a proposal saying, allow me to do it. We said, have you got a plan? I have a plan. Have you got a platform? I have a platform. We said, Bismillah, go ahead. At no cost, voluntary basis. And they said, who will manage it at that time? Whilst we were just figuring out, we were new in the secretariat, trying to get it, so he said, my wife will help manage it. He started this Hawza in that way, and then the secretariat came in and supported him, expanded it, looked at the platform. Alhamdulillah, today it is such a happy moment to see 3 students graduate after 3 years. And you heard Ali Mehdi Karim, son of Hasnain Karim of Bilal, head of Bilal, Tanzania. Hussein Karim of Bilal, Tanzania, where he is studying in Najaf Ashraf, yet pursued this because he needed it online. And he continued till today because he said this, that I have an online and I have the original Najaf, and getting it together, you can't have best of both worlds. So really, really, Sheikh Muhammad Ali, from the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank you. You have demonstrated something which also is one of the challenges in the Hawza. With students who come from the Hawza, the challenge is the management skills and capabilities of project management are not taught. But Sheikh Muhammad Ali himself, as a professional lawyer who went to the Hawza in Sham of the World Federation, he spent his time, today has established this, which is reaching out to 180 students, alhamdulillah. One of our team members who we wanted to recruit also at a very professional level, chartered accountant, a partner in Canada. When I talked to him about the World Federation, he said what attracted me to World Federation was the Hawza online, alhamdulillah. So let us recite for him and for the entire team and for everybody at Secretariat who has supported. Please allow salawat, Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Yeah. So Mominin, I think because we have a gala dinner tonight, and I can see Sitenbhai is already, inviting us there. Time is short, so we have couple of other items, but they are not lengthy, so we will stop here today. We call it a day. We will join the gala dinner, inshallah, tomorrow. When we start, we will start with those items. We shouldn't take too long so that we can align ourselves with that. But before we close, I will hand it over to the Secretary General to announce the program for tomorrow, the starting time, and then we can all move towards the gala dinner. Hassan.
First of all, I just like to apologize sincerely. I know there are multiple. If I start sorry to someone, then there will be sorry for others who I miss. First, to our scholars, esteemed scholars, Really, I know that the time which was needed for giving respect to the subject, the efforts, the late nights and days, especially to Sheikh Murtada Alidina and Sheikh Afzal, to both of you specifically on the Islamic education. It is my shortcoming in my planning, which I really want to apologize, and I seek forgiveness. And it's a sincere seeking. With that, if we find any gaps further tomorrow, because there are some questions, હું જોઉં છું કે અમારા મુરબ્બી મોહમ્મદ રઝાભાઈ દેવજી જે દારસલામથી આવ્યા છે, MCE ના બારમાં એક ખાસ ક્વેશ્ચન છે ને ફક્ત 1 મિનિટને I will give an opportunity later somewhere કે તમે આવો આ સવાલ ને મને ખબર છે કે ઘણા સવાલ જે હમણાં સુધી we have not come to them. If we get an opportunity, we will. But you've noticed that we changed, that we gave more opportunity to the public to be able, public being you leaders. So I do apologize. Tomorrow we have got some very, what you would call fiduciary duty responsibilities tomorrow. It is the end of term, they are constitutional matters, and therefore, like today, I said we'll start at 9:30. Do you know we started at 9:36? That's not so bad, but tomorrow we will start at 9:30, inshallah. So you work with me today, inshallah. If you work tomorrow, inshallah, we really, really appreciate that. We will now come to the end of today and we'll conclude tomorrow. Really, what the dinner is, it is opposite. So we all traverse to the opposite building, and that's where the gala dinner is. And please, as per our mixed gathering interaction guidelines, we will be very much following exactly that up to tea, and we all have a social responsibility, a religious responsibility to do so. And on that note, that Siptembai Alibai, who is the president of Hujjat Jamaat, also host, he has advised that there is a separate entrance for ladies and gents, and we'll follow that separate entrance. And I request, hence, all of us to stand up and go to the dinner. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad, and the meeting will continue tomorrow. Thank you. Ahsantu. Where is the salawat?